Hi.
Hey.
Roll for initiative.
Oh,
Oh my god,
Oh,
no.
already? Wow.
wow. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
But welcome. Hi. As you know,
Rolled a
I'm
one.
Syliefel, and this is our first session of our short series campaign called the WATCHLIGHT. We have a wonderful cast here that was willing to try this experiment with me. I hope you guys will have a lot of fun. Just as a friendly reminder, all of the alerts are turned off, so there's no redeems, no alerts. Anything that occurs, I will thank you during the break session or at the end of the session, but just make it comfy and so everybody has a chill time where we disabled all of that. I want to introduce everybody before we begin. We have no music. Aelfrik, do you want to play some music? Yeah! All right, let's start with me. Hi, I'm Syliefel, and I'll be playing Lysthra, a human wildfire druid in the campaign. How about you, Jura?
Oh, hello. I am Jura. This is going great. I'm playing Galley, a Warforged Ranger.
What about Leggy?
Hey, I'm Laggy. I am going to be playing Ryland Ironguard, who is also a human, and I'm a devotion paladin.
Are you a human or a human?
I believe I'm a
huge
human,
man.
but
A huge man.
we'll find out, you know? We'll
Yeah.
find out today.
Carden!
Hey, my name's Carden. I'm going to be playing Ylor de Lanafleer. She is a high elf. Monk, sorry.
Let's go! And yeah, this is our first time playing D&D together. We didn't even do a practice session, so it's going to be a fun time. And then, of course,
Shows.
we have our beautiful DM. Introduce yourself.
It's me, Aelfrik. I'm going to be the DM for this one-shot campaign. And I know we got credit for everyone else's pictures, but I'm drawn by Jura, who has made me reactive and my picture.
Thanks, Jura! Thanks,
Let's go, Jura!
It looks great.
Yeah, yeah.
Chat, make sure
He even
whenever
made me a
Aelfrik is
pony boy.
speaking, you gotta look into
Sure,
his
it's
eyes.
so awesome. I mean, it's incredible.
Is it too late to get out
Jura
of this?
takes psychic damage.
All right, so we're gonna kick things off. Aelfrik's gonna tell you guys a little bit about the world. This is a homebrew D&D world. Since it's a short campaign, we're not like gonna make like a huge grand overarching world synopsis, but Aelfrik's gonna tell you a little bit about it. So go, Ale.
Yeah, so it's a one-shot, so I could have used a existing one, but I said fuck it, because I like to create shit. So I made a whole world. Or at least the start of one. So I guess in summary, the world's name is Vathis, Vaythis. And the background, I guess that'd be most important to know, is that until about 300 years ago, Vathis actually had no gods. They had kind of the idea of fate, so that everyone that was born, kind of objectively, you could actually see this with the right kind of magic, very powerful magic, like you were born with a certain fate. And it might be to like be a great hero, to be a great leader, to be an awful person, to solve some great mystery. And you know, people that could do the magic to find that fate obviously get advantage. They could say, okay, yeah, you know, my son's destined for great things, so I'm going to make him the head of the household or not this person. Till about 300 years ago, when one beautiful night the heaven dripped open and a giant platinum dragon came soaring down from the heavens, grappling with a 5-headed chromatic dragon, Bahamut and Tiamat, and basically drove the 5-headed dragon through the center of the continent, killing Tiamat. And that was how the gods came back into the world according to them. So until 300 years ago, there were no gods. Now there are gods. They're making clerics, they're making paladins, and they're basically saying, oh yeah, we were here from the beginning. We were just kind of trapped behind this veil for a time like long forgotten. So the elves that have been around long enough to know that there weren't gods were kind of like, sure, I guess. But it's been 300 years from now, so most people that were alive then don't have it. I hear a question. Someone trying to say something?
I laugh.
Oh, okay.
Bahamut's a girl.
Bahamut is a girl. Bahamut is the goddess platinum dragon, and Tiamat was a male in this world and got pile drive through the center of the earth, which is, for anybody that was going to be like, I don't know if these gods are real, it's pretty easy for an elf to be like, nah, I was there. I saw it. Everyone saw it when that happened. So the world... Go
How
ahead.
did you miss it?
It was in the sky. So the world as it is now, from where Tiamat got blasted in, there is now a realm called the Ravage, or an area of the continent called the Ravage, which is this kind of expansive area of kind of wild magic and darkness, where like you don't want to travel straight to the Ravage. Maybe you can go right through the edge. Maybe you can like delve into it if you're brave with enough weapons and power. But it made a big issue for like the people in the north to get the people in the south. You gotta go all the way around this huge, kind of dangerous place. And if you can cut through it, you can save time and money, but you also gotta be brave. So there are 4 big nations, but the one we are going to start in is called Alcadius. It is the kingdom to the south of the Ravage. It was founded basically on this idea there was a monastic order of monks that would gather information, and as people that have information tend to find out, other people showed up to try to get some of it. So scholars would show up, people doing research would show up, and the monks were like, yeah, we'll share it. If you give us some of what you have, we'll share. And it built and built and built, and over time until eventually there was enough people where it's like, hey, we need rules, we need laws and shit. And out of that kind of birthed a nation, ultimately, that was founded on the ideas of kind of like academics, research and whatnot, but no longer is exactly that. It's not like a big kingdom-sized school or anything like that, but there still is a strong backing that, you know, people that find new developments that are doing academics or doing research are held in higher esteem maybe than in some other kingdoms and countries where like your birth matters or things like that. Tracking so far?
I am so wonderfully
Yes,
loaded with information.
DM.
Also,
Alright.
fun fact, the artwork we have is of Arcadius. Maxwell is a wonderful artist who put this together for us.
Yeah, it's cool.
And so if you want Arcadius vibes, you could just look at the artwork right there that we're going to use as a placeholder when we're not doing a map.
Yeah, so a lot of canals in their building to transport stuff, some academic looking buildings, and then kind of town you like to roll around with a good book, hang out in the canal, and the town we're starting is called Aelfrik. That's where this one shot's probably going to mostly take place, unless you guys do some crazy shit and go somewhere else. But it is a kind of a nexus town. It's situated but to the south of Alcadius there is a ocean, and then there's some rivers that go from the ocean. One of the main rivers is where Aelfrik is set on. So a lot of stuff comes from the ocean down the river. And then also running through Aelfrik is one of the major force line rails. So Alcadius has a thing called the force line, which are these really, really big train-like cars that run on tracks through a combination of clever engineering and force magic to help transport things from one side of the kingdom to the other. There's one that goes east to west, there's one that goes north to south, and that's it. They're super expensive, super hard to make, so they only have those. And one of them comes straight through this town. So it is a very central position, not a big town for research, not a big town for a lot of development, but it is a place where, like, if you need goods or you're transporting goods, it's probably going to come through here at some point.
Was it move with magic?
Yeah, so it's kind of like they hover a little bit above the track, and then there's like a wall of force or force mag that kind of pushes it along consistently down the track.
So kind of like magnets?
Kind of like Magna Rail, yeah. Not very fast. Like if you could probably almost keep up with it if you were running next to it. So it's not like a bullet train. It's not a
Oh, it's like a steam
speedy
engine.
way.
But
Yeah, it's a
still
way
more,
to.
more what's the word? Efficient than actually running or walking.
Yeah, it's for transporting mostly cargo. So like they can load up these huge trains with like tons and tons of goods and get them from
Yeah.
one place to another easier than carts or a boat potentially like that. So any questions before we start about the setting? Because we're going to jump into kind of I'll set up how you guys have gotten here and we'll go from there. So anything else you guys want to know about where you're starting out? Because
No.
you guys got the primer, but it's a lot of it's left to the imagination so far.
Oh,
So this area that we're in is like relatively crime-free. It's like pretty safe, at least in the day, would you say?
It's as safe as any town. Like it's not a crime-filled town. It's not Gotham City of this world.
Gotcha.
But I mean, it's a place where a lot of goods come through. So you can imagine if you were someone who wanted to smuggle or skim some goods, you might
You
be
can
able
find
to.
the-
Yeah, this might be a good place to catch it as it's going from one place to the other.
Would you say like along on some of the roads to like Alarin, maybe a little far out, there could be bandits or a person here or there and trying to mug someone?
Yep. So most of the kingdoms, including this one, there are certainly like between the cities and the towns, like there are areas that are not heavily patrolled. Like there's just not enough people to patrol all this land. So a village out in the middle of nowhere in this land, just like anywhere else, they're going to kind of fend for themselves. If a bandits roll in or a goblin warband shows up, they're kind of effed unless they can get a defense or hire adventurers.
Oh.
Hmm. Adventurers, you say?
We might
Yeah.
get some of those.
Yeah, so to brief that. So these 4 individuals down here, these intrepid heroes, they are level 4, so they have done some stuff with their lives. They are seasoned adventurers to the point where they can kind of handle themselves in the fight. They received a letter or a missive by some means, and they can decide how, but it got to them. So if they have an address, maybe it got mailed. If they don't have an address, it was by their bedroll, and they woke up in the middle of nowhere one day.
That's creepy. That's unsettling.
And it basically said, "Hey,
What's in my
there's
shoe?
there's an yeah, it's in your shoe. You found it right there. What's in my shoe?" Basically said, "Hey, if you come to this town, there is a job waiting for you. If you would like to accept it with negotiable prices that we are willing to, pay or make deals well for, to retrieve an item for us." And it was signed the Watchlight, which is not a name that probably anybody knows. Actually, all of you guys, first roll history for me.
Oh, I know so much history. This is gonna be so
first
good.
roll.
The
Yo.
first roll.
Oh, who dares? It should be. I think it should be Sealy.
Okay, all right. I'm ready to set the tone. Are you guys ready for my first roll?
Let's do it. What's
Believe it. Here it
gonna
comes.
be?
Here it comes.
Here
Here
it goes,
comes.
here it goes, here it goes. I don't even get a bonus to it.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yes. Yes.
Perfect.
Wow.
What
Let's
an
go.
incredible!
Oh no!
You
Oh.
can't.
It's
You
gone.
can't
The
script
ones are
that.
gone, the ones are
That's
gone now. They can't come back.
Oh god!
Oh no! Oh,
Amazing.
No. I
So
don't
this
know
doesn't
shit.
remember her name. No, that's good.
forgot what she was
Get the
doing.
ones, get the ones out on
Yes.
the unimportant rolls. That's good.
That's true. That's true.
Oh.
All right, go for it, Galley.
Galley. Okay.
Yeah, we'll go down the list.
So a 1 is not necessarily an
Oh.
auto failure. So what is your history, Listra?
What do you mean?
Like, what is your modifier for history?
Int. I have a 0 for it.
Okay, so it's a 1. So 18
Yeah.
for Galley. Good, good.
Yo.
Oh wow! I feel.
Natural 20.
Holy
Let's go.
crap! You know this is fair. This is fair. I'll be
Holy shit.
carried.
I studied so hard.
Nerd.
Oh, it feels so
Yellow.
bad.
My card, you be a natural 20.
You got it.
I believe in you, Cardin.
Not the
Hey.
worst.
9.
We got the full
I have a
range.
+3, so is that that's what
12.
now?
12.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Ryland, you were
He
you
knows
were
everything.
you were a guard at some point, right? Am I correct? in
Yeah,
remembering
city
that?
guard, correct. Yep.
So at some point in your work as a city guard, you might have heard this name before, as some kind of organization that supposedly hires people for good reasons, basically to protect or to get items that should not be in the employ of other people.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
good. Nice.
Mm.
Hmm.
Oh,
The question is, what do they do with them? Why? Like, can they be trusted? But you might have heard some rumors. You never came across them. You never met anybody that admitted to working on them. But that is what you know, and you're the only one. So even Galley with 18, that's kind of the limit of what this information. Like, it's not very well known.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Good roll, though, Jura.
Thank you.
What about my
like my
roll?
gold
That's
star.
pretty good, right?
So the only kind of motivation, like, you have to do this, I gave these 4 nerds, is that they had to basically agree to do, like, they are showing up here to hear this meeting. So for whatever reason, they got this letter, maybe through mysterious means, and they're showing up. They were given the name of a tavern called the Hearth in the town, and told to, when they get there, basically just show their letter to the dwarf behind the bar, and that was the only instructions they got on the note.
Wicked.
To the point.
Yeah, to what?
Oh, I said, yeah, straight and to the point. Show to
Yep.
the dwarf.
Mhm.
So the Hearth is a tavern. It is on Hewers Boulevard near the Roundaway Canal, if that matters to anyone. Who's
Yeah.
owned by a dwarf named Ulrin Tuskbane. He's a retired adventurer that opened a tavern, as many retired adventurers did. Which got a reputation for being the place where, like, you can show up, adventurers show up, but, like, you don't start trouble, because he's a retired dwarven adventurer. So basically, if you came in to start a fight, there's going to be a dwarf with a battle axe walking up to make sure that the fight stopped. And so over time, the patrons also started taking advantage of that, where, like, now if someone starts a fight, you're going to have a whole room, like, a guy be like, hey guys, cut it off, we're here, like, do business, be quiet, get rowdy if you want to, but this is not the place to start fights.
Ooh.
And because of that reputation, and Bulra being a good businessman, he realized, hey, people need a place to meet. So as he bought a few more taverns, it's a very large building for a tavern. He actually converted some of the first floor rooms in the back to like meeting rooms where you could like rent it out to like meet for your we all meet in a tavern type of thing. And he runs a good business doing that as well.
Cool.
So, let's see here. Lystra and Ryland, where do you guys want to sit?
Oh, are we in the map now?
Ooh, we
Should I
get to pick a
show the map
table?
now?
Yeah, we can go to the map. So you guys showed up, showed
Oh.
your letter to Ulren. He basically pointed you to a seat. You guys can choose which table he pointed you guys to, and just suggested that you wait there.
Oh wow. Okay. We want to Langy. This is an important decision. Where do we want to sit? Where would you?
It's an important
quite
decision.
like this.
One of these
Yeah,
tables
I
is
like
a
to be able
mimic.
to see everybody. That's a
One
good.
table is a
Yeah,
mimic,
yeah.
so be
Yeah.
careful.
We
Yeah.
can see the entrance and we can see the barkeep, you know?
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I need my
And you're like right
token.
next to that fire thing right there. It's so warm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Extra toasty.
Perfect, just for me.
Oh dear.
You can put your token as well, Lystra.
Can you please drag it to me because I'm controlling the map on stream?
Oh, I guess.
Oh,
Let me
perfect.
make
Yeah,
sure-
that's
Let
exactly.
me make sure you.
I'm
Well,
in
let me give you control. 1 second.
Sitting
I have
right in the
control.
fire.
I can move it.
Okay, good.
So yeah, I'm sitting in that chair.
So you guys have settled in. Anything you guys want to do or talk about or ask right now?
Can we, did we see any of those, force rails on the way here? Or, like, would we have seen them around here?
You wouldn't have seen them, but you would have seen the tracks. So they're very large tracks, like four or five tracks in a row. And on the Watchlight image, you know, that big building with the pennants on it,
Mm-hmm.
that is probably the terminal in this town for like where the rail will come in and stop when it needs to stop in town.
Gotcha.
But you would have not seen one. There's basically like maybe one or two on any rail at a time.
Should we also describe what our characters like look like, or are
Yeah.
we just
Who are you guys? Describe who you are and what you look like, and anything else you want people to know about your character starting out.
Ooh.
Okay.
You want to go first, Langy, or do you want me?
I mean, yeah, you can go first. Yeah.
Okay, so Lystra, like her portrait suggests, has sort of like purple red wine hair. She's tan. Her eyes are sort of a weird teal violet color. She favors wearing leather and cloth, but she does have one sort of metallic pauldron that she wears. She has a quarterstaff that has a lot of dark purple and black cloth wrapped around the top, some with some tassels with little like feathers and beads dangling from it. A few packs. She came to the tavern with a horse, but the horse is stabled. She calls the horse Omen, if anybody cares.
And there's a stable around the back that you can stable it in for a nominal fee.
Did you
Yeah.
and Ryland ride in on the same horse, or does Ryland have a horse as well?
Ryland does not have a horse, I
yeah.
don't believe. Yeah, he borrowed my horse.
Oh, how nice.
Oh, I do have one purple white streak, or I have one purple white. I have one white streak through my hair too. It's not a headband in my portrait, so a white streak of hair. I have a usually visible is a vial necklace. It's like a small little potion vial with silvery looking water in it. And generally my expression is one of like reserved. I'm looking around, but I don't look particularly happy or angry, just sort of like I'm thinking deep thoughts.
Should I describe myself?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. So Ryland, he's maybe in like his mid 40s about looks.
Oh,
Um
Silver Fox.
yeah.
Oh.
Got a little salt,
Um,
salt and pepper going?
Yeah, his hair's like he's definitely just like cutting it on the road like with a fucking dagger, you know? And he's got like tan skin, it's pretty like exposed to the sun, and he's got a pretty tattered cloak looking thing on, and it looks like it could definitely use a wash. And underneath it you can see just like a little bit of just regular chainmail armor. It looks pretty well worn but also well taken care of. And he's also got a sword and a shield. And around his neck he has a wooden charm shaped in the like it's a very well crafted, professionally carved wooden charm of what looks like a double-headed axe head. Or actually, let me look. up this so that I make sure that I don't get it wrong.
Or you can make it up, and then I have to adjust to it.
No, okay, I got it right. It's like a double-headed axe head, and on each side of the axe is like a scale. So, yeah, it looks like that. And while the wood craftsmanship is really nice, it's been painted over with what looks like really bad, like yellow paint. And there's a few glass gems that have been just stuck onto it, and it just ruins the appearance
Like
of
it's been
this
bedazzled.
charm that he has on his neck completely. But you can
Incredible.
tell that the wood craftsmanship is pretty good.
Does
And
he wear it outside of his cloak, or is this
Baby's
something
first
she's
full
seen?
yeah,
when
it's
you
wearing.
traveling?
It's on the outside. Yeah,
Okay.
so it's like around his neck on the outside. Even
So
though it's not
Lystra,
on
you would, unless you are like completely ignorant of the god, you recognize it as the symbol of Arathis, the goddess of civilization and invention.
Oh, okay. I also wanted to
Yeah.
add, I forgot, like her lower half, she's got like a belt and sort of like a half cape. And she has like a few little like pouches that would indicate that she's someone who either has like reagents or lots of like little knickknacks stored in little compartments. Sort of like
She's a
you'd-
witch.
A
Burn
witch.
the witch.
Would it be the first time she's been called that? It's fine. But yeah. Oh, I was gonna ask, like, would you have shared your watchlight information? I guess we don't know. Do we know at this point that we're there to meet with the same people? I feel like we probably were like, oh,
Assuming that you both went to the dwarf to show him
yeah,
like the note. At
Oh,
least
have
at
we
this
already
point,
done that?
at least at this point, you realize that yeah, and he would have pointed you like, go sit over there.
oh, okay, yeah.
Until this, go sit over there for now.
So the funny story. So we ended up realizing we're going to the same tavern. We're like, oh, that's fun, nice. You know, maybe it's probably a popular tavern, I imagine, in Alarin. And so then we probably had this awkward moment where we both went to the dwarf at the same time. We're like,
yeah,
oh.
at the same with the missive.
Oh,
yeah.
wait.
Yeah, did you guys mention how'd you guys meet? Why are you guys together?
Oh, do you want to talk later? Do you?
Yeah, so I guess we can just disclose that for everyone
Yeah.
listening to know.
If you want to, you don't have to.
No, I think
It's
it's fine.
fine, yeah.
So Lystra found Ryland attempting to fend off some bandits, and it definitely didn't look like, I mean, he might have had it under control, but he also definitely maybe needed help. And he was definitely like picking a fight. Like they weren't trying to like rob him or anything. He was like chasing after
They
them.
were innocent bandits that were just minding their own business.
Yeah. And he's not winning the fight, so Lystra, I believe, goes to help Ryland. And
She thought about not helping. She's like, that's not my problem. But then it's just like, fine, I suppose.
yeah,
He looks so sad
Ultimately-
and helpless.
has chosen to help Ryland. And Ryland insisted on returning the favor in some way, and Lystra, I believe, wanted to be escorted into the city. Is that correct?
Yeah, she asked him. I imagine they walked a little bit, sort of was like, oh, that was rough, wasn't it?
She rode and he walked.
Yeah. She rode her horse, but he walked. And
Yep.
and she's not super. She doesn't really like cities that much. Too many people. And so, but she knew Ryland a little bit. So she's like, well, why don't you go to this tavern with me?
Yeah, because we both were like,
And Ryland's like, oh, cool. I like that tavern too.
Yeah,
for
pretty
reasons.
much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Food and drink, you say?
So then it's pretty busy. It's probably like late morning, getting towards like 10, 11 o'clock when you guys get here. So the lunch crowd's
So, like,
coming in.
lunchtime.
It's probably gonna fill in most of the way with the CCC here by the time lunch is served. So there's people around, no one especially like staring at you like they're here. Quick, engage the operation.
That would have been the first thing listed. She was like, who's looking at us?
Yeah.
Who's
So you
looking
guys
at
just
me?"
sat down having both pulled out a note to this dwarf and realized that you're both potentially here for the same thing.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Nice one.
he just asked us to sit down after we gave him
Yeah,
this
he
note.
seemed like he knew what you were bringing him, and if you asked him, he either doesn't know or wouldn't give you information. Like, what does this mean? He basically pointed to the table and been like, "You're supposed to go sit there."
Plus, so like the only
Gotcha.
information he has now is like go over there and wait, essentially.
Pretty much.
All
Okay.
right. On the way back to our table, I will turn to Lystra and I'll be like, "Did you see those tracks out there? I mean, think about what we could do if we just stopped fighting and started building more stuff like that." And I'll be just like prattling on about like,
More railroads.
look at how cool infrastructure is.
Look how much drip they have.
Lystra would be nodding to, like, listening attentively to Ryland and be like, yes, that would be absolutely a thing that would happen. It'd be very good improvement for all. Mm-hmm.
An incredible thing.
It's I wouldn't say, yeah, incredible. I'm sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm glad
Very.
you agree.
I do. She's very
You
agreeable,
don't even know
but
her real
also
insights into
doesn't
that
seem
she's
very
incredibly interested in what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
like, yeah, maybe not everywhere, but I can see the benefit.
I mean, it doesn't have to be rails, but I mean, it's just an example. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe when they make them fly next.
I like the way you think. And then should we let other people?
Galler and Galley, roll a d20 for me.
Also, the music stopped. Aelfrik, I tried to ping you, but you're
Oh,
not.
I need to. Well, I have like stuff opened. I'm looking at. So you
D20?
gotta tell me.
Alright.
I didn't press the loop button. There.
Like trains.
Train.
I
Oh,
love.
I like the number
trains.
18.
You do like the number.
As you guys are just getting sat down, talking about infrastructure, not really not talking about how weird it is that you're both here for the same reason. The door slides open, and it probably wouldn't be that interesting for this a lunch guy, but a robot walks in basically, or a warforged. Gally, you're here.
Oh, I can't move my token.
I'll fix it.
I can drag mine if you want to delete that one.
Fine.
Oh,
And we're not doing like movement, so kind of move your token generally where you want your VB. Don't worry about.
Okay. Well, I'm at the entrance.
I
so.
take 6 seconds. So Warforged walk in. So Warforged are, just for some background, they are a creation of a northern kingdom, an empire now. But before it was the current empire, they built the Warforged to fight their wars, to clean their houses, to do all the mundane work that people shouldn't have to. And weirdly enough, they are actually alive. So people that have access to be able to say, like, you have a soul, can you be healed, and all that kind of stuff, Warforged are actually living creatures despite being entirely artificial. And that kingdom was basically conquered by a powerful former adventurer who is now the dictator. And he's like, yeah, no, we're not going to enslave these living creatures, and basically freed the Warforged. So there are many, many thousands of them, but spread out over the whole world. So you guys might have seen maybe one on the way from the gate here, maybe. So they're not the most common sight. You're not gonna look at them and like crap your pants at what the heck this thing is, but
Clutch my pearls. Oh my god.
kind of weird that this machine that's walked in, or this clockwork thing that's walked into the building. And what do you do, Gally?
Will you describe yourself?
Yeah, what are you?
Oh. Well, aside from the metal face with the cracked brass face plates that is clearly artificial and too small to be a helm, the entire body is covered. There's a dark coat. It's kind of tattered at the bottom due to wear. Hood is up to obviously not draw attention, though I tend to anyway. But underneath that are fairly average clothes that you would see any worker or like peasant wearing. Elbow length gloves, knee length boots, and then just brown trousers and a very plain looking kind of beige shirt.
Any arms, armor that are visible at all?
Oh yeah, the only armor that'd be visible is just kind of a. It looks like a breastplate covered, or it looks like a leather breastplate. And over one shoulder is slung a messenger bag that just kind of leans, just kind of lets hang to the side. And over the right shoulder is slung a long arm, or a rifle.
So rifles are a thing in this world. They were made by the dwarves, as you might expect. Not the most common weapon for anybody to be carrying around, but once again, not something that would be totally foreign. But your average person in a town is not going to be, your average guard aren't going to be carrying around rifles because they are complicated to maintain, complicated to use, and require special training.
Would you say that like rifles are more expensive of an equipment piece?
Yeah, for sure. It's a
Okay.
complicated piece of machinery. Be more expensive. Get in any tavern. I'm sure as soon as you walked in, there's probably a few discussions that have started between two people arguing about which is superior, firearms or your old fangled bows. Somebody's probably arguing about crossbows being, and then they're like, shut up, crossbows, whatever.
The adults are talking.
I see him walk in. So I'm watching the door like a hawk, and I lean a little bit towards Ryland, and I'm like, "Do you think that's whoever we're meeting?"
I'll
It's
like
one of
pause.
those Warforged.
Yeah, I'll pause and I'll look over and I'll be like, oh, I sure hope not. I hope that I hope they don't even serve their kind here.
Oh god, he's approaching.
Oh no.
I just sort of go, interesting tidbit there, Ryland, and I keep quiet.
Awkward.
Oh,
Awkward. Oh, he's going to the dwarf.
Yeah. So you walk over, the dwarf's obviously behind it. It's not noted here, but like there is a risen portion so that when he stands on it, he looks like average height looking over the bar.
Mhm.
So he's not having to stand on a stool, it's just a risen behind the bar, and he looks up at you, probably raises his brow, but he's not asking questions. He just looks at you and waits for you to say something.
wordlessly, I will just reach into my bag and, as discreetly as I can, flash him the missive.
Roll sleight of hand.
Okay.
Oh, baby.
Ooh.
18. Are we going to get another 18?
15.
Aw,
Aw.
Yeah, it's a pretty good number. 15's good. So, yep, so you kind of open the cloak a little bit with the missive kind of held behind it, so no one, as far as you can tell, that wouldn't be like looking over your shoulder would see it. And you can see the dwarf kind of gives you like a raised eyebrow, like, oh, you're doing the whole like, you ever see this symbol before around here, brother? And maybe normally he might wait for you to put like a gold on the bar for info, but no, he looks over to the corner where you can see this red-haired girl and this hobo sitting there, and kind of jerks his head there. If you're not saying anything, he's not going to say anything. He just jerks his head that direction to say like, yeah, go sit over there.
When I look over there and see them, I'm going to quirk my head slightly, and if I had eyes that could, they would narrow. But I will make my way there.
I just sort of raise
You
my
do
brow.
draw on your eyes at the guy from Hi-Fi Rush. Just draw the little narrowed eyebrows.
I just
Yeah.
raise my brow and sort of smirk and then slowly look at how Ryland is reacting to this.
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna.
Yeah, I will
As
sit
soon as
across
the-
from Ryland.
Small grin starting to grow on Syliefel.
As soon as the bartender like nods his head over to our table, I'll be like, oh, like I'll like put my head in my hands a little bit and be like, he's definitely coming this way, isn't he?
I sit across from Ryland, just hunker down, put my bag on the floor, lock fingers in front, and just stare at him.
Because you can't blink.
Yeah.
I'm gonna like look between Lystra and look between Gally and be like, so what brings you here, traveler? To Gally.
Do you know of the Watchlight?
God, you're gonna think you're the guy.
I'm
No.
like, I'm definitely, he says that, and I look to Ryland, and I'm like, like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll be like, I was hoping that maybe we'd find them here. I suppose you got a missive?
Yes. And you?
Hmm.
That
Yeah.
would be why we're sitting at this table.
I don't know if this
I like
table
that.
is the watchlight, but it looks like we're all here for the same reason.
This is the
Why
table.
would this table be the Watchlight?
There's a light behind us. Maybe that's the watchlight.
We are watching the tavern where there is a light. Lystra's totally like smirking like this. She's very amused by this conversation right now.
Gally
She just-
leans back in his chair and just kind of contemplatively quirks his head to the side.
I'm gonna like let the awkward silence sit for a little bit, and then Ryland will get up and walk over to the barkeep and being like, "So what kind of drinks do you guys serve here?"
Lystra's
As
gonna
you-
tilt her head back and be like, I want a drink too.
As you're getting your drinks, they sell ale, they sell wine if you're the fancy type.
Mm.
They sell something called fire cider here, which is a alcoholic cider with a very strong cinnamon whiskey taste to it. It's kind of
Is
a
there
local
anything-
specialty.
Oh, it's a local specialty. That's what
Yeah.
I'm looking for.
All right,
I
So-
will definitely get one of those.
it's just like a copper for like a mug of it.
Gotcha.
I
Um,
love the awkward beginning already. It's great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
And
call
it is-
over.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'll call over to Lystra. Anything specific you want to drink?
I'll have whatever you're having.
All right, 2 of those, and then I'll turn back to like place my order and pick up these drinks, and then I'll pause, and I'll slowly turn back to look at Gally, and I'll be like, "Do you drink?"
Do you consume?
Period.
I do not.
Okay. And I'll
That's
place
weird.
yeah. I'll get 2 of those fire.
Okay, you
spirits.
bring it back. And as you're walking back, there's a bit of a clatter from the kitchen area. And while there's not one on here because I didn't put one, there is a service exit. And out from the kitchen after a few seconds steps an elf who came in through the wrong entrance on accident, but just kind of like whatever. I'm going out to this bar and yeah, Laura, what do they see as you just walk out of the kitchen like it ain't no thing?
So as I exit from the kitchen, kind of like back talking a chef or whomever is there, just like, shut the fuck up. As I entered through here, you see a tall, lean-built elf.
How tall is everyone?
I'm 6'2".
6 foot.
5'2".
I'm 5'10".
Sealy?
I said it. I said it very fast. I said it very fast.
Oh,
Say
don't
it
think
slower
anybody
for
heard
the
you.
say it slower for chat.
5'2".
Okay.
5'2" looks maybe like more like 4. Oh, yeah.
Shut up.
All right, sorry to interrupt. Continue your description. The tall elf, tallest of all four of you walked out of the kitchen.
So you see this tall, lean-built elf. She's wearing mostly black clothes, but each piece of her black clothing has either a trim of very clean, very gold adornment on there. It's not like gold, like actual gold. It's like more of gold fabric, you know? She has 2 piercings on her bottom lip and then 2 piercings in the bridge of her nose to kind of just because she wants to. And she has dark brown hair and yellow, like bright yellow streaks in her hair just to kind of go with the whole motif she's working with. She is still, she doesn't have necessarily a weapon. She has a quarterstaff on her back, kind of like slung around. And she's wearing these gauntlets that are sort of, they don't look ratty, but they do have lots of dents and scrapes on them. So they have been well used and well taken care for. But there is some wear and tear that just can't be, taken out because, if you hit a gauntlet with a sword, there's going to be a scratch in there for a while unless you get it wholly completely remade, and she's clearly not done that. So she's wearing those. Maybe some cuts here and there, but yeah, she's basically just ready to just kind of do whatever she needs to as she walks out.
And when you walk out, do you head to the bar? You said. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't quite hear at
Yeah.
the end. Okay, I think you should be able to move. I gave you control over the thing.
I do not have control of my character thing.
My God. It says you have control.
I do now.
There you go.
Hey.
Woo! Boo 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 boo.
She walks over and once again doesn't seem too perturbed that you walk through the kitchen. You're probably not the only one that comes in the wrong door and gets yelled at by the half orc chef back there who's cooking up a storm.
Yeah, me and him got really well acquainted real quick.
So he looks up. He's like, "You eating? You drinking? What's your business?"
Well, first off, I want to drink. What's your strongest thing you have at this establishment? At
He
this
tilts
bar?
his head. He's like, "Lady, this is a dwarven establishment. You sure? You sure that's what you want?"
Yeah, I'm sure. How much is it? Just give me a pint. Give me whatever.
It'll be a silver. And he digs below the bar and pulls out a bottle and pours you a healthy side mug. He's not going to be stingy with it.
It's like a Big Daddy mug essentially.
Yeah, and it smells strong just from him pouring it. And you imagine like if alcohol would like naturally like steam, this probably would be steaming if it could.
Ooh.
Ooh.
And
Okay.
it is a deep amber with a slight red tint to it as he pours it out.
Okay. Cool.
And he basically, as he takes your silver, he's like, whatever you do under the influence is still your business. So don't act like a fool.
No, don't worry. I'm not acting like film. Here on official business actually, and I just hand him the letters. Like, hey, I got this. Where do I go?
He takes the letter, looks it over, even though he probably knows exactly what's on it. He's gonna put up the farce and hands it back to you and just points one meaty finger over to the corner where the 3 others are sitting.
Thanks, man. I slide him a silver on his own, and then I pay for the
Nice.
drink as well.
All right, you can take it back. So as you guys over the table are sipping your drinks, the side's really good. It's very, very cinnamony, very spice, very cidery. A little bit of a kick, but it's one of those drinks you're like, this is dangerous because like it's a dwarf. I know there's a lot in here and I don't taste it.
Ooh.
Perfect.
And then this very tall elf walks over. Does she have in your
Welcome.
picture the kind of chest carvings? Like, is that how she's dressed? Just going out in town normally?
Yeah.
Okay, just wondering.
Yeah,
Booba.
she's showing a lot of skin, but it's because of her profession. She doesn't really necessarily need armor. She doesn't need like, anything really covering. She's pretty used to the elements at
Whole
this
body's a
point.
deadly weapon, so the more you
Yeah,
uncover,
exactly.
the more
Her
deadly it
body
is,
is a
right?
lethal weapon. Yeah, exactly. So,
Okay.
are you guys here for the same thing, or are you who I am meeting here?
Welcome.
The welcome.
Seems like we're all here for the same purpose,
Watchlight.
but none of us are the deliverers, I suppose.
This table, maybe.
What is
So
the
what
table
who
now?
summoned us here?
Pardon?
There's a table with the thing that called us here.
Not to any of
works.
our knowledge.
Lystra just sighs and just sort of like rubs her temple, like, oh no, this is gonna be
No.
it. Oh no.
And Yellow, we're all Constitution check for me as you drink your drink.
For me?
Yeah, do a Constitution saving throw.
For sure.
Ooh.
Fun.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
I don't know. I don't know what you guys are expecting is gonna happen if she
Natty
fails,
one.
but
Natty one.
Explodes.
I hear the watch like face down on the table immediately.
Hi guys. Dunk.
Like, well, who's gonna carry her? Ooh.
6. So you're gonna feel it pretty quick. So you'll feel the effects of it. You're not gonna like pass out on your foot, but this is you take a drink of it. It's got flavor. It's not just rubbing alcohol, but this is meant to get a dwarf drunk with
Okay.
a cup or two. Pretty good.
Oh, is it good?
Do you look like you're enjoying the drink?
Is that what is your con, by the way? So that's a D20.
That's my con's. I have +2, so it's an 8.
Okay, yeah.
My
You're fine.
constitution's at 15.
You can handle it. It's just gonna get you drunk if you drink too much of it.
Does
Much-
I got
Yalora
it.
look like Yalora? Do you look like you're enjoying the drink, or after that sip, you do look like you're in pain?
I'm not enjoying it though. I can't. It's strong. I like my drinks more flavorful, but I was expecting more flavor than strong.
Lystra, if Lystra sees Yalora looking in pain, she will slowly, like with her finger, pushes her mug and is like, "You can have mine if you want. It tastes pretty good."
Oh, I thank you. Yalora's
Yeah.
gonna quickly like grab the top of her mug and just pull it over and take a nice big swig. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, it's delicious.
Lystra nods, like, "Yes, you're welcome."
Yeah, I'll look over and be like, it's pretty good stuff. Local specialty, I hear.
No,
And,
local.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing the things you can do if you band together and, try to make something. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yes, I know what you're
This
saying,
again.
Ryland. You've been saying it quite often.
I turn to Ryland.
Are
What
you?
exactly are we making?
Yeah, Riley, sir, are you insane? Are you crazy?
I'm just
Yalora's
saying.
gesturing over at Ryland, just like kind of like befuddled that the man would just drop that.
Drop that in the middle. Yeah, and I'll be like, listen, I'm just saying, we don't know each other, but it looks like there's a
My
chance
name
we
is
might
Gally.
be working together soon. Okay.
I'll put my hand out to shake
Lystra
Ryland.
just laugh. Lystra doesn't really laugh, but she does a like, "Oh my God, this is
I'll like look at Gally's hand and I'll like slowly reach mine out and I'll be like, Riley.
Visibly shuddering.
Yeah, and I'll
Oh,
I'll give it a shake. But
Gally. Give him a firm handshake and a nod. Then I'll turn towards Yellow. Hand out, do the same.
Yalora's gonna give you her drink. He's like, here, drink up, Tin Man.
I'm incapable.
Have you tried?
Yes.
Try again. I don't want to drink it.
I just look down at the mug, and my head just slowly turns between Ryland and Lystra. Just
We're all
I'm
staring.
gonna
staring
yeah, I'm
to see
gonna
if he
keep
drinks
looking
it.
at
I'm
Gally,
staring to see
being
if he'll
like,
actually try to drink
well,
it.
As
Well,
Galley ponders this, Rylan and Lystra, and I guess Yalor, if you're looking around, you can see from the back, I forgot how to ping, but that back left door,
click and hold.
right back there, opens up and an individual walks out. looks over towards your table and very obviously is walking over to you guys. He is
Oh, thank God.
appears to be a human. From what you can see, his head's uncovered, so no like pointed ears, no other facial features that was just anything else. He's got what's probably longish black hair, long as in like maybe to the upper shoulders, but it's tied back in a pretty neat ponytail.
Is he clean?
He's very clean. He's thin but not malnourished. Probably someone that takes care of himself, but probably works a desk job somewhere if he has a job.
I was gonna say, does he look like he's wealthy by what he's wearing, or is it just like average garb?
Not wealthy, but well dressed. So he is dressed in a nice set of trousers, polished shoes, a undershirt, and like a vest over top of it with like a not a tie. They don't wear ties, and not like a ruff like he's like Middle English, but like a neck chief kind of on it, kind of tucked into the
Well, he looks like he gets
into the
paid
vest. He
fairly
looks like he
decent.
gets paid. Yeah, he's holding down a good job.
Okay.
As he walks over, he pulls out like a pocket watch from his watch, like checks the time, gives it a shut, puts it back into his vest, walks over and looks over y'all and asks, "Are you all here for the watchlight?"
And why
Yes.
indeedy we are, yes.
Could I interest you in a drink? And I hold out the mug that was given to me.
He takes it and he takes a sniff and immediately looks like his skeleton tries to turn around backwards in his body and he puts it back on the table and is like, no, thank you. That's very kind of you, but I try not to drink much of what's here. That doesn't sit well with me. Fire cider's delicious though. Have you tried that?
I have not.
I'll offer him my cup.
If you
I
can,
have some
you
if
should.
he wants some.
For Galley or this guy?
For this guy.
Yeah, he picks it up and he doesn't seem afraid to drink from a mug that's been drinking from. Gives it a sigh, kind of a warming. It's autumn out right now, so it's getting a little chill sometimes. It's a very warming drink to have. He sets it back down and he says, "My name is Malkuth Vern. I'm here to be your contact. If you'd follow me, I have one of the offices in the back rented out for the meeting we're gonna have. I was told to expect 4, so I think you're all here. So you can follow me if you'd like." And he'll turn and walk a few steps, turn back to make sure you're following him, and do you guys get up and follow him?
Yep.
Yes,
I'll follow
sir.
right behind.
All right, so you walk into the back.
Oh gosh,
What?
I'm just
You excited about the back?
Move our tokens.
Yeah, so the back there is a hallway. As you can see, that's revealed. There's a stairwell that probably goes up to rooms upstairs. This is also an inn. And he's going to lead you guys. Oh, I didn't reveal it. I obscured.
He leads us into the void.
There you
go.
Bye.
Into the
We're just
dark.
all nowhere.
And then he leads you back into this room.
Ooh.
Obviously, these are rented rooms, but he looks like, obviously, this is somebody, when he rents a room to work in, he kind of moves in. So the table has obviously been set up. There's like an inkwell, a quill, a lamp on it, some parchment. There's a little table he probably moved to the side that has some more books, some more information on that for him to be referencing.
Hey, Aelfrik, can I do a perception check and see if anybody in the bar is watching us as we leave?
Yeah, you can. Roll perception.
Ooh.
What do you add to that? Oh yeah, just type in what the actual result is. That's good.
If you do your roll, by the way, and put a plus, you can put the plus and whatever modifier you have, and it'll add it for you. Just so you know.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So it's just flat 13 with your mod?
No. 15.
15. Okay. Some people are watching you. You guys are, you're interesting looking to some extent, especially Galley, and you guys are moving, so people are watching you, but this table... You said I hold the ping?
Yep.
Yeah.
Click and hold.
There you go. 4 guys sitting around this table seem like they're watching you guys go back there more than just kind of in passing interest.
More like more attentively, like checking.
Yeah, not
everything.
like hostile, not like grabbing their daggers, like, oh, we're gonna go rob these guys, but like they're watching you go back, like they know you're gonna have a meeting, and maybe they're interested in what's gonna happen back there.
And they like her
Gotcha,
boobs.
gotcha.
Yeah. So he goes behind the desk, he pulls it out. There's a coat rack somewhere in the corner. It's got a nice long black coat that's probably suitable for the weather that he puts over everything. It will look very dapper in if he was wearing it. And he sits down at the desk and gestures, please have a seat if you'd like. If you'd like to stand, that's fine. So we can discuss.
I'm gonna put
I'll
myself
stand.
on the wall because Lithra would stand by the door, sort of leaning against it, but like very like comfortable lean. You know what I mean? Not like a I'm uptight, but more like just feels more comfortable with a wall to her back.
And Gal, you stand like, are you like T-posing in the corner, or what are you doing?
No, I'm just standing parallel, so I have the door and desk in my vision.
And you guys, Yalor and Ryland, how are you
So
He brought
Yalora's
these 4
gonna
chairs
enter
here
the
like,
room and
for you
kinda, like,
guys. It's very nice of them.
lean over on the desk and put one of her hands like on her hip, and then like the other one kind of like firmly on the desk, just kind of waiting for things to start. Like
You're kind of leaning over the desk towards him.
kind of, yeah, kind of like casually leaning over, you know,
Yeah,
resting my weight on my hand, essentially.
And Ryland,
and
are you,
Ryland will be basically he wants to keep the door as well as this person in sight as well, and he realizes that he's kind of mirroring Galley's motions, and he will like change pose to like look like he's not doing the same thing that Galley's doing.
So Malka looks around at these 4 people. He has 4 chairs laid out, and none of them are using the chairs. They're all in various positions of like watchfulness, and he's like, "Well, I can see you are all some very experienced adventurers, keeping an eye out. That's I'm assuming that's good for the business that we are now engaged in." He kind of looks up because the Yalor is 6 foot whatever 12 and is leaning over the table at him and kind of gives a nod like, "Yes, it's good to see you right there, much taller than I am," as he sits down.
I'm not trying to intimidate you, dude. I just don't like sitting down.
No, it's perfectly fine. Well, what do you all know about the reason you're here? The Watchlight is never very descriptive in their writings, but I would like to know, like, what did they tell you so that I'm not reiterating too much.
Lissar would speak up and go, assuming others' messages were similar to mine, there's a job to be done, and the price or what we get paid is negotiable. That's pretty much it.
He looks around to see if anyone else is nodding or verifying or adding, like, no, I got the whole breakdown or anything like that.
I'll nod as well.
Y'all agree? I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, Ryland will nod and he'll be like, "I've heard the Watchlight offers good work, and I'm not one to turn down good work."
So you've heard of them before. That's rare. I don't usually find people who've heard much about them. But yeah, so
Only
they've
in passing,
told you
yeah.
basically nothing, which is par for the course. Well, I am a contact for the Watchlight. I do not necessarily work officially for the organization. I'm something of a handler or a ranger in this town, and I do have the details. So before I begin, if any of you are opposed to the idea of taking something that might not necessarily belong to you, I would like to know now, because I do not want to implicate anyone here, and there's still time to walk out before we begin.
Yalora's gonna look back to see if anybody's like has any wavering thoughts. And she's gonna tell him like, "No, I'm ready for this. Yeah, let's go."
Ryland will look directly at him and be like, I'll need to hear more details about this first, if that's all right with you."
Well, as long as you're not opposed from the beginning, I can. I'm assuming Lister and Galley, any reaction or appall?
Just a dead stare forward at him.
Lister just clutches her pearls. My word, no. She shrugs and is sort of like the continue. Let's hear it. She doesn't say that.
You kind of get stuck on Galley for a second because like you expect like a blink or a nod, and he gets none before you realize he's staring and he's a warforged. So he's like, sorry. Well, as you might, well, maybe you don't know, maybe you do, sir. Well, to get names eventually, I gave you my name. I don't think I asked yours, but the Watchlight tries to protect people. There's information, there's items, there's materials out there that are dangerous in the wrong hands. And my understanding, hence why I accepted the position to do this job, is that they secure these things and secure them in a way that no one can access them, or only the people they deem worthy can access, which admittedly, we have to be trusting them to some extent, but I've yet to see a negative outcome, and so I tend to trust their judgment. The few times I do know they have been involved, the outcome when things did not work out as they should was rather grim. So, moving on, there is a force line coming into town in about 5 to 7 days, depending on how their travels go. And on this force line, coming from a dig site to the west, there is a tome, I'm told, a book of some sort, and that is what we are meant to retrieve. It'll be coming into town. It'll be staying for about a day, and then moving on towards Archive, which is the main city of Alcadius. You guys would know this. Archive is where the Archive Keep was, where that monastery began. It's a huge library now that the monks still run. They don't really have a say in the government, but they still run it, and that's where a lot of the stuff that people find, dig up, retrieve here is transported. So This was something obviously that was found out in a dig site in some kind of expedition and it's being transported back to the keep. And he pauses, because that's some significant information about the job is, to see if anyone has a comment, a question, a reaction to that.
Do we know exactly what this tome entails?
We don't.
Why it is dangerous?
We don't. I'm told it has some manner of magical power that if it falls in the wrong hands could be used to wreak some form of havoc. I'm not sure if it's a powerful spell, some kind of powerful ritual, some kind of foul magic that can really only be used for harm. If the Watchlight wants it, I can assure you if it's misused, the consequences would be dire. And as you all know, if anything goes to the archive keep, basically if you have the money or you have something to donate to the keep or you can make a deal with the monks, you can access it. They're all about knowledge. They don't restrict what they give out. You come into the keep, you find what you want. So if this book gets there, somebody could read it, assuming it doesn't blow up when it's opened for the first time. And he looks around and if there's any other questions, probing
Laura's gonna
questions,
sit
anything.
down in the chair and just kind of like look back at everybody.
He looks a little relieved that you're sitting down now.
Yeah, Ryland will walk up and also take a seat.
Oh, we're making
And-
progress. Good.
Yeah. I'll look at him and what is his name again?
Malkith. Malkith Vernon
Mal-
is his last name.
Malkith, okay. Yeah, I'll look at him and I'll say, well, sounds like a good job, but why'd we specifically get chosen? As far
I
as
don't know.
No idea. I see. Okay.
The Watchlight chooses their agents. Some believe that if you never worked for them before, some believe this might be some form of an initiation or a trial. Obviously, they believe you four are able to handle this job, but sometimes if a job's well done, the Watchlight will reach out with a more significant arrangement.
I see. And you're not aware as to how they found any of us or any of
It-
that information?
To be honest, I've only been a handler for a few jobs so far. I'm still waiting. I fully intend to join the organization if it is actually an organization, if they let me, but I'm not too far removed from this than you are. I have the details of the job, and it's my job to help facilitate what you need for the job.
And in your experience, you find it is worth the work for the gold? Or do you think it's worth the work for the work that is being done?
I think it's worth the work for the good that's done. As I said, I've seen some bad outcomes in the jobs I know of that did not work out well. It can be well worth the gold. It can be well worth anything. Part of my job is to negotiate your fee. If gold is what you want, we can make that happen. But any form of payment is on the board if it's something that I believe that they can arrange for us.
I'll look around at everyone behind me and be like, any form of payment? Like, what does that mean? But not in like that tone. I'll be like, okay, well I'll turn back at him and I'll be like, well, let's talk gold then.
Well, Lister also perks up, and if Ryland started talking, she sort of like raises her voice a little bit. She's like, what influence do they have over the guard?
The guard of Valoran, or
Yes,
of where?
the Valoran.
You're talking about this town?
Yeah.
He looks up. He says they don't have any direct influence that I'm aware of. However, if there's some issue you have with the guard, I'm fairly certain that they can manage something, depending on what it might be.
If I would like something liberated, they might be able to pull some strings.
Person or object?
Person.
Yes, I believe they could arrange that. I could probably arrange that. I work as a magistrate's aide during my normal business, so that's something I could probably arrange for you if they wish me to.
I'll do it. I'm in.
Wonderful.
I'm more in the market for information. How
I'll just-
well
I'll-
connected
I'll
would you
just-
say their networks are?
I'll just put this out there. I'm perfectly fine doing the back and forth, but if there's something specific you want, you could just lead with that. If in terms of information, just something you're looking for.
I'm looking for information on necromancers.
Lister like looks so like she's very muted, but like she not muted at this point. She like raises her eyebrow and looks at him like, oh, but she doesn't say anything. Just looks at the Warforged like,
Go
Yeah,
on.
I too will
This-
have a similar reaction of like, excuse me?
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
can we all like three like look over like I'm
Cool.
sorry?
The skeletal figure narrating your events. It kind of pulls the hood down in the corner so no one looks at him. Yeah, Malka looks at you. Absolutely. Is there a specific necromancer, or are you the sort that's just interested in that art for a hobby, for vengeance, for what's the interest we're looking in here?
I'm just looking for any practitioner.
Absolutely. Just if you're looking for practitioners, we could guide you to them.
Lovely.
I would likely suggest that if they are sanctioned practitioners, you act with some manner of restraint, but certainly there are plenty that are not, if that's your interest.
It is. I'm in.
Ah. So, Ryland, he looks at you and said, so you mentioned gold?
Yeah, and I'll be like,
How much would be
Do you
to
know
your
if they
interest?
have- I'll ask, do you know if they have any artifacts, access to any artifacts that I could acquire? Perhaps armor of some sort? Like, nice armor?
Bedazzled armor.
That it looks like he's
Pretty
like,
armor?
well-crafted armor,
Well-crafted,
magical
perhaps?
armor.
A little polish.
Yeah, I mean,
Trying to see. He's trying to like subtly be like, are you just looking for a nice set of armor? Should I even mention magic, or like, are you looking for magic armor? And I shouldn't. You know, how lowball can I offer you armor,
Lowball.
basically?
yeah, I'll be like, something nice. Maybe elven and magic.
Yes.
Laura clutches her gauntlets, just kind of like pulling them back
If
a
you
little
have-
bit.
If you have specific,
crosses her arms.
so more specific at some point as to what magic, but yes, an item, an elvish suit of magical armor is well within the Watchlight's reach.
I don't have anything specific in mind, but that's good enough for me.
Wonderful. Looks at you, Laura.
I want gold in my gauntlets fixed. She takes off one of her gauntlets and drops it on the table. It makes a loud like thump, like it sounds way heavier than it looks. This is a gift. I want it as good as new, but back to me.
What's wrong with it? Is it visibly damaged if he looks at it?
It's not visibly. There's nicks, scrapes. I can't fix them, but it's clean. I just can't fix it. I don't know how to fix it.
Yeah, he takes a look at it. He looks up at you and he's like, "Is it magical?"
Yes, it is magical. Yes.
I see. Yeah, there should not be a problem to have a magical set of gauntlets repaired here. And you mentioned gold as well. Is there a certain amount you're considering?
Yalor kind of looks dumbfounded. How about 500 gold?
500. He shovels a few pieces of paper. He's kind of looking around. You guys can all roll insight if you'd like.
Yay, another
I'll
roll
roll
for
an
me to
insight on that.
fail at.
I'm sorry that you rolled a 1 to start with.
It's fine. I'm used to it.
Hey, 17. Hey, 13.
Whoa!
Oh,
Whoa, nat
Whoa.
20. Let's
That's
go.
what jokes, huh?
You have a 6 modifier to insight? That's crazy.
I am very insightful.
It's wisdom, right?
Holy crap.
Yep.
I rolled a 10, Aelfrik, by the way.
Is that your total?
Yeah.
Why is that your 10? Why isn't your picture showing up anymore for that?
I
It's
don't know.
because she was the most previous chatter.
Oh, it's the
Oh,
same.
yeah.
She's still rolling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was last to roll, I think.
All right. So everyone that rolled all of you guys, even Laura can tell. He's looking through like he's looking for like items and stuff. But she said 500, and he's like, yeah, that's easy. That's like, he feels like that's a low ball. So he's kind of making a scene of it, like, oh, I don't know about it. But then he looks up and says, yeah, 500 in repair of your magical gauntlets. That's reasonable.
Can I'll like pause him right there and be like, wait, I feel like we've glossed over an important detail. What kind of resistance are we expecting on this? Can I call it a heist?
You can call it heist if you want.
Endeavor.
Yeah, endeavor.
He looks up and says, well, we can move on to that, but are we in agreement with prices and willingness to do the job before I give more details?
Lysra speaks
Feel-
because 500 is too low, Darlene. You should be asking for more. She's speaking to Yellor with that.
Yalora's gonna like put on her gauntlet again and just look back. It's like, I'm fine with 500. I don't need more than that.
Why don't you say 1,000 then, and I'll take the 500 you don't want.
All right. Yulor stands back up, crosses her arms, and looks down at the dude, and he's like, 1,000 gold.
Roll intimidate.
Okay.
Ooh.
Let's go.
I'm checking my intimidation. Oh man.
Oh.
Intimidate's strength, right?
Charisma.
Charisma.
Ah, it's charisma.
I believe in the heart of the dice. That's pretty
12.
Ooh.
good. Whoa, come on.
1 second.
She is tall.
Could
So
I
he
also
just-
add that, like, as she leans up and presses her hand on the desk with the gauntlet on, the wood like creaks and like buckles almost under the gauntlet.
He raised his hand. He's like, I'm renting the room. Please don't destroy anything. It's a rental.
It's a rental.
It's a rent.
You are intimidating with a 12. Like, 12 of intimidation is not nothing. You can probably tell, like, for a guy that's obviously like a clerk, he said he's like a magistrate aide, so he's very practiced in law. Like, he's probably not as intimidated as he should be, which might hint at something. But he does look up at you, and you can see, like, he's like, I don't want that gauntlet in my face. And so he looks to you and Lister, and he says, if I offer 1,000, does that conclude the negotiations? Then would that be settled at that point?
1,200.
I could do 1,000.
You can do 1,200.
Is gold
Like
really that
1,200.
important?
I mean, if the red-haired lady wants more money, I can try and get more money.
I'm fine with 1,000, darling.
All right.
He says,
fine,
I can do 1,000, and I can also offer a boon that's well worth more than 200 gold if you do this job well. A magical boon
For her or for all of us?
for all of you, if that will settle things.
Ooh.
On top of what I've already requested, of course.
Yes.
Sure.
All right.
Lissa
I'm
right
fine
now
with
looks
that.
like sort of a little bit like, not haughty, but like her stance is a little bit like someone who got their cake and they got to eat it, like sort of, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, these are not like huge asks, but these are for first time meeting this guy asking, like, either one, there's tons of resources at play here, or two, like, maybe they're trying to impress, this Watchlight group's trying to impress you guys with, like, yes, we can do these things you ask us. Pretty easy. You don't have any proof that they can do it. I mean, other than Rylan, like, you only have this guy's word that they do this thing, but they're being pretty generous for a first time group of people coming in.
Yeah.
And then Lissa
But you
knows
but you
about
also
the-
aren't feeling any obvious faults with this guy's not just like a slimy used car salesman. He seems pretty genuine.
Well, and Lissa already remembered, because, correct me if I'm wrong, Ryland, but you already told Lissa, like, the little bits you heard about the Watchlight before they even met him, so.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, and he would have heard this all the way in Istvan, which is like the east of the Ravage, like very far away. So
Okay, yeah.
these are not just some local, we have a cool name kind of guys.
We have a cool
We
name.
have a cool name. Wow.
Right. So if it's settled, then he will produce some sheets of paper. No contracts are being signed or anything like that. So he's producing some paper to kind of look at it. And he says, well, there's some options we have here then.
Wait, can I pause him before he moves on to this next step?
How do you pause him?
I'll be
Press
like,
the button.
you've made us a lot of promises, but
As you start talking, he kind of like lowers his sheaths because he was about to like launch into his like, I got this prepared to do my work. And he's just like,
He practiced in front of a
Yeah.
mirror.
go ahead.
yeah, I'll
Continue.
forgive my
Yes, sir.
interruption.
Yes, sir.
You've made us a lot of promises, but as we're talking about exchanges of goods, how about something a little upfront to cover operation costs? Maybe 150
can-
gold each?
I can extend you all a line of credit for 200 gold
Yeah.
to be spent on items for this process, for this heist. He calls it a heist, for this heist. And I'll expect some form of, like, if you use this money, like, you need to bring some form of, not a receipt, like, no one's printing out receipts, but, like, you gotta show me what you're buying with this money. 200 gold each for expenses on this journey. Would that be a goodwill enough extension?
Works for me.
Thus the nods.
All right. So he gets ready, he
Nods.
looks around one more time.
I know
Okay.
as well.
Yulor nods.
Everyone's nodding good. This is Final Fantasy 14.
Yep.
He says, So there's a few options as to how you can approach. I'm not going to decide how you do it. You can go a different option, but I've worked this through a little bit, and I see 2 openings for us to make on this force line. So when it arrives, we have the option it will stay in the city for about a day, loading, unloading, all that before it moves on. You can try to make your move then. The tome is going to be on board. In addition to the guard for the town. What's that?
Do you know what car it's in?
I don't. We don't know which car it's in. There'll be 4 to 5 cars is typical for a force line. It'll be in one of those cars, not the first or the last one, the first one will have the mage that controls the force line, and the last will have the captain of the keep guard that travels with the horse line, kind of monitoring things.
You don't know about the tome. Do you know anything about it? As what it looks like?
I know nothing about what it looks like. The only item that I would have gotten to, if I got through my work here that I've prepared, would be that it was recommended to me to suggest to you that you should not open it.
So how are we going to differentiate this tome from other tomes?
Because we know what it's being stored in.
Gotcha.
Ooh.
That is.
May I get there?
So sorry. Continue.
No. It's fine.
We're just so eager for this work.
I can tell by the tone of dismissal in your voice. While it's in town, basically, I can go through the speech. Basically, while it's in town, the station itself will be guarded by the guard from the town, which is your typical kind of guard. They're not like special forces, but there's enough of them. They'll be guarding it because the force line is well protected. It's got a lot of stuff on value on board, so they'll guard the station, and then the actual train itself will be guarded by a keep guard unit, which is sent by the archive keep, and they are tough shit. And it's usually 2 sergeants, at least 8 guards, and then the force line mage, which is a mage that's primary purpose is to kind of maintain the magic that's driving the force line. So they are not like combat trained, but they're a mage. They got some spells. You gotta think about that. So he looks up and says, so one option would be to make your move while it's here, not moving. The other option, after it leaves, it goes through some relatively secluded areas. If you could find a way to stop it or board it along the way, you would not have to deal with the local guard. However, while it's here, the keep guard would probably be stationed around the train. While it's moving, they'll be actually on the train. Therefore, you might have some more issues kind of with direct confrontation in that case. My suggestions, obviously you're free to make your own plans. I'm here to facilitate. And to your question about what it's in, that actually is a issue, because this job comes with a little preparatory work that you will also be required to do. The home will be transported in a safe. It will be bolted to the floor of the force line, and it is a special safe that is built by a Jesric Thane. Have you ever heard of him? You guys can roll intelligence and see if you ever heard this name before.
Just pure.
Are any of you from this region, Alcadius?
No.
I've been in it for like a month, but not from it.
So no,
I've
okay.
probably traveled
No idea.
through here once or twice.
But none of you are from this area locally, like you live here.
No.
All right, then everyone makes a flat int roll.
Flat end. Alright.
Fuck.
Like little womp.
So Celia and Galley, you've heard of this. Celia maybe in your months here, Galley maybe because you are a clockwork creature, but Jesric Thane is within Alcadia is a relatively well-known and famous engineer, inventor, who's known for his clockwork kind of contraptions and work that many people think are enchanted because of the things they can do, but he insists in investigation and at the various fairs, like they do a lot of like symposiums and stuff in this kingdom, like that they're just clockwork, they're just pretty fantastical.
Oh wow.
And Malcolm looks up and says he has made a safe that this is being traveled, and all the force lines use his work nowadays, and it's a safe that requires 2 things. It requires a key, and it requires a passcode. Now the passcode is something that I could get. I have enough context, I believe I can get that. The issue is the key, which is what the job is for preliminarily. So any questions about the force line so far before I go to the work you're going to need to do before it actually gets here?
I have a question, but not in character.
Yeah.
With the force line, because we traveled in, so we got glimpses of it. Is there like parts on the. You said it's on like a rail and it hovers. So
Yep.
there are gaps then where between like Alarin, the city, and when it leaves, between going into the next place, sort of like trains on a track where there's like countryside.
Yeah, that's what he implied. He's basically saying like in his opinion, you could strike it while it's stopped here, in which case it's not a moving vehicle, which is obviously an issue.
Mhm.
But you're going to go through like the city guard and then the actual train guard that are guarding it.
Mhm.
Or between here and the city of Archive, there's plenty of countryside. If you guys could stop it or board it in some way, you wouldn't have to deal with all the city guard and infiltrating the actual station. Issue at that point is that all the people that are guarding the train are going to be actually on the train, not like outside of it patrolling, things like that.
Okay. How are the tracks for it like modern train track style, or are they more fortified?
So that is basically like 4 parallel metal rails, nothing connecting them. They are kind of inscribed with runes. The force lines themselves are very broad. They're like 25 to 30 feet wide. They're big honking things
okay, wow.
because there's only 2 of them for the whole, kingdom, so they made them big. And so they're just 4 rails that are the furthest 2 about 30 to 25 feet apart, and they just run straight, and the force line travels on top of those,
And it's like
not
ground
touching
level?
them. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
And
I have a
how
question
fast?
out of character as well.
Yep.
Would somebody be able to fit? How much space is between the actual train itself and like the ground as it's hovering?
If you're laying on the ground between the rails, it could pass over you, and you could reach up, like maybe like half of your arm length before you would actually be touching the train. If you're laying on the rails, the train's gonna turn you into paste.
Okay.
And once
you
it
know
gets moving about a little, maybe as fast or a little bit faster than a normal human could run.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, that's right. It doesn't go that fast.
All right, cool.
So he's asking anything you want to know about the actual train or the heist before I tell you that, hey, by the way, you got to do a job before the job.
Are there any guards that travel with the train?
Yeah, those keep guard, kind of at least 2 sergeants, at least 8 guards, and the mage are always with the train. Yeah, and when it's in the station, there might be 1 or 2 on board, but they're going to be patrolling like basically the station like deck, and obviously if it's moving, they're all going to be on board somewhere.
Out of
Gotcha.
character again. These are all just good people doing their jobs, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are people hired that are trained and hired to protect these trains as they are going from place to place.
gotcha.
They're probably not all good people, but you won't know which ones are secretly assholes.
Right.
Yeah, right before the killing blow, you gotta ask.
Did you cheat on your wife? No. God damn it.
And if you yell non-lethal, I'm sure it's fine. So don't worry. About
Yeah.
it.
Non-lethal, bam.
Non-lethal. Smite.
Fine. Not lethal smite.
Oof.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anything else your character is going to ask for before moving away from the train for a second to like what you got to do first?
Wistra shakes her head and sort of makes like a flourishing go on gesture.
Can I actually? I'll pause before
Yeah.
that happens. I'll look around the room and be like, do any of you have experience with these force lines? Is that what they're called? Sorry.
Yep. Force line.
Force lines.
Absolutely not, but there's a first time for everything.
You might have seen one from a distance, Lithra, if you were here. They aren't always traveling, but from a distance, you might have seen this big honking 4 to 5, 30 feet wide metal cars apparently hovering across the landscape.
How
Once.
tall are these things?
I have a question out of character for Aelfrik, I guess.
Yeah, so Galley, the tall wise are about 10 to 20 yards tall.
Oh wow.
Think
They're
like a semi trailer, that kind of height,
Okay.
and then much wider, obviously. And which out of character you lower?
So since I'm not from here, but I am from like the big like like the mountain city, right?
Yeah, you're from so there's a kingdom where the dwarves and the elves long ago actually made an alliance. They actually get along in this world, and they made a kingdom to the northwest of the Ravage, and that's where you are from. Yes.
Yeah. So does the train stop there? Would I have any knowledge? Like
Nope. This
pre-existing
is just for Arcadius. So
Okay.
there's one kind of east to west across this kingdom, and one north to south, and it's just been built here. It'll probably be like it needs relatively flat land. It cannot manage the mountains. The magic wouldn't work as well up there.
Okay.
And also, like, putting these in would have been like a huge part of like the budget for the entire kingdom for the time they were put in. Like, these are expensive.
Alrighty.
It's a big flex.
Are there normally checkpoints on routes where, or
Like truck stops for a train.
yeah, effectively, or just like places where it's more heavily guarded outside of town?
Not so much. So they stop in certain towns. Between here and the archive, there isn't any planned stops, if you asked them that question.
Yeah.
No, mostly the way they're guarded. So there's no way to predict this, but the keep guard also patrols the train tracks. There would have been one sent ahead probably like a week before this train came in to make sure like none of the tracks were damaged, goblins didn't come like shit on them or something like that, and like make sure no one's messing with them. They're very resistant to damage, as a lot of enchanted items are. And so there's a chance that when it's cruising, you know, you guys might choose to hit at the perfectly wrong time where like a patrol's coming by, but that's like an infinitesimal, almost negligible chance that would happen to you guys.
All right.
And then it happens.
Then it happens.
Anything else?
No.
I'm good.
All right. So he looks up after answering these questions, and obviously his tone, he says, so the key would be on Bora, but it's going to be in a very secure spot, and I would not suggest that you try to additionally capture the key. What I would suggest is Jesric Thane lives right outside of Alurin. This is actually the town he lives in. And he's having a party tomorrow evening that
Yay.
would have been difficult to obtain invitations to. However, in the last week or so, he's expanded his repertoire. Either the rich people he wanted to invite to show off, or you know, his latest invention, whatever it might be, declined, or maybe he was looking for more attendees. So I may be able to secure you all invitations. Regardless, it would be the best time to go into his house and search for his master key, which he does have. And we could also show you a route that you might be able to approach the manor if you did not want to go in through official, formal means as well. But Jesric Thane does have a master key for the cases where, like, oh shit, we lost the real key, or oh shit, everyone that had the password died in a horrible heist train accident, you know, like something like that might happen. He has a master key that he can bring and basically unlock, along with the passphrase or something like that, any of his safes that he keeps on himself in his house somewhere.
So we
Yay.
have invitations to this.
He can get you invitations. He's basically saying, like, if you want to go in the front door, I think I can get you invitations. If you want to just, I think the party's the best time to do it because there's going to be a lot of people and people are going to be real busy. And he doesn't have like an army of guards. You could also come in, like, he lives a little bit out of town. You can come in through the side, get close, and try to infiltrate that way if you don't want to go in the front door.
The party could be promising. How hard would it be for all of us to blend in?
I think the three of us could blend in. I'm not 100% on you, Gally.
Why not?
I mean,
You stand out.
you stand out.
It's true.
I can blend in, no problem.
We could say you are just our bodyguard, though.
Still draws attention. Wouldn't be a
Malkus
good
speaks
idea.
up. He says that could be possible. There are enough warforgeds in town. Once again, these invitations to be extended to anyone of any type of influence. I could work some manner of identification that would probably pass muster. You would draw attention, sir. Not to say that anything amiss with you, but you are not common in these parts, if I can say that.
Fair.
Well,
But going through the front door would be possible. Once you're in, I can't speak for how much attention you might draw.
This Mr. Thane probably has what is something that rich people have? Oh, staff, right? Servants?
Yep, he has servants. He has a small number of personal guards that guard his estate. Probably no more than 5 or 6 at any one time guarding the grounds or the inside. Most will be inside during the party, obviously. Some cooks, some housekeepers, a groundskeeper, I imagine. Yes, he has staff.
You could have some of us try to infiltrate his staff if you have the strings to pull new hires for a sudden event, and the other part of us go in as invitees. Be good
He
to have
nods.
an eye on where he is.
There is a band being hired, I'm sure, but most of the time when one of these events is thrown, there's some temporary staff burden. That could be possible. Can you pass convincingly as a staff?
I would go in the parties.
I
and
could,
invite
yes.
you.
I would want to be invited.
He looks at you, Galleon. It's like, do you have a skill in homekeeping? Because he knows, he probably knows Warforged. Maybe you were a housekeeper before you decided to put a cloak on and look all
He
mysterious.
doesn't want to assume. He's like, I don't want to assume your
Yeah.
kind knows how to do
Like
housekeeping.
he's like you sound very confident, but you kind of sound like that constantly. He's interested. Like why would you say that?
I'm a competent chef.
He just kind of
I will
looks.
slightly puff my chest out when I say that.
And like Rylan, you guys all heard, like he said, like
Yeah.
I cannot drink.
Yeah, I'm gonna raise an eyebrow at that. Like,
That is outstanding, he says.
It's like you're like
I will-
Bender.
I will nod appreciatively, and it appears sincere.
So he said the party is tomorrow night. I've arranged for rooms here if you would like. Upstairs for the night. If there's anything else you'd like to know, now would be the time. Especially which route you'd like to take into the party, so I
You
can
say
get
the party
working on
was
that for you.
Tonight or
Tomorrow night.
tomorrow night? Okay.
I would like an invite to this party.
Very good.
Yes, I would like access to, or staff access.
Okay. You guys are gonna split the party and go in different ways.
At least for entrance, maybe. Could be easier. Or should I come in with all of you?
He didn't say that. That's DM saying you're gonna split the party. So
Well,
He
the
just-
party is
he's here to
usually
handle the guys.
paying.
Like he's gonna give you opinions if you want to, but when you tell him to try to get ready for you, he's here to facilitate you guys. You guys are the quote unquote experts at this.
Let's throw up.
Probably best if we go in all together.
yeah, I'll look at Gally and be like, maybe now's not the time to test your skills as a chef.
Perhaps. Oh,
He's waiting to hear what you guys want to do.
front door then?
Alright, Lysra pauses and she's like, well, I suppose we should all go, whatever we choose, yeah, we should all go together. It's harder to, unless some of you know magic, it'd be hard to communicate with someone who's in a completely different area.
And I'll shake my head.
What's
yeah.
what's the dude's name again?
Jezeric Thane.
Jezeric. Before we start, do you have any connections in town for sending stones or any sort of thing like that?
Is that not what our 200 up front was for? Incidental?
Well, I'm asking if he knows anybody in town that is selling any of them.
He shakes his head. He said that would be very, kind of a specialty item. There isn't like a sending stone store or anything like that. You might be able to find a
store.
wizard that could create something like that for you. He could point you maybe towards somebody that could do it, but he can't just like procure some.
That's kind of what I was asking. Like if he knew anybody
Yeah.
in town close by that could do it for, like on the express sort of like today sort of situation.
Well, sounds like we all are gonna go in together. Am I wrong?
No.
Sounds right to me.
If there are people of interest going in, an eccentric group may just be the right cover.
Or we don't.
And there
go
could be a
in
lot.
if
There's expecting like maybe a couple dozen, maybe even more people. So like this is not going to be a. There's going to be notice, but like it's going to be a crowded party.
All right.
Wait,
We
out of
can
character,
pair up.
did he tell us like what this party is for? Like what is, or is this just like something that he does
It's
regularly?
he does regular parties. It's basically a invite the rich people to your house to try to make connections and show off. He likes recognition for his work he's done.
That's like a networking kind of thing.
Yeah.
Good thing I brought
Alright.
my fancy clothes. Lister says this with complete seriousness.
Ryland will look down at his like tattered rag
She-
and be like,
She
The
looks
Lord
at
kinda
Rylan-
like-
she looks at Rylan. She's like, I think I might have your size.
Ryland
That's
will
convenient.
look back and be like, I think I know what I'm gonna use the 200 gold for.
A shower.
I'll glare at Gally, but I won't say anything.
He looks up. He's like, the inn does provide warm baths upstairs if you'd like to partake of one.
I'll look at Malkuth and kind of look a little offended, but nod.
All of you, all of you. I mean, except for Mr. Sir Galley over there, I wouldn't want you to do you rust. Is that? I don't mean to imply, but
I do.
No,
I'm not
it
very
takes more
familiar
than
with
a little-
Warforged. I'm sorry to say.
It takes more than a little water.
So you guys are wanting? Am I hearing you guys wanted to go invitation route?
Yeah,
Seems that's the
invitation.
case.
Yes, sir.
Unless you guys have anything else for this guy, he'll kind of take his leave. He'll gather up his stuff and mention that the room's rented for the rest of the day if you want to hang out here, and you have rooms upstairs if you'd like to have them. If you want to stay somewhere else, by all means. But he'll take his leave to get working on what you've asked him to do. Unless there's anything else you want this guy for right
How
now.
will we receive the invitation?
He'll bring him back to the inn.
Okay.
If he doesn't see you, he'll leave him with the dwarf at the bar.
Alright.
Okay.
I will approach him to shake his hand and say it was very nice to meet him.
Is he gonna give us the money?
Handshake.
Is he like pulling out this 200 gold?
He's gonna. You gotta bring him what you're gonna get for it, then he'll basically refund you.
Oh, that's how it's gonna work.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
I see.
it's a line of credit. He said, I will give you each 200 gold each for any expenses, but you gotta hey, I got these things. Where's my money?
I got.
And he'll pay him back.
I bought all this cheese. It's very integral to my work.
And then he mentions if he's gonna come by once a day, basically around the same time while you guys are doing this job, because he's your handler, so you guys can meet with him here and then get talk done. But if he's ever not here and you need messages, the dwarf at the bar, he's well trusted to take and give information. He's not gonna tell anybody anything because it's good for business if he doesn't.
Out of character, as a recap, we're going to infiltrate a party to steal a key from
Yes.
Jezerik
Thane.
Zerk Thane.
Thane.
A key that he either keeps on his person or somewhere secure in his house. He doesn't know where the master key is.
Do we know what the master key would look like?
A key.
Gotcha.
I was gonna say a key.
You would
There's a big
so
M on it.
he can show you what a force line, like a key for the safes, look like.
Mhm.
Like he has a drawing of one. They're silver. They have tooths on both sides of the keys. A key normally has teeth on one side, it has teeth on both sides.
Oh.
And the middle looks like it's probably some kind of clockwork contraption that can probably rotate the teeth around the middle bar of it as well. So it's a very fancy looking key, and so the master key is probably going to look just like that or even more fancy.
Okay. Neat. That'd probably be his spot.
Yeah, he if you ask him, he's like, you'll probably know it. It's one of those things if you see it, you'll know it, what it is.
Gotcha.
Alright.
So he takes his leave, and you guys have the room. You guys have basically a day to prepare in whichever way you want, and I'm happy to time skip whenever you guys are done doing whatever you want to do.
So are we
Oh,
sharing a
wow.
room?
You got 4 rooms.
Oh, I said that in character, by the way.
Yeah, Alyssa went, no.
You got 3 rooms and a closet for Galley.
Well, we should probably.
Closets in Ryland's room.
Let's just I suppose this is the part where we introduce each other and say what we're going to be getting for this.
Do you mean bring him to the table,
Maybe what you can do.
so to speak?
Yes, that's what I mean.
Very good. My name is Galley. I'm an accomplished hunter, chef.
Is that it?
Yep, it just stops.
She's like waiting for more because it sounded just like, oh,
He's
okay.
looking at him
Yeah,
like,
it's a
like
silent room.
Because we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many jobs you guys have done. It's kind of weird. Like these 4 random dudes got pulled in here, so this ain't
Right.
traditional for jobs, but who knows?
Lysra sort of looks at Ryland and Yalor like, and you? Like, what do you got?
sorry, go ahead.
No, you can go for it.
No, you of course you started first before me. Go ahead.
All right. I'm Ryland. I know my way around a blade, and I do have some experience with religious matters. It's been a long time since I've been to a party. I don't know how well I'll do there, but I can at least be a good distraction for the upcoming night.
What?
And then I'll nod to Yalor.
What do you mean by distraction?
I
At
can
a
be loud.
party? Why? Okay. All right. Okay.
I saw you speaking up, our friend over here, when I came in. Perhaps perhaps an introduction to whatever it is you preach.
To Lister earlier, well, I was merely commenting on, actually, as coincidence would have it, the magnificence of those force lines outside. I don't know if
He
you
likes trains.
Huh.
I do like trains, but it's
Trains
more than
are
that.
his
It runs
special
deep.
interest.
I do like
They're pretty
trains.
cool, guys.
It is what the train represents. Hard work, collaboration, built together to build something that helps multiple people.
That
In
works.
this case, perhaps it helps things fall into the wrong hands. But more people like us will step in to remedy those, and
Destroy the train.
together we can all. And
We're destroying
I'll
the
just,
train
like,
now.
I assume that is the route we would take.
I'll give like a little sigh, and I'll just be like,
One tear running down your
Looking forlorn out the window, just trains.
Trains. No one sees you like I do, trains.
One tear rolls down and cleans his cheek.
I like how you all decided he's just filthy for some reason.
I think I am a little filthy.
We probably smell like horse too, because we ride on horse.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you both smell like horse, probably.
Yeah, probably. My girl has a little perfume though, that helps negate it a tiny bit. Lister looks to Yalor like, okay, and now you.
Do you like your heisty planning music?
It's great.
Yeah.
I'm Yalor. I'm a traveling monk. I've been traveling for many years, doing many odd jobs. If you need something broken or somebody scared into doing what you want, I'm kind of gonna be the one to do it. And yeah, that's all I got for you right now.
Wonderful.
Oh, we seem all very competent.
I haven't even introduced myself, but that's fine. I like the vote of confidence. She looks to Gally like, yeah, sure, all right.
Gale just turns to look at her.
He just turns, he doesn't say anything, he just stares at that.
No, just stares.
There's
just
definitely an awkward pause, like Lister's like, is he gonna talk? Like, what? Oh, no, we're done, okay.
We're all just looking at him like, are you gonna finish
Yeah,
your
like, is he
sentence?
Finish?
Then Rylan will be like, and you, Lister?
Yeah, my name's Lithra. I ran into Rylan on the way here. I don't really want to be here, but it is what it is. I don't really care about trains. They're fine, I guess.
Laura's
do-
gonna look at Rylan to see his reaction when Lister says she doesn't
I'm
care
gonna
about
ignore the
trains.
comment.
Who's like,
The hurtful comments.
Yeah.
I mean,
The trains
How
understand.
pointed.
I know a little bit of magic. Mostly fire magic. And I'm very concerned because it seems like none of us are qualified to heist the train, and I'm very curious as to why we were picked for this. Is anybody else a little curious?
I was thinking the same thing. But it seems that we're not getting any answers soon, unless we get deeper into, someone who really is a part of the Watchlight. And
Who knows if we're all telling the truth anyways.
Malcolm's
It's
like,
a
I'm trying,
mystery."
guys. I do a good job, I swear.
It's like, well, if I get what I want by the end, then it's fine for me.
Not tell the truth. Why would any of us lie?
People lie all the time.
Huh.
Ryland will look around the
Collie's
room
mind.
and
The
ask,
mysterious music.
are any of you good at pickpocketing things? Any experience there?
Oh, it is probably worth mentioning. Yes, I know my way around sleight of hand, lockpicking.
Necromancy?
No,
Skeletons.
absolutely not. Gelly's head lowers.
Does he emote or is he just like stone cold no matter what he's saying?
Stone cold. Jaw doesn't even move when he talks.
Okay. Weird.
So, just Galley then. the most conspicuous of all of us is the one who's best at pickpocketing.
I'll be very good at
Just
blending.
to mention, I told them this was going to be a heist mission, so they made these characters.
So there's like,
Aelfrik trying to push off as much blame as possible.
Lithros goes, well, at the party, I'll have no problem blending in. So I suppose if you need someone to interject in anything to distract or whatnot, I probably will be good at it. No, I will be decent at it.
We're going to make it a very loud party, aren't we?
She's like, well, I wasn't planning on being loud, but if you want to be loud, Ryland, we can be loud.
I had no intention of drawing untoward looking eyes to myself.
I do think we should take this gold and buy explosives, though. Slither says that like
Do you think
super serious.
Do you think they have any in town?
I don't know.
Laura's eyes just widen like, wow, okay.
I'm not thinking of the party. I'm thinking of the train.
Oh,
The train goes from this city to the next in between when it's open. We could somehow, even if it's just a little small, mess with the whatever you call it that trains are on. I don't Ryland, what are they called?
The force lines, which I recommend you do not destroy. It's the work of years of. I just.
well, Ryland,
maybe
if you're
we're just after the box.
But they can
Ryland, you
fix
speak
it.
so highly of work and community. Will not a destroyed train create more work and community?
So this is a job creator.
I'll look at Gally and like put one head on my forehead and just be like, I suppose that's one way to look at it, but let's just cross that bridge when we get there.
Plus, if there's a way to
Causes
derail the
paradox in
train,
his
maybe
brain.
somebody will die in the process. That's one less person we have to mess with.
Not sure how I feel about
Lystra just
that,
says
but
that deadpan like that would be one less person we have to bother.
Ryland will look at Lystra and be like, I did not realize that this is who I was traveling with.
She looks at Ryland. She's like, "What? This is a job. Do you think you're not gonna? What are you gonna do when one of the guards goes at you?"
I intended to run into as few of them as possible, was
They guard
my
the
idea.
train.
well, that's only if we intercept it out in the
That's-
wilds. If we
That's
take care of it.
boring.
Well, it felt that Melka thought that the best spot would be out of the town, but you do what you would like. I'll just be here with magic.
Fire magic,
Ryland will
correct?
nod.
Mostly. I know a few other tricks.
Mysterious.
Is there any fire in the room?
Yeah, there's a little to your left. There's a little stove in the corner that's warming the room, and then there's the lamps and candles on the wall.
Okay, let me do I want to do magic.
Oh, what magic are you gonna do? The
I'm gonna
first
show
magic.
off for my new friends.
Yeah, well, because she can say I do magic, and then you're like, sure you do. I'm gonna do druid craft and like snuff out the whatever the biggest flame in the room is. Just whoop.
So the stove, you guys can see, it's got the grate in front to protect people from being stupid and just reaching into it. The light, the coals inside just goes out.
Yeah, Lystra like waves their hand and sort of gestures to the stove, like see, and then the flame goes out. She's like, little tricks.
If the interior is lit with flame,
And it'll slowly get a little more chilly in the room as the autumn air
Perfect.
drifts in from the windows.
Gally doesn't notice.
Poor gal.
Ryland will turn to Lystra and not say anything, but just give her a look that's like, did you have to pick the stove? Like, could you, there's candles? Like,
She sort of shrugs, like, just showing. So what do we need then for this party?
Yeah,
I
so what
have
prep do you guys
clothes.
want to do?
A fine dress, one would assume.
I think we should go out and get Ryland a bath.
apparently we don't even have to go out.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess you're right.
You can go up.
We can go out of this room.
I think we should also get Ryland a suit or something more befitting a party of the dude's like stature. not a parka or a rag.
Would you say that Ryland is like average, like athletic male size?
Yeah. I mean, he's like, he definitely uses his body, so
Yeah,
like,
but just, like,
he's in good shape.
You're not
Hey.
like super tall or super. You're sort of like average maybe for.
Yeah,
Okay.
mid-sized build.
Let's
yeah.
lifts a finger. I have clothes that would fit him.
That's convenient.
That's very convenient. Why do you have male clothes on you?
Because I like clothes. She says this in the most unconvincing manner possible.
Do you want to roll deception or do you want to
Insight
just...
check.
Sure,
No, I'm
sure.
joking.
I'll roll deception. Sure. She's just like, I like clothes. That's what she
Yeah.
says.
Gally just shrugged.
roll
Nothing
deception?
wrong with liking things.
I like clothes.
I wear pants.
Clothes, yes, I like them. Yes.
Clothes are nice. I like clothes.
Yeah.
Oh, baby, my 5. Roll my 10.
Let's go.
Yeah. It's more than just that she likes clothes.
But she do like clothes.
But she does like clothes.
She might like
She likes
clothes.
them a lot.
It's possibly true. That ain't the only thing going on here.
I believe that's the only thing going on here.
Maybe she stole them. Maybe she wants to impress a guy, be like, "Hey, you want to come to my room? I got a set of clothes you could wear."
Yeah,
Like,
she's like, hey, Ryland, I got some clothes for you, baby.
Oh, baby, put it on.
Oh, baby.
Ryland will nod and be like, well, if you have them here, I'll at least try them on.
All right, I'll give them to you when we go to our room.
It's just like old band t-shirts and like a oversized sweater.
Probably better
hold
than what I have on now.
I'm gonna look at Ryland. What does he appear to be like wearing underneath his cowl or his
Underneath the cowl, it's like he's still wearing armor because we've been traveling like from outside the city where there might be bandits and stuff in,
Okay,
and so it's like well-worn armor, but it's maintained, you know.
gotcha.
Ryland will look at Gally and be like, he'll actually go over to the desk and pick up like a little piece of twine, and maybe is there like a piece of metal, Aelfrik, maybe on the table that I could like loop the twine around. Yeah, I'll do that, and I'll like loop it around like my belt hook or something, and I'll
okay.
turn to Gally and be like, well, let's see if you're cut out for it. Do you think that you'll be able to untie a key from someone's belt without having them notice?
Depends how attentive they are.
I'll turn to Yalor
Hi.
and hello.
Hey, what up?
Laura's just been watching you this whole time, hand like her like fist, like chin on like her fist, just like, hey, what's up?
Yeah, and Ryland will keep his eyes locked on Yalor's and just say to Gally, whenever you're ready, and he'll continue to talk to Yalor about something entirely non-consequential.
Laura's gonna cross her eyes
is-
just to see what Ryland's gonna do.
Is
Are you gonna take up the challenge, Gally?
He hasn't flat out said what the challenge is. It's taken me a moment to.
Oh, so
Okay.
I've tied like a
No.
simulation of the key.
No, I know. I know out of character. In character, you just tied.
Oh, I see.
You tied nothing. You tied like a metal bit to your belt, and it's like when you're ready. All right, picking up on that, I'll go ahead and walk by, and yeah, I'll try to sleight
Roll
of hand it.
Sleight of hand, and Ryland, what is your passive perception?
My passive perception.
It is 10 plus whatever you would add to a perception roll.
So about trains, Ryland, tell me more about them.
I love trains. It's
What
10
is
plus
your-
just my perception modifier. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
whatever you would add to a
It's
perception
just
roll.
10.
Okay, so yep. So you're talking about trains as Yellow insincerely asks you about them. Obviously, you know Gally's gonna walk past you, but he walks past you. You feel nothing, and whenever you look down, it's missing, and it's in Gally's hand, inside of his chassis, whatever he did with it.
And just
Gotcha.
look, yeah.
I'm
holding
now
it.
caught up talking about trains, so I didn't notice it happen. Someone else is gonna have to
Looks
stop
her
me.
watches and it's just like, all right, I just.
At least you saw him walk past. He walked past casually, and it was there. And then when you walked past, it wasn't on the belt. So pretty good.
Mhm.
I guess what's your
Missing
passive
thing?
perception, Lister? I guess I should ask that.
What is the calculation for that again?
It's 10 plus whatever you would add to a perception roll. So 10 plus your wisdom modifier.
16.
All right, so you noticed it was good. Like, obviously the guy wearing it did not notice, but since you were watching it, you could see him reach out with his hand and snatch it as he walked past.
Okay, but I noticed that Ryland didn't notice at all. So I was
Ryland
just like,
obviously didn't
not
notice
bad.
it.
Yeah,
And
good.
Yellow, what's your passive perception?
Let me check.
Because I'm assuming you'll be watching too, even if Ryland's all talking about Thomas the
You
Tank
said my-
Engine.
It's wisdom plus what my whatever.
It's hard to
perception
focus
is.
when you're talking about
It's 10 plus
trains.
your
Talking about-
perception modifier.
You said it is my wisdom plus my perception modifier.
No, it's just 10 plus whatever you'd add to
Oh,
perception
sorry,
roll.
12.
All right, so yeah, you didn't notice it either. So only Lister actually noticed him do something to take it away. So Ryland gets done talking about trains, and you look down, and it's gone.
Looks like he passed your test.
Well, Gally, I must say I'm impressed.
Great.
Thank
Especially,
you. Would you like your scrap back?
Especially.
I'll look at it and I'll be like, I'm
Kinda
okay,
do.
thank you.
All right, so for the party, we just need to look the part. We have Gally, is it? Gally,
Yes.
who can try to get the key if it's even on him. Maybe it's stored somewhere. I'm not great at planning. I'm good with just that.
Are we ready to go shopping? Are we ready to go do all the other prep work?
Yeah, somebody with the eye for fashion should probably choose what we wear.
Hmm. Not me. I just buy what looks nice.
I.
Come on,
These
Rylan,
are my
let's see if
only
you fit in these
clothes.
clothes. She's just
Yeah,
like,
I'll
ready
look
to
down
go.
and look up and be like, it's definitely not me.
You're taking a bath first.
Bath time.
Your lore shrugs like I guess I'm the best one, I guess.
When you guys go shopping, do you all go together? Or is one of you going to go shopping? Like, how do you guys divvy this stuff up? After Ryland is bathed and slightly less covered in grime.
Well,
Uh,
Lister's not going to go shopping. She already has fine clothes for herself. And then Ryland, since we said they sort of average, her clothes would fit him too. And the clothes that I have are actually like the expensive, noble, fine clothes. They would look they're
Ooh.
very well made, very well kept. They're the expensive shit.
Mm.
Oh, nice.
So who's actually going out to do the shopping?
I'll have to go with Yelor to know
Okay.
what looks good.
Yeah, of course.
So Ryland and Lister, roll perception for me, please, as you guys head out to go bathe and or shop.
Perception.
Ignore that.
I not.
The sonar.
Hmm.
Good
Not
roll,
suspicious
good
at
roll.
all.
Hey, Aelfrik, can I ask what time it is now? By like, what's going on?
Yeah, it's probably like right after noon, like 2 or 3.
Okay.
Oh, Ryland is out. Okay, so 15:70. Yeah, so you guys are heading out. They're going out this door up here. As you guys are like about to go turn and go upside, as they head out the door, you notice the 4 guys from that table follow them outside.
Oh.
Gasp!
Like gasp.
Wait, hold on, which door?
As you guys are going out the front door, I'm assuming to go shopping, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I know they're further on the line, but they would maybe look back as you guys leave, and they would see those guys from the table. Whoever noticed it before, I forget who noticed it.
'Twas me.
Follow them out. So maybe you didn't notice them the first time, but you noticed 4 guys. Let's go following them out pretty obviously.
They're following Lystra and.
They're
and,
following Yellor and Gally out the front door.
So they're following me and Dra. Okay,
Yep.
gotcha.
Lister
And-
like pretends at first that she doesn't see, and then assuming Ryland says something, she just sort of sighs and is like,
Wait, but Yelor never told us that she saw them, because Yelor is the only person who just took a perception check.
Yeah,
And she
but
never
I'm
disclosed
saying,
that
I'm saying that you guys they went out the front door, and then these 4 guys
information.
very
they're immediately,
purposefully
like,
stopping after them. A couple of them, one of them's got a club in his hand,
am I
they're at
dressed
business.
in royal noble clothes right now?
No, this is on our
No,
way to
this
the
is
bath.
you guys literally just left the room to like you could take a bath and they're gonna go shopping for clothes.
Oh, so I haven't even been
No,
getting my
you guys.
bath
This
yet?
is like immediately after you guys left the room.
Oh, good. Okay.
Could
Ooh.
I roll well, since I like was probably keeping track of them in my brain, would I have noticed them following us out of the door?
No, because they waited till you guys actually walked outside.
Gotcha.
Yeah, then I will, Ryland will say to Lysra, like, I'm worried our friends might have more company than they would like on their shopping trip.
She pauses and she goes, and let me guess. We're gonna go help them?
It would be an undue start if we were down half our party before we even begun.
True. Wait,
And we'll chase after them.
Oh, it should be like true. That Warforged did steal that key and you didn't notice at all.
You got
She
lucky.
says it to perfect, like purposely sort of tease Riley like you didn't notice shit.
Too busy talking about trains.
I was engaged in other matters.
So
Important train
yeah. So
business.
Lysra would follow Ryland. We'd probably turn around and go out the same door, following after the guys.
Okay.
So I'm walking with Yalor. He's like, so what do you think would work on my frame? I'm not used to dressing.
What is Galley's like frame, Jira? Is it pretty androgynous or what is it?
It's pretty male. Broadish
Okay.
shoulders, smallish hips, like, yeah, pretty just medium build.
Ooh.
I think,
Oh.
Galley, if we got you some nice slacks, maybe a vest and possibly an overcoat with a nice collared shirt, you would look rather dashing.
So you find my boots to be serviceable?
Don't mind me
We
as
might
I
need
just
to
edit this
go
stuff.
get either them polished or something to make them just seem more presentable for an estate.
Ah. You're very wise. Thank you.
I have a yep. I am wise. Yep. Let's keep going.
All right. So ignore the fact that this is not an exact copy of the inn, but you guys are this building right here. We're gonna pretend is the inn you guys left.
Okay. Ooh.
You guys can decide how close you are. This is a big map, so if it's gonna chug too much, we might just move somewhere else. But
It's working fine for me. I'm zoomed in.
okay.
Yep.
So you guys, you can decide if you guys want to be touching each other, but you guys are about there,
Ooh, touchy.
and maybe a little
Holding
bit
hands,
further on.
skipping down the street.
You guys are like down here,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna need a second to pull out some more tokens. So, how you
Yeah.
guys doing?
Doing good.
Doing well. Having a good time.
Yeah, having fun.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah, this is a big map. Wow.
Yeah, this is my like I need a town, so I made a map and then put a canal down the middle of it to kind of represent the town that we're in.
That's really cool. I dig this.
Yeah, honestly, that map maker tool that you found.
Yeah, it's cool. Dungeon Alchemist is what I used.
Yeah.
It's a very cool. It'll like a lot of this stuff like it uses AI with assets to generate it. So I literally just kind of like drag some boxes that are like make this a tavern and it will fill in stuff for the most part. And then the few that's going to be the maps we actually use have been highly edited, but this one I did not. This was just for this use.
Really good looking still.
As I pull these respectable gentlemen out onto the map.
Yeah, maybe
So
they just-
respectable.
Maybe they're enthusiasts about Warforged. They're just really interested in Warforged.
They're like, sir,
Sign our
we think you're so
papers."
cool.
Yeah. Can I get autograph?
My core temperature does run low. I apologize if it's an inconvenience.
All right, so before Rylan and Lysra come out, so you get your ass back inside that building right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Elora and Gally, you're walking out. Door closes behind you, opens and closes again. You hear a voice yell out, "Hey, second of your time."
Laura's gonna turn around, kind of like leaning on her shoulder, looking back. Is like, what? I'm busy.
I'll turn.
And so you see four gentlemen approaching you. They are not like blatantly like these guys that are like covered in scars and like they're here to rob me, but they are therefore decently strong looking gentlemen. There's a dwarf and three humans that are with him. The one in front has his hands empty, but you would notice the one kind of behind him and to his left has a sword in his hand. The one behind him to his right has a club, and the one in the back is this kind of empty-handed as well. He stops. He says, "I noticed you going into the fancy room. You guys pick up a job?"
Well, the fancy room.
Nah, we were just meeting an old friend. No jobs, just
That room's not too expensive for an old friends meeting. Come on.
oh, some people got friends in high places, man.
Hello, how can I help you?
He's so polite. So you lowers kind of give him the cold shoulder. So Gally, it's like, "How can I help you?" She turns to him and says, well, you see, any job that's worth the money renting that place has to be pretty important one. So we was looking at each other. We was thinking, the four of you could use some extra help. We're between jobs. We're fine hands with a sword, with a club, with some weapons. We'd like to get in whatever you got in on.
Listen, you
And
find
about now, Rylan and you guys come out, so you guys can move your tokens onto the board by the door somewhere
Move it when we can do.
within these 4 squares in front of the door.
Apologies, sir, but I am not hiring.
we're not looking for extra muscle. If it's any job, it's going to be a quiet job, and we can't. The more people, the more trouble it's going to be.
You said you're not looking for Gally. I didn't quite hear you.
Oh, I said apologies, sir. I'm not hiring.
The man nods and then looks back and he says, "Well, they're not hiring. Guess they just won't be able to do the job, and we'll have to pick it up. And we can roll initiative if you guys would like."
Can you pull my token out for me?
Oh, you can't do it?
I have the map for stream.
Oh, that's right. Which of these 4 in front of the door do you want to be in? So these guys here
I don't want to be close. Yeah, get up.
don't seem like they know what you're doing. They just saw you got a job. We wanted on it. You guys aren't playing ball with us. So when that fancy guy comes back, we can say, "Oh, they ran off. We killed them. Guess you got to give us the job."
Seems like a very smart idea.
That's how the interview works, right? If you beat up all the other people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're the only one left.
You guys are rolling initiative. Let me find something for a fight.
I'm so good at initiative rolls.
I feel like you're gonna say that for every roll that we do.
That's not true.
You rolled the first nat 20.
Why?
I did roll in the first roll of the game. Critical fail.
How is that? How is that possible?
Thank you.
We play with dice.
Ooh, I
Oh.
had a critical
Oh,
fail,
thank
but
God.
that's
His
plus
initiative
5
is
with,
Guys
Zero?
actually roll for
alert.
them.
Wait, your initiative
Do you
is
not have
0?
It's just
No,
that.
it's
like
supposed
an
to be
addition?
plus 5 because I have alert, but it didn't.
Oh, so you have a 6.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's a 6. Sorry.
I was like, there's no way.
Am I rolling up with here?
Nope. Ooh, fight music.
Yeah, we're fighting.
There you go.
Oh, supposedly if we have a token selected, we can. I don't know. Whatever.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
add it
if
to
you
the
cl-
turn order.
Yeah, if you click on your token, then click the initiative thing, it'll assign it on the thing. Otherwise, Aelfrik can do it. Yeah, I forgot.
Go. Oh man.
You said you were at actual 6, Rylan?
Yeah, that's correct.
It's my first time doing this, everyone, so give me a second to work this system.
Yeah.
I forgive you.
Wow, it's our first fight.
Yeah.
And,
first
uh,
fight.
Ooh. We're getting jumped by
And
thugs in the
Lister,
street.
as you see these guys drawing weapons, do you guys say anything, or do you guys just get ready for a fight? What's your reaction to seeing your new friends getting potentially assaulted in the street?
Are there other people in the street, or is it pretty empty?
There's other people. They're probably gonna start leaving pretty soon as it starts going down. But these guys don't seem to give a what. No guards that are visible right now.
Lystra says absolutely nothing because she doesn't want to be overheard because they're behind the group. So she's like, sucks to suck.
And you can roll a stealth check, please.
Oh, I'm so good
Ooh.
at
Sneak out the front door.
See if these guys know that you're there.
Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky.
Can I do a perception check to see if I notice Lystra trying to be sneaky?
Sure.
I rolled a 4. I don't think I'm gonna be very sneaky.
But you can still do the roll.
4, 7. I'm so oblivious.
So good.
So you guys walk out, and either Laggy's or not Laggy, Ryland's armor's clanging, or
The door slammed pretty
The
hard.
door
No, I'm gonna
slammed.
yell because I didn't notice that
Okay.
Lystra was trying to be stealthy. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna yell out like,
you got a 14. You should be on this.
Citizen's
higher up on this
arrest. I'm committing a citizen's arrest.
you all have a lot of nerve doing this in broad daylight, and I'll make myself very known. And Lystra is like right next to me, so
Wonderful. You tell them, Ryland. You tell them.
I'm telling
Good
him. I'm
thing-
telling him.
You tell them.
It's a good thing the giant metal man is the sneaky one.
Could you do me a favor and tell them farther away from me next time?
The door. Well, I didn't realize.
All right, I think I got everyone.
I feel like I have Pokemon cards right now. I'm like, okay, what about doing?
Yeah, you guys got your moves, you got your movement speeds, all that kind of stuff.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right, so this guy out here goes first, and he turns as you guys step out and sees that there's 2 more people getting involved. They thought that maybe they got out without you guys noticing. So he's gonna turn and he's gonna run up. Ooh, why is our circle growing?
Oh, that's me. I misclicked.
Okay. He's gonna run up to Ryland and make an attack.
let's go.
Ryland's like, bring it! It's because you yelled. You yelled.
Violence.
You like
Pretty
taunted like a
much.
tank.
Oh, this poor thug's about to have a close encounter with God.
Pretty much. Does a 9 hit your AC?
What did it? A
A
9?
9.
I have a 19 armor class, so
Oh my
Okay.
god.
So what do you have your armor on underneath your
I still do
robe?
because I haven't taken my bath yet. Yeah.
What is your armor?
How do I find that? I just have like.
It's like,
regular-
what do you wear? Like
I have
chainmail?
chainmail and a shield.
Oh yeah. So he goes for his sword, and he's like, this guy's a hobo. He's got this thing on, so he swings his sword at your chest, and it's not that expertly swung. It chings, and he kind of gets an oh shit look as he cuts into your cloak, and some of the metal underneath it's revealed.
Nice. Lister's like,
Ooh.
Hey, maybe there's some more to this guy.
yeah.
The dwarf down here is going to run up to Yalor, because she's not made of metal.
Yeah.
Does a 15 hit your armor class?
The 15 in my armor class.
Yep.
What kind of attack is it? Is it with the sword, right?
This guy's got a club.
Is it? Would you consider that no, I guess a club isn't. My 13.
Okay,
So,
so
yeah,
he
yeah.
hits you. So you only take 2 bludgeoning damage. So he manages to wrap you on the arm, but either because of your dodging abilities, or maybe you had a few too many to drink as they were like, nervously waiting to accost you. It's a glancing blow at best.
Gotcha.
And now it is Galley's turn.
All
So
right.
we're moving this along. There you go.
Imagine Galley being like the fucking Terminator activating right now. And be
Um,
like,
yeah.
This-
"Mm."
so the guy attacking Ryland, the one attacking Yalor, and the one that's still furthest back nearest Lystra, they're kind of tough looking. This guy in the front's probably obviously the leader, and he looks like he's got the most business on him.
Okay.
So he's a little bit more of a threat than the other guys. He's got some, heavier, maybe some like chain shirt on. The other guys are sporting leather maybe, but he looks like the most dangerous.
Okay.
Can
Yeah.
you
The
ping
lead
that guy for us?
Oh, this guy?
The leader that we're talking
Yep.
about?
Yeah,
Yes,
that guy. Okay.
Gotcha.
that guy.
Thank you.
I'll say, sir, have you made a mistake? I'm going to unshoulder my rifle.
Sir,
Oh my
You've made a
God.
fatal error in
Oh
your
my God.
calculations.
I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark on him.
is there any save for that, or is that an auto?
Nope, auto.
All right. So what?
And I'm
what
going
is-
to
what
shoot
is-
him.
Wait, what is your hunter's mark for Galley? How does that look?
Oh,
Is it a spell? Is it something not a spell? What's your hunter's mark?
his mic is My eyes flare for just a moment, and it looks like there's kind of a like a red like a red halo, just kind of outlining with his face in the center.
Like on him or
On him.
okay. So you get this red glow. He kind of like looks around like the fuck is that? As the killbot activates and levels a rifle at him, and then I'm assuming you shoot him.
I'm going to shoot him.
All right, take your shot. That will hit.
Done.
Yeah!
All right.
I just love
Oh.
the point blank. Boo!
So, rifle damage, and then 1 second, hunter's mark.
Hunter's mark, yeah.
Oh wow.
So 10 damage.
Nice.
So the rifle rings out loud. You lower your ears are probably ringing. You're not deaf or anything like that, but it's a loud report from about 10 feet away at most.
Oh yeah, because he's
shoots
right
out.
next to me.
Yeah. Anything you want to say about how your rifle shoots? Like, does the flare look like anything? The muzzle flare,
Loud.
the sound, or do you want me to just come up with it?
You can come up with it.
Okay. So the big god of fire, like, almost probably touches this guy, blasts out of the front of the rifle, and he staggers back, kind of looks down at his chest, just below his arm, and like looks at the hole there that is now bleeding, and then curses loudly at you.
He curses and I rack the bolt.
Never been shot before. But he is still up. That hurt. Something he's going to take care of later. Or he's going to be in trouble. But he still is gripping his weapon. He's not pleased by that.
All right.
Lysthra.
So the leader dude and this dude.
Yep.
If I were to say put an area of effect that affected 10 feet, would that hit both of them right there? Without heating off radius? 5 feet per square, right?
It's a 10-foot radius.
Yeah.
I believe so. I think it hits that one, then it goes 10 feet beyond it. I think that's how it works. I would assume.
10 feet in a summoned spot. In any 10 feet. Right?
Yeah. So that would hit both of them. Correct.
Yeah, let's do that. I call forth Abby and I put him right there.
Call for Abby.
Yep.
So what happens? Describe it.
So Lysthra sort of sighs and she's like, "Ugh, I don't want to get involved." She grabs like the pendant in her chest and she just goes, "Abby," and then sort of points and summons this deceptively small, tiny little. It looks like a displacer beast, but it's like kitten size, and the end of its tail has like a teal purple flame. And Abby sort of it looks like a black blob that just forms in the air and then just sort of explodes outward with fire before manifesting in this like sort of supernatural cat looking thing. And those two have to make a dex save against my spell DC of 14.
Which is what? And just for everyone knows, I'm rolling GM rolls, so they can't see those.
Sneaky.
By and large, I just take them flat, but once in a while I reserve the right to look at what I'm rolling first. What is the save DC?
Dex. 14.
How much? So the leader makes the save, the other guy does not make the save, the one attacking the lower.
Okay, then
What do we got?
takes 2d6 fire damage. 10 damage.
Ooh,
Ooh.
spicy.
So he bursts up, and then what does the flame look like, you said?
It's like a teal purple flame
It just erupts in that square and hits them both?
in like 10 feet radius.
Yeah, so the guy Lord, the flame washes over these guys, and the leader guy is wise enough to feel the heat. He kind of ducks instinctively and avoids the worst of it, but he's not looking too hot. Like, it still gave him a blast. He takes half damage, right?
No, it doesn't say anything about half damage, so I don't think.
Oh, he takes no damage then.
Yeah, no damage.
Okay.
And then Abby goes after me.
Yep.
For initiative counts now.
Yeah, so he ducked it, and the flame somehow rolled over him. His armor probably protected his back. The other guy did not. He's focused on this lady in front of him that's very tall and is probably getting ready to do something very unkind to him. And he just hits a full blast of fire, and he is charred. He already looks like he's on his last legs. Now he's not sure, like, which way he wants to go to die.
And Lystra then looks at Avi and just goes, "Get him." And for him, she gestures to the other dude because she's assuming he's going to get involved and clicking on the wrong thing.
The last guy behind hasn't moved yet?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's Avi's turn then right after her?
Yeah, it says shares my initiative but goes after.
Okay, so what is Avi going to do?
Avi is going to do...
And it takes your bonus action to command him or
yes,
not?
That's my bonus action to command him.
So you're going to command him before his turn. So what's your command to Avi?
It
You
was
said
to
get
go
him,
for
right?
that guy, yeah. Just like
Alright.
I don't have to do that every round to say go. That's like the command now.
So you can move him. You should be able to move him. And I cannot put him on the turn order, so I'll just remember.
Well, Avi doesn't move. He's lazy. He's
Oh,
just
okay.
there, and he does a range. Actually, you know what? He'll move that.
Just because you can.
Just because he can. Yeah, and he's gonna do Flame Seed. It's a ranged weapon attack.
So does it have to be a seed for him? What does it look like when he does this move?
It's basically he whips his fire tail around, and then fire. It's like a fireball goes. Pew.
What is is it a save? Is it an attack roll?
It's my spell attack modifier to hit.
Yep. So you basically roll against his AC with your spell attack modifier.
Okay, so I roll d20 plus my spell attack bonus, right?
Yep. It's kind of like a weapon attack, just with a spell.
Let me double check on my attack bonus. I don't want to mess it up. Okay. 25.
Yeah, we'll hit.
It does. 1d6 plus my proficiency bonus. I believe that's what PB stands for in my notes and not peanut butter. So
I mean, do you have a peanut butter score?
3 damage.
Cool.
Peanut butter.
Peanut butter.
Yum.
This guy hasn't had a chance to do much, and now this weird, tiny black cat with tentacles and fire just kind of like launched a blast of fire into his gut, and he kind of bends over, like isn't about to kill him, but he's got an ember in his gut, and he's not enjoying that.
Yeah. The black
And already you can kind of tell like these guys are like, the shit. Like we might have bitten off more than we can chew, but they're kind of surrounded right now. So. And that's Avi's turn?
Yep, that's Avi's turn.
All right. So this guy's got shot.
Unfortunate.
And he wants to deal with that, but he also knows that his friend is about to die here, so he's going to move forward to at least make it maybe more difficult to shoot him again. But he's going to take a swing against Ylor because he wants to save his friend, and as a thug, he gets advantage on attack rolls if there's another person within 5 feet of the person he's hitting.
Ooh.
What's he attacking with?
Him?
Yeah.
He's got a short sword in his hand,
Okay.
so slashing damage. Why do you ask? You don't have to tell me, but if you can, if you want.
I have Tavern Brawler as a feat, so I was asking if because I didn't see sword on. He didn't look like he was holding a sword, so I was asking to see if it was like an armored attack.
What does Tavern Brawler do for you in that case?
Tavern Brawler. Let me read it to you.
I know it lets you add like your strength to your melee attacks if you want.
When you're hit with a creature with an unarmed strike or improvised weapon on your turn, on my turn, you can use a bonus action to attempt to grapple the target.
Also, like if someone does an attack of opportunity against you or something.
Kinda, yeah.
So he's gonna hit. He rolled a 19 for one of his attacks. So that's gonna be a hit. And he makes 2 attacks.
What a jerk.
Ooh.
The other one misses somehow. So he did not manage a 13 on 2 d20s with his attack.
She dodged it the second time. She's like, "Oh, you won't get me twice."
Yeah. So the first one comes in. You take 4 slashing damage from him from his short sword as he kind of yells at his buddy like, "Get the heck out of here!" And then he tries to swing at you again, but that one you duck under. You're no fool. It's not gonna work twice on you.
Okay.
And it is Ryland's turn.
Oh.
Smite,
Yay.
smite.
First turn in combat. these
No.
these bandits in the street.
I can attack in the 8 squares adjacent to my token, right?
Yeah. Just so you know, this guy in front of you has a badge on his thing that says like F trains.
No.
I'm just-
Why would he
no,
do
no.
that? Ryland will step up just a little bit, and he'll turn to Lystra and just like say like, "Stay near me," and he won't like pay attention to whether she is listening or cares at all. And then he'll make a sword strike against this this F trains guy.
So you draw your weapon from under the cloak. Does your sword look interesting? Is it cool? Is it
It's just a
shitty?
regular longsword.
Okay, is it well maintained or is it dilapidated as the rest of your appearance?
It's well worn, but it's well maintained. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I might need a new one soon, but like, you know.
7 to hit. That will miss. So this guy.
Is that your damage die or is that your attack roll?
No, that was my attack die. I rolled really low.
I just wanted to make sure.
So this guy ducks and your sword clangs off the building next behind him, sending some sparks from the metal against the brick. You're not sure,
Remember,
but
I
it
did
might
need
put a little
help.
ditch.
From Lystra before getting here.
Yeah. So he
Maybe
ducks
those
down.
bandits- Yeah.
Yeah.
So this last guy,
yeah.
he's hurt a little bit. His friends are getting a little massacred, so he's going to run this way.
Bye.
And as he's obviously trying to get the heck out of Dodge, though, he's not going to be quite enough of a coward to completely leave his people. He drops his weapon, so he had a sword as well. He just drops it. He's like, F this. He pulls out a light crossbow and shoots it at Lystra.
How dare you!
Can I use my my fighting style? Which
Yeah, what does it do?
Ooh.
it is protection while wearing a shield, which I am. Any creature I can, if I, basically gives them disadvantage on attacks to anyone within 5 feet of me.
Yeah,
using
you
my
can.
reaction.
Oh my god.
What does your what does your shield look like? Anything cool, or is it just also a basic shield?
Just like a round shield, yeah, basic.
Ryland is so heroic
So
right
how
now.
do you-
Lystra's just like so heroic.
With your fighting style, how do you impose the disadvantage? What do you think you do as this guy kind of line up his shot?
I'll like, because as he's running, he'll like catch my eye, and I can see that he's kind of getting to a spot where I can't really get my shield around Lystra, so I'll just kind of like, I'll grab her by the shoulder and maybe pull her back just a little bit so I can get up front, and
Yeah.
if he shoots something,
So wherever you're
block
looking,
it.
you feel a strong hand, maybe gauntleted, maybe not. I don't know how much armor he has. Kind of pull you down a little bit, and you kind of stagger down, and then you hear a thwing as this guy fires his light crossbow at you.
Alright. My AC is 13.
He misses, so the duck just barely is enough. You feel your hair rustle as another piece of metal pings near the wall, pretty near his friend, unfortunately, but it doesn't quite kill him or hit him.
Lystra looks like
Um,
sort of peeved that she was touched at all, but at the same time begrudgingly thankful for Ryland's intervention.
And it misses, and he gets down, and he's kind of still backpedaling, so I don't think you can tell he's not like interested in re-engaging, but he's probably going to fire again if he gets another shot. Ylor, you're up. So this guy walked up, got your arm. This other guy got a pretty good slash on you, and now it's your turn.
Who looks more hurt?
The bandit right in front of you that hit you first.
Um,
That one right there. He's really bad. Like his leader's trying to be like, get him out of here, as he's like badly burned from the back. Like, if you could look at his back, it's bad news for him.
hold on one second. I'm trying to find on my character sheet. I mean, can I just do a monk unarmed strike on him?
Yeah, of course you can. So do you have a weapon on you that they can see? I forgot to ask that originally. You still there?
Yeah, I am. I'm navigating the what's it called? The UI for Roll20.
Saying, do you have a weapon on you that anyone can see aside from, those guns you got on your arms?
Yeah, I have a quarterstaff on.
You gotta roll a d20 first to hit before you can roll damage.
Fun, fun, fun.
And then what would your 2 hit total be? Yeah,
18.
that'll hit.
Sorry.
That'll hit. So
Ooh,
roll
nice.
damage.
Then it's a D4 plus 3.
Punch.
Let's go. Kick him in
Oh,
the
the
junk.
poor Jane.
Five.
5.
Ooh.
So are you does you guys attack you in the street? Are you taking any mercy on this guy at all with those killer fist of yours, or are you punching to kill?
I'm punching to kill.
All right. So you're a gauntlet. This guy's swinging. You're gauntleted. Do you have your gauntlets on as you're punching?
I sure do.
All right. Your gauntlet smashes into this guy's face and just caves into his face,
Oh god.
Oh.
and he just drops.
He crumples.
Yeah, he does. He's dead. Clearly dead before he even hits the ground.
As the
Ouch.
dude like slumps over, I kind of like glare and like do like a, what's it called? Where I like raise my eyebrows at the boss next to him.
Oh wow, rubbing in his foot. I just killed your friend.
So I put. Let's see. Yeah, do that. That's a good. He's
Oh,
still there,
jeez.
but he's dead.
Ripperoni.
His face was turned into a bowl.
Yeah. Oh.
So you have some choices. You can flurry of blows, or you can just take one extra arm attack as a monk. Are you gonna do any of those things?
I want to.
As a monk, it's a bonus action. You can take a second arm attack, or you can flurry of blows and do 2 attacks for a Kai point.
I would like to do Flurry of Blows, but I don't see it on my sheet on roll 20, so I don't really know what to roll for Flurry of Blows.
It says 2 more unarmed strikes, so you spend 1 Kai
okay.
point, 1 key point. So you spend that, and then you can make 2 attacks against this other guy still in front of you.
Okay, so it'd be I would like to do a Flurry of Blows on the boss right
Yeah.
there.
So you cave that guy in, and then before his body's even dropped down, you're shifting towards the other guy who's also watching his friend just die in front of him. His blood sprays from his ruined face.
Oh.
So could I do like, so would it be 2d4 plus 6 then?
Oh, you still make 2 attacks. So two
Oh, okay. Two
two
separate
to hit
attacks.
rolls. Yep. 2 more to hit rolls, and then damage for any of those that you hit.
So I rolled a 1 and a 14.
Yep. So the 14 will hit. So
Okay.
roll damage for 1 attack against this guy.
Yeah. 4. 4 damage.
So your lord punches this first guy down. As he's going down, the leader is yelling, "Shit!" He looks over and he just takes a backhand to the side of his face, and then I don't know, a kick or something like that he manages to like stumble back and just barely avoid, but he's got blood coming out of his mouth. Nose might be broken from that hit.
Because he was hit by the freaking metal glove.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good.
Okay.
Alright, so this gentleman over by Ryland, he feels a little bit backed up against this wall. He's not getting out of here without provoking the guy in front of him. So seeing no easy way out quite yet, he's going to take a shot at Ryland again.
And then he'll
Do
be
it.
smitten.
Yeah, smitten.
And it ain't going to do it. Your poor cloak's taking a beating. He swings again and like shreds another piece of your cloak, but like once again, the armor beneath it holds strong.
Wait, can I just as a question? So
Yeah.
like this cloak that I have on is supposed to be like the magic.
Oh,
cloak
that
to protect
is the
against
magic
shield.
cloak.
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
idea.
okay. Then no, like even cooler. The first one didn't actually cut it. So the first one bounced off the cloak, and he's like, "Oh, it just hit sideways." This
Right.
one like, straight on the cloak, like it should go through and like challenge your armor. Sparks fly, the blade bounces off, and your cloak's fine.
Let's go.
What is this shit?
Yo.
The cloak still looks like ragged, like you said. It's
Yeah.
a tattered cloak, okay. And now he's looking at his sword, looking at you like, the fuck? Like, what is
Perfect.
wrong with me? Like, I'm gonna die to this fucking hobo.
Oh,
Right.
what a way to go out.
This gentleman is
Hobo with a long sword.
not on the roll anymore, but I don't know immediately how to get rid of him, so he'll still be here, and we'll just go past him to Galley.
Okay.
So this guy's close to you. At least he's like, thank God this got the rifle. I'm too close to really get a good shot. I'm safe from the robot right now.
Yep, he is very close. Too close to be shot.
So he's totally safe. All you can do, you're a ranger, all you do is shoot things from a distance, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, rifle in one hand, I reach over with the other and draw a short sword. Reverse. I'm just going to stab down into him.
All right, make your attack. That'll hit.
Ooh.
So he's got punch. He's focusing on your lore. He's trying to keep it on you, but he's like, you're going to be reloading at least. But then this happens.
Yep. So, hold on, 3 things.
I see that measurement.
Yeah,
I'm
whoa.
just calculating.
So hold on.
And then you got your hunter's mark still.
Hunter's mark, and because he's below maximum health,
Yeah,
once per
because
turn.
you're a hunter, right?
Yeah.
You got an 8. Nice. So that's 19 damage.
Holy crap! He's just like obliterated.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So you're a hunter and you got Colossus there. So yeah, anything that's below once a turn, he does an extra D8.
Yeah. I rolled max.
So he's focused. He glances back. Maybe he cuts his side of metal, so he turns, and your sword just digs in like that space, like at the crook of the neck and the shoulder.
Mhm.
Just gets in deep, hits something vital, and as you pull it out, like he's a little glassy-eyed. He's on his feet for a few more seconds, but he like takes a swing at you, like that's not going to go anywhere, and then he just collapses onto his face, dead.
Shame.
Lysthra,
Yeah.
this guy back here that you were drawing the measurement to, like his 2 friends are dead. He's now like crying, apologizing, maybe praying to some god in a language you understand. This guy by the door probably is going to realize in a second he's in bad, but he's still like, the fuck is this cloak? What is wrong with this?
I can't. This cloak. Yeah, I'm gonna Scorching Ray.
That's a good one. You get 3, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Lysthra is upset that somebody shot at her and was like very.
Somebody had to touch her to help.
Yeah, she had to get touched by someone she doesn't know very well, but begrudgingly, and she had to be like thankful about it, and now she's very upset. So I'm gonna do Scorching Ray at him. Ranged spell attack again.
3 attacks to his AC.
Yeah, I think I just rolled 1, right? 1 raise. Oh no.
No,
every
it's
raise.
3
That's
separate
good.
rays. Yep.
Let's see if I can figure this out.
And as you're doing this, what do your rays look like? Are they rays that are colored? Do they look different? Are they
she's
screaming snakes that come after him?
No, they follow the same theme of being sort of like teal purple, like this sort of sickly, gnarly looking teal purple. And she's gonna clutch her vial, says a few things, and then like sort of takes her quarterstaff that she and like taps the ground with it a little bit. You don't know if she needs to do that, but she does very cool when she does it.
And do they shoot out from her, like the base of her quarterstaff, the thing around her neck?
That's a good question.
Do they course along the ground and like burn up from beneath
it
them?
sort of manifests like, you know, if you're holding a necklace like at chest level, it's sort of like halfway between like in front of her face and like above where the vial sort of is a little bit.
Nice. So this lady that told you guys she can cast some magic clutches her chest, and 3 bizarrely colored
That's not good.
blasts of flame just erupt from her towards this guy.
That one's better.
Oh.
That'll hit. And that'll also hit.
And then I could split the rays, but she's mad at this one dude, so they're all going to
So
him.
roll damage for 2 rays, and roll them separately in case any... Not for him, but if like resistances take him into effect, you roll them separately. So
Okay.
roll damage for 2 different rays separately.
First one, 8.
Ooh.
Second one,
Ow.
You know, they probably could have done our job.
And a 6.
Yep.
So the first ray hits him in the chest, kind of right above where Abi hit him with the little seed. And you see flames go behind him, so it punched straight through his chest.
Oh, okay.
So he's already
Oh my
dead. He's already dead as the second one basically like goes in one eye and out the back of his skull as well.
Oh.
Oh.
Whoa.
And he's down, smoldering from these 2 craters in his body, dead on the street. Rylan,
Oh no, Abby.
Not many targets left. Oh yeah, Abby. What's Abby gonna do?
Abby is
That
gonna...
adorable little critter.
Yeah, he's gonna... Oh, in my bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
Now I see that the one guy's done. She's like, Bobby, now that one. Just that one. She points the other dude now by Ryland.
Kill.
Yeah, and so Abby's gonna throw a flame seed at him now next.
And as this is going on, like whoever was in the street, you guys have like ran, most of them. Maybe for the guard, maybe for whatever, but this is all going down so fast, like it's gonna be done way before any guards get here.
So Abby rolls
So
a
Abby-
25 to hit.
Abby spins in a playful circle as he does a bolt of flame leaves his tail towards this man who's stymied by a piece of cloth.
Is that 25 to hit?
Yeah, that'll do it.
And he does 8 damage.
Ooh. That's a mean kitty.
Yeah, it is. How long does Abby stay up again for?
An hour.
Nice. Alright, so he takes a flame seed to the leg. And you hear, in addition to the burns that are going to be going on his leg, you hear something crack in his leg too. So
Ooh.
this bolt has a little heft to it, and maybe not broken, but something definitely is not going to be working very well on his leg as Rylan lines up for his turn.
Wow, that's
Smite,
crazy.
Smite.
Smite.
Yeah, I guess I will. I'm gonna like look around me and like I'll think to myself like I don't even think we needed to come out here to like. But I will. So when it non-lethal attacks, like you just say non-lethal, is that like how that works?
Yeah, that's how I play it. If you hit him, it'll bring him to 0. If you decide to let up a little bit.
Okay, well if this hits, which who knows, but I will do my best not to.
Okay. Is this gonna be a smite or just you're still gonna do it normal?
I'll just do it normal.
Okay, that'll hit.
Aww.
And that is my damage roll. Oh, not very good anyways. So.
That's good damage.
But that is enough.
Oh, it is? Okay, well then I'm just gonna like
He's
hit him
not-
with like the pommel or something, just not
Bonk.
I feel like that's
punch
good
a
damage,
hole
especially
through
if you're
his
not adding
chest.
any of your magic or anything to it, you know?
You swing it, maybe it's the pommel, maybe it's the other, let's say pommel. Like, so you line up, this guy's like bending over his leg, ow. He's bent over a little bit, you just bonk her in the back of the head with the pommel, what would kill a normal person, but in a fantasy world, that's how you knock people out.
Mhm.
And he drops, but alive, to the ground, alive. And we are out of initiative. So
Alright.
you guys are, you won your first combat!
Yay, first combat! Congratulations!
Everybody took out one.
And you are in the street with 3 dead bodies and an unconscious guy.
Bobby begrudgingly pops up on my shoulder. Looks very annoyed.
Does his flame always stay on? Does he fold his tentacles down? Is he obviously a displacer piece thing, or
The flame and the tentacles sort of... The flame goes away and the tentacles sort of slurp into his body in a sort of uncomfortable
Alright.
way. But so he looks sort of like a cat, but you can definitely tell there's probably like a familiar. Like he is a magical...
yeah? Displacer beasts are not the same anatomically as a cat, so
Yeah, but he's a cat.
Looks a little different,
He's weird
but-
looking.
no one's looking right now because the streets are like abandoned around you. It's early afternoon, so it's kind of strange that the streets are abandoned, but obviously they are because there is murder happening in the streets.
Lister looks around and goes,
Anybody, these guys were loud enough that you can probably get anybody that like ran away to get a guard would probably give you guys an alibi unless for some reason they had a reason not to, but there's not really. You think these guys just had an opportunity and they picked the wrong fight. But it's pretty obvious that they came up to you guys and were like, hey,
"Hey."
let's you and I fight.
Lister looks at Rylan and goes, so should we go get you that bath?
I turned.
Ryland will look back and be like, "Bath sounds good right about now. In fact, I'm not even really sure why we came out here."
You guys are clean except for Ryland's normal filthiness. Gally and Galora got some blood on them.
Lister
I
waves her
like
hand.
exploded a man with my fist. Yeah, I got some blood on me.
Lister waves
I'm
her
a hunter.
hand.
This is nothing new.
She sort of waves. She's literally just does like one of those like half like hello, like hi, fancy meeting you here on the street.
Yeah.
So you
I
guys
wave
let
back.
each other do stuff. So Gally get a good shot with a gun. Galora kills people with their fists. Apparently this Lystra can just blast fire and someone with whatever the heck is on her shoulder right now. And Rylan has a sword.
A sword and an impenetrable,
shield.
dirty cloak.
You guys probably didn't catch that. You saw the
Oh,
guy took a few
sure.
swipes. You didn't really catch if he made contact or not. So
Would Lystra have noticed because it was closer?
roll perception.
Seems to be the most straightforward fighter of all of us.
Yeah, you gotta have that guy, right?
Yeah. Gotta have the straight man.
that guy. It's
Hey,
like
he
I like
told-
trains.
He went, "Get down, Mr. President," and protected me from a bolt. I rolled a
Dude,
12.
Say 6 plus 6 doesn't add him up for you.
It says 12.
Yes, that's over the bottom.
Oh, there it is. You saw the guy made a few. You guy made contact. You saw some sparks. You don't see any damage to his cloak that's basically covering his body.
Okay,
Maybe it might have hit him on the chest because I mean, if he pulled his sword and shield out, like the front would be open. But
she also looks around and she goes, pause it. Like, she said the bath time and then she pauses, like, oh yeah. Sort of like steps back and goes, "Are you hurt at all?"
Rylan will just say, "I'm fine. How about you? That was pretty close back there."
Yes, I
only a lord took any damage, right?
Uh-huh.
She's like, all right. She's like, yes, normally I don't like being touched, but I suppose I'll make an exception. So, and she pauses. Thank you. like she had to mentally, thank you.
The most pained thing ever.
Just means it means
No
more
problem.
coming from her. Like, you know, like she's just gotta be nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to approach Yalor. Say,
Hey.
you're hurt, correct?
Tis but a scratch.
May I see?
It's just a flesh
yeah.
wound.
I guess, yeah, it's just a graze. It's nothing big.
I will reach out and I will cast a spell.
And what is your spell and what does it look like?
It is Cure Wounds.
How
Just
does
reach
how
out.
does this Warforged Ranger cure wounds?
I just reach out and nothing special looks like it happens, but when I put my hand on the actual area, there's a very, very
On my
faint,
bosom.
deep, faint, deep green glow.
She was hit in the arm, but whatever. Put it where you want.
Oh, yeah.
Put the hand wherever. Yeah.
Dealer's choice. The faint, deep green glow, and it just feels warm for a moment, and then move my hand away.
Heal 8.
Heal 8.
And as you guys decide what you're going to do with the unconscious body, I think it's time to take our short break, a little pastime.
Lystra was like looked at Yalor and saw like the little magic thing. She's like, in her head, she's like, oh, good. I don't have to ask her next. It's just I can we go take the bath now.
So we will take a break for 15 minutes, and then we will
15?
return.
How about,
Isn't that what you said, or
no, I think we're gonna do like 5 to 10.
take a break for
Sounds
5
good.
to 10 minutes,
All right, we'll be back.
and we will return for another short period of time.
Break time.
Hello,
On my way.
we're back.
Hello. Pick a table.
Bye.
We're meeting at a table now.
All right. So after the fight,
Don't forget the
the
music.
guards would have. Go ahead.
I said, don't forget the music.
The guards would have shown up, and as I said, there would have been enough of an alibi, like, hey, these guys started assaulting people outside, that self-defense would have been an acceptable answer to the dead bodies.
Can I say that Rylan asked the barkeep for some rope to tie up the unconscious?
Oh
guy?
yeah, about 5 seconds after the fight was over, I'm finding this song as I'm doing this. He ran out with his battle axe in hand because he heard fight. He's like, not in front of my store,
Right.
and he ran out. You guys already taken care of it, so yeah.
Oh my gosh, wait.
Nice.
While Rylan asks for the dwarf to have any rope, Lystra pulls out some rope and is like, here, rope.
You're gonna use your rope.
I mean, it's 50 feet, so hopefully he'll cut some of it. So it's not
All
like-
50.
just-
We're gonna make a mummy out of him.
If you're
Yeah,
asking
we'll
for
just
Good
cut some
use
rope
of this
and
rope.
restrain him.
So the guards haul the one guy away. They might ask a few questions about the one with burn marks and holes through his head, and as long as someone kind of mumbles magic, then that happens. So you guys get off with murder scot-free because it's self-defense.
Hey,
And
Go.
unless you guys want to roleplay your shopping experience, we'll say we are next morning as you wait for your contact to bring back invitations, things like that. And tell me what you guys did over the last 18 hours, I would guess, since the last time we saw you.
So
I would say me and Gally would have gone out, and we would have gotten decent clothes for
Okay.
them.
yeah.
Yep. So a set of fine clothes, which is what you'll want for this, is going to run you 15 gold. Eat for each
Huh?
set.
Works for me.
Okay.
So Lystra already has her stuff. So fill me a little bit. Lystra, what does your fine clothes look like? What are you wearing to this party?
So, Lystra, she's probably wearing like a very sort of like the fantasy version of like the black party dress. It's not like
Little black dress.
little black dress, but not like the mini kind. But it's like sort of like a velvet material. Has a little tiny slit that's tasteful, but like one where she can move in it pretty fine. And you know, the slight low plunging neckline. About the same as in her portrait, maybe not quite as low, so it's like socially acceptable. She has like a little half cloak for her shoulders, you know, because
Depending on what your intentions are, it can get pretty low depending on what social setting you might be in.
yeah, I mean it's borderline. And she has a little half cloak too.
I'm gonna
that's
reveal
like
the
a-
kitchen because Carden's been in the kitchen before, so you guys can see the
Okay.
kitchen.
It's a deep purple color. It's really fancy. There's like silver embroidered on the sleeves. It's definitely something that's cost her a pretty penny. She takes good care of it. Her boots that she has are like the nice heeled sort. It might look a little bit odd, but they're like half cut. They're not like the traditional long. They're a little bit shorter, so they're passable. And then Ryland's attire would be sort of like those like fancy, it's like one of those half coats that have a little bit of a tail on the back, and then with like the nice undershirt, button up undershirt, little bit of the little clasp for the neckline, and then decent pants and even the shoes. But
Decent pants.
you can roll if they fit his feet, but maybe if he's average, maybe. And the color for that would be like a blue, like a dark blue with a splash of white underneath. Nothing like, it's flashy enough that a noble would wear it, but not so flashy that it's gaudy or would draw too much attention. But similar material is in it. It's nice and sort of a velvety silk. I'm trying to think of the
Very nice.
fabric, but I can't remember. And she would offer to do his hair just because she thinks that he can't do it himself. But she would have like some sort of fantasy version of like sort of like the gel to put through the hair to just sort of slick it back a little bit if he wants. But if he says no, she'll be like, all right.
A little grease
He'll
in his
first
hair.
be like, what is even wrong with my hair? But then, like, upon maybe a little bit of insistence, he'll be like, you know what? Like, you've already dressed me this much. Like, you might as well do whatever you want with the hair.
Is he still wearing his cloak over this stuff?
No, I imagine. I mean, you probably can't fit it underneath what he's wearing, right? If it's kind of
No.
like a, yeah. He would have, washed it but left it behind. I think.
Once it washes, is it nice looking or is it pretty torn up? Or at least raggedy?
It's
Or
raggedy.
is it
but
dysfunctional? Okay.
It's just like a little tattered on the edges,
So if you're not wearing it, take away the AC, just so you know.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And I'm not wearing armor anymore, so that's all gone too.
Yeah. So
The,
she would have slicked back his hair.
So
and
she
then put her own
manages,
hair up.
she manages, instead of just being like disheveled, now it kind of has that like slick back, tousled look that's like, some people would like that. It's like, he's not trying too hard, but it looks okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, Lystra's hair is now red. Like
What
a
was it
bright,
before?
like a more natural red instead of
Ah,
like
okay.
the purpley wine red. And if
Oh,
they ask, she's like, I dyed my hair. I incinerated a man. I don't really want them to know that at the party.
All right. What does Galley's fancy outfit look like?
Galley's fancy outfit is
Or if you want to let your lord decide if she bought it, you can. But
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
want to decide what he bought, you certainly can first.
I would have like
yeah.
it would have been a collaborative effort. So Gal, if you want to describe your outfit that we kind of agreed on.
I'll just
totally
let you
fine
dress
with
me because yeah, I wouldn't know what to buy or what
Okay.
looks good.
Alrighty.
All right, so what is he
Uh,
wearing, and then you can describe it.
So Gally is wearing a nice collared shirt sort of, like a vest with, it's a black vest and a white collared shirt. On the vest, it has embroidery, but it's like a lighter gray on there, so it kind of matches the undertones of his physique, where it's he has the gray metal on there, so it kind of matches with that. They have gloves that are nice clean. He has very decent slacks, a sort of sleeveless coat, but it drapes down and it's sort of asymmetrical, so it gives him still that mystique.
Ooh.
Ooh.
And then he has a nice, his boots are now been polished and cleaned so that they are now more presentable.
Very nice.
The only addition that I would have to that is I would have some sort of long gloves that cover up as much metal on my arms as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And is Galley wearing his armor?
My armor is currently built into my chest.
Okay,
But
so you
yeah.
still have your armor. So Rylan, so one of the options you guys did have was when somebody coming along, or more than one of you guys, like the bodyguard or whatnot. Are you going as a person that's like attending the party, or are you gonna wear your armor and be like a guard?
I think like one of the options might have been to like Gally goes as a chef and I go as a guard, but I think we're all going as guests, right?
I'm saying like a bodyguard, like you're escorting these rich people.
Oh.
Like,
Would that be like common?
How the turntables.
the rich people have bodyguards. The bigger question would be like, would you be let into the party, or they tell you to stay outside? But
Oh, that is true.
as a bodyguard, you could probably guess that you could force the issue.
Okay, yeah, no, I would
Nothing
love
looks
to go
worse than
as a
bunch of
bodyguard.
nobles leaving the party because their guard won't get let in. So
Yeah, that sounds great if that's like an option, and I can take my weapons then, right?
yep. Would you still dress up a little bit with your armor on top of it, or would you just save Lystra's fancy clothes and just wear your normal stuff?
I'm wait, so I can wear my clothes on top of my armor, is what you're saying?
No, underneath it. Like you
Oh,
have
yeah,
fancy
underneath
clothes
it?
with armor on top. Is that the look you want to go for, or are you just gonna go for rough and tumble? Don't mess with me.
How much bulkier does it like make me look?
No, it's no more bulkier than your normal clothes.
Okay, then I'll just take the armor then, because it's just chainmail, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. And then Laura, your last one. What are you gonna wear to this fancy function as you guys get ready?
I am wearing a similar asymmetrical vest where it drips further down than Galley's. Mine is a sort of velvety on the outside, dark velvet black on the outside. On the inside, it's has that still sort of gold motif, but it's darker, if that makes any sense, where it's not as bright as the other adornments on my attire. I am wearing a corset with a collared shirt as well, and I have my sleeves sort of rolled up so that they're at my elbows, and then my pants are sort of they have slack at the end because I'm wearing a pair of boots that kind of push the slack of the pants up, so it's more pillowy and poofy on the bottom where like the knee connects.
Very cool. So aside from the clothing, did you guys do anything else to prepare for tonight's mansion raid, heist, theft, whatever you want to call it?
The only other thing was I wanted to make sure that I had an extra lockpick or a extra set of thieves' tools on me in case my first one gets taken away.
Do you have seconds or did you buy them?
I bought them.
Okay.
Or
Figure
if
out
that is
how much-
possible. If not, then that's fine.
Yeah, you can buy them. 25 gold.
Yeah, okay.
Are any of you carrying, aside from Ryland, who has a reason to have his stuff, like Gally, what are you doing with your weapons?
Hmm.
I'm gonna have my weapons on a very regal belt and I'm going to try.
What do
and
you
play
have? The
them.
gauntlets?
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm
go
not
ahead.
taking. I'm not taking my quarterstaff.
And what are you gonna play the gauntlets off as?
I'm gonna play them off as like just a symbol of, or like as a. Shut.
They're a symbol.
they're. It's just a notice of my my house or my family.
Okay. You could probably expect to have to make some kind of like roll to pass it off, but that's not unreasonable. The galley will decide that you're gonna have your rifle. I'm guessing no.
This is supposed to be like a gathering of important people, right?
Yeah, it's a gathering of initially nobles, and it sounds like it expanded into just people that are notable, have money to like pad out the invitation list, kind of thing.
Yep, I'll have my rifle slung over me, my short sword tied at my belt, and I'll just try to pass them off as talking pieces.
Okay. Listard, you carrying your weapon with you or no?
No, Alyssa leaves hers behind.
Okay.
She does bring like one of her neat looking packs that could pass off as like a little purse that, you know, like hand purse that a lady would bring.
You're talking about your bag of tricks?
Maybe.
Okay.
It's a little purse. It probably fits the bag of tricks plus like something else, but I don't think she'd bring anything else.
Anything else? You guys mentioned sending stones. Is that something you wanted to look for?
How much would they have cost? If you were
So
to know?
if you guys looked for them, whoever would have looked, roll a investigation or a persuasion check for me.
I'll
You
do
guys,
that.
whoever spent time to look, can roll one of the two that you prefer.
And considering we were out, yeah, I'll roll for the stones.
Okay.
Nope.
Oof.
Couldn't find any.
I will roll for a stone as well.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have talking rocks?
Do you have rock talk?
You have Rocky Talkies.
Hey.
Rocky talkies, I like that. Yeah, you did. So there really isn't in this world, and so magic items are not like impossible to find clearly because you guys all have one. But there's not really like, you're not going to walk into like a magic item store. It's going to be something you're going to find in a specialty store, something the guy behind the counter is going to have.
Mhm.
You managed to track down a guy that sells like reagents for wizards, and he did happen to have a set of setting stones, and they would cost 500 gold for the pair. It's a total for both of them.
Well, that's above our budget there.
What if we pool our budget?
The both of us that were out, our budget's only 400 then.
That is fair.
You also have your own money.
I don't have that much money.
Wait, why can't we just show him
I'm-
the receipt for 500 and that's because we each have 200. So.
Yep, you could
Oh.
show him how much, and he could just take it out of the group amount. He's not going to know like, oh, only you two bought it. You only get 400
Yeah.
gold.
Oh, that's true. Is everyone gonna be okay with that if we did that?
We're not even going shopping.
Yeah, we're
Lystra,
not out
and-
shopping. So
Yeah, we'd all have to
Yeah,
be
you
together.
could spend all the money with the clothes and the sending stones.
I think yeah, well, we would do that then with the spending limit. We
Okay.
would-
And if you ask, the guy would write you a little parchment being like, this is how much I charged him, and like put his like seal on his stamp on it
Mhm.
for expenses.
Okay.
All right, so you have a set of sending stones. The way they work is you can use an action to cast a sending spell once per day. They recharge on the next dawn, so you have one cast of sending through the stones, and it's not both; it's once.
Okay,
Ooh.
and we have two.
Well, you have two stones, so it'll go from one stone to the other stone.
Okay.
It's a 25-word or less message,
Oh, no.
and they know who it is, and they can respond with 25 words or less, and then that's it for the stone.
Okay.
Okay, so both stones have a single send between them.
They have a shared charge, so when you activate one stone, you get 25 words. The person on the other side can do 25 words, and then they're done till the next dawn.
Okay.
Oh, good. They recharge at the. I was gonna be like, wow, we paid a pretty penny for that.
We paid a pretty penny
Oh
for
my.
a one mass
You
text.
You get once a day, and sending's like a second level spell. It's a third level spell, so I mean, it's not nothing.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty good.
That's what you got. Anything else before we move on?
Are we gonna
Just
be?
to.
Sorry.
Am I taking my shield as well as my sword? Oh, sorry.
No, it's like the only thing is Lystra like prepared new spells. She had
Okay.
So she would just melt.
If you guys had a long rest, so any damage you took, Laura is healed. No one spent any hit dice, so you don't have to worry about getting those back. And any spells you cast are restored and or replaced with new ones if you can do that.
Okay.
And what were you saying, Yulorb? Oh no,
I-
Rylan. That's about the shield. Yeah, you can. A bodyguard would be expected to carry what their weapons of choice are. So, assuming you're let in, that's not going to be an issue.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anything else?
I guess we could answer this when we get there, but I was gonna ask, like, are we going in pairs? I'm assuming since.
Probably want to talk to Malcolm first because he said he was going to give you guys, he's going to figure out who you guys are. Like he's going to give you identities
Okay.
Ooh.
Wow.
because you got to have them. So. All right, so nothing else more. You guys see Malkuth walking into the front door, and he looks over and he's kind of smiles because he sees you at the same table. Like, yeah, I guess that's your table now. And he gestures for you guys to come back into the office with him again.
Okay.
Jump on the barn.
Yeah, so you guys can meander that way, and as you come in, the 4 chairs are still there. He sits down without the expectation that anyone's going to use them. So if Rylan sits, he's pleasantly surprised. I see you two are still back in your position.
This is my safety
My
corner.
spot now.
So
This is
he's
my
sitting-
chair now.
he sits down, he looks up, and he looks at you all, and he says, "So, I heard there was some excitement after I left yesterday.
Oh yes. Oh, very much so.
I hope it wasn't too inconvenienced. It's not going to impact today's work."
Oh, it shouldn't have. The problem's been solved.
Not at all.
As I've heard, it was very definitively solved from what I could hear.
Mm-hmm.
I would hope that tonight perhaps a little bit less of a aggressive route, but as much as it pains me to say, as a representative Watchlight, I will say the priority is the mission. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I was gonna nod very lightly.
All right.
Suppose I shouldn't light the entire house on fire then.
Unless it is the only way you can see to get the key, yeah, that would be preferable.
Is there anybody? Yours
No.
gonna like lean in on the desk a little bit. Is there anybody at the party you don't want their head to fucking explode?
Oh my god.
He is taking it back as a very interesting way to answer that. He says, preferably no one. Jesric himself, please, if at all possible, don't harm him. He's not.
Okay.
He's well respected. There's nothing to think that he's in any way an issue with the tome being transported or anything like that. We are taking advantage of his relative lack of expectation that anybody will be there to rob him.
Sure. We will do our best.
I appreciate it. Before I give you your invitations and the identities, he looks at Rylan, and you can kind of see he sees your getup because you're all dressed. Because apparently you guys are going right after this. Like, he kind of get what you're going for. So he had 4 pieces of paper, and he kind of like slides one to the side that's not going to be needed.
Hell yeah.
Is there any accounting business and or anything else we should handle before we move on? Once
here's
again,
your
my role
receipt.
as your handler.
Here's your receipts.
So he takes them, he looks at it, so you got 400 for the stunning stone. You had to buy 2 pairs of clothes, right?
I actually had my own.
Okay,
I
so you
bought-
bought 1
I paid
pair.
I paid for mine out of pocket.
You're not going to ask for the money back?
No, it wouldn't.
As a,
wouldn't
as
occur
a,
to me.
as a
it wouldn't
business
occur to me.
expense.
It would not occur to me.
Yep.
You're the
so he,
least
Put on your
money-driven
taxes.
party of all time.
yep, so he brought like a kind of a fantasy equivalent of a briefcase with him to a certain extent, and like he definitely does the whole like pops it open and opens it up instead of like dollar bills. There's just like coins in there.
All in like the bank.
Coins,
vault and
yeah,
stuff.
coins are like writs that are basically the equivalent of coins, and so he pulls out enough to cover it. So it's probably like maybe 50 gold in actual coins, and then the other amount is in like, you know, these papers guarantee XYZ amount of gold via this bank that would be the equivalent, and hands them over to you, I guess, since you gave him the receipt.
Oh, okay.
I will ask though. Are there any people at the party that we should be wary of?
Wary of in the sense of danger, or that they're going to know who you are?
Both.
Unless somebody that was happened to be walking by the street when you took care of those thugs happens to be there, no. It is mostly socialites. So unless they also brought bodyguards, looks at Ryland, assuming that's what you're going to plan to do. Most of the individuals there are going to be individuals that have to do with business, perhaps a few that have to do with the business of fighting or selling their swords, but they should not be there. So unless you antagonize them, that wouldn't be an issue.
Did you and maybe some of your contacts find any more definitive information on whether the key will be on his person tonight or not?
He nods. He says, "Yes, we've. From what I can tell from my contacts, he typically carries it on him. Or at least that's what it's believed. He is very. I wouldn't say self-centered, but we believe it's not something that he would want to leave anywhere aside from in his possession. He's very controlling in that manner." We've also discovered that, as I guess befits his status, his engineering is not only restrained to his business. His house is known to have several interesting features added to it. So be on the lookout for any types of hidden corridors, hidden switches, levers. I believe he kind of dabbles in his spare time and sometimes builds things for no particular purpose to add them to his house. So.
Wonderful.
So the house is trapped.
You know,
Not trapped, more as in he's an eccentric inventor, and it would not surprise me if there's secret passages, hidden doors, things of that nature. I doubt he would trap his own house that he lives in with his servants.
So pull every book on a shelf, got you.
What an odd man.
That is a good word, from what I hear.
Is there any rumors of what preferences he has or those he enjoys hanging out with? Appearance-wise or politic-wise?
Does it seem like you're implying like who would he like to take to bed, or who does he like to hang out with?
Both.
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 Who does he like to hang out with in bed?
He's very much into I love a woman that could just kill me type of people.
I could do that.
He looks particularly at you, Laura, when he says that, but
Listen, man, I'm not the one that blew a hole, but okay, I did blow explode ahead. Never mind. I could see where you're coming from.
he looks a little queasy with the discussion.
Does he have any appearances that he enjoys more than others?
Not that I know of specifically, no. On that
Does
note,
he have
though,
a wife?
no.
Does he have a mistress?
None that are consistent. And he also gives you a description of the man, though you expect to see him, relatively thin, has a very well-trimmed goatee and mustache, very perfectly coiffed hair. Typically wears long sleeves and trousers, even in the warmer months, with button-down vest, kind of like what he's wearing, just very particular, and he's never going to be seen in short sleeves. And a human.
How tall is he?
He is about average height, so 5'6", 5'7".
Okay, cool.
Shorter than everyone, but one particular person.
Rude.
So he's a short king, is what you're telling me.
Is he?
Who are we talking about? We're talking about Thane or Malkath here?
We're talking about Thane. He's giving you a
yeah.
description of what he looks like, just so you know.
Isn't Thane a dwarf?
No.
Oh, I
He's a
wrote
person.
dwarf for
He's a
some
human.
reason.
You probably heard Thane and probably thought the Thane of a mountain or something like that.
Thane of Whiterun.
No, he's not a dwarf. All right, so if there's anything else, he's going to start handing out IDs or anything else you want to know.
Awesome. I'm ready.
All right,
What-
so go ahead.
Last question. How many guards do you know of that are in there?
You can expect one guard at where the carriage is going to drop you off at to kind of handle just taking people out of the carriage, getting them set on, get their drivers set off, and tell them when to come back. One or two that'll probably guard the entrance, and then one or two that'll probably be patrolling the inside. So the house is generally open during most parties. There's a guard in the back. You can meander through most of the rooms. Obviously, it's someone's house, so they say don't go ripping his pieces apart. People can see you, but you should have the run of the house for the most part during the party, on the downstairs at least. It's a 2-floor house.
Okay. But there's guards patrolling periodically around every area.
Yeah, there's a main central hallway, and they'll walk the hallway and look in the rooms as they pass.
Okay.
They're not going to go investigate the rooms unless they see something that seems amiss. Even if you're in there, they're not going to walk in unless they see you pulling every book off the bookshelf, for example.
Gotcha.
So just don't be.
That might be a problem.
Just don't be
Slowly
obvious.
regretting putting on my armor.
If a bodyguard's not going to be a big issue if you bring that up.
No, just like if
You
I
will
ever
not
have
be
to
the
do a
only
stealth
bodyguard.
check.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So just don't be obvious in our intention.
Yep. So he gives you out your invitations. Rylan, you don't get one because you're a bodyguard. You were just kind of like a +1 that could be expected.
Okay.
Yelor,
Hi.
your name. So he suggests Rylan comes up with a different name.
Mhm.
But your name, let me pull it up here.
Ooh, real fake name.
Your name is
Wow.
Tanika Stavanger.
Tenicus Stavanger.
Tanika Stavanger. If you mispronounce it, that's fine. Because of your appearance, he basically said you are kind of head of a recently like traveling mercenary band that's coming into the area to set up, and so you are someone that might be good to know for business, and so that's why you're there. Galley.
Hmm?
Your name is Falcon Arcalis.
Falcon? Like
Yeah,
the bird?
Falken, but pronounced very similar.
Fucking what?
You are an accountant, and you are married to Tanika.
Spicy.
Wow.
I'm an accountant?
Yep, you handle the accounting side of this mercenary business.
Oh, okay. I was like,
And
wait.
You're married to Yalord's character. Her character's character at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, make some new characters, you
Laura
guys.
leans back in the chair, like looking over, and just gives a little fluttery wave, like "Hello."
He looks at you and he kind of shrugs. He's like, if you're all coming together, there needed to be some connections, and that was the simplest.
They said out loud, Lister just looks in and goes, "Congratulations."
Oh, thank you. What I've always
No.
wanted.
And
Yes,
Listra,
I am deeply infatuated with my wife.
Sorry.
Listra, you are Haley Hindergrass.
Haley
Hindergrass.
She giggles. She doesn't actually like giggle, but she just goes, "Hmm." 'Cause it's funny to her.
And you are a local, not a local, but people come in and out of this town all the time via boats or whatnot. You are a kind of commerce individual that deals in the commerce of various items a mercenary band would need, foodstuffs, armor, and whatnot, and you're accompanying your Laura and Galley kind of as a networking opportunity.
So what's like the profession?
Merchant.
Okay.
Are you using a random name generator? If so, can I have one?
Yeah, you want one?
Yeah.
Dirk Van Gant.
Dirk Van
Dirk.
Yo, Dirk.
I've always felt like a Dirk Van Gant.
It's spelled D-Y-R-K, but it's not like people are going to spell it, so Dirk Van Gant.
Oh, there goes Dirty Dirk rolling through again.
There he goes.
Yalor, what was your name again?
I believe it was Tanika Davager.
Stavanger, and I guess your name would also be Stavanger. I just used the last name, so Falcon Stavanger and Tanika Stavanger, unless she kept her maiden name.
No, I'd be progressive.
Nice.
And Lister is Haley
Haley Hindergrass.
Hindergrass.
Which is ironic because I have a spell called Entanglement.
Nice. And as far as he can tell you, these will hold up under initial scrutiny. You're not going to be people that are known. The invitations are official, and he lives like an hour out of town. Like no one's going to do a background check in the time you're going to be there for the party. So you should be good unless you blatantly are not these people while you're there.
I do many.
Don't
of
yell out the
food
wrong
and
name across the hall.
with the stuff.
Pretty much. Any questions before we begin?
This will be more angled at the group, but once we have the key, do we all just leave?
We do the Irish goodbye where we just
Yeah,
bounce.
there'll be a parking area for like your carriages. He's arranged for a driver. The driver will be there, so if you get the key and you can get out and get back to the carriage without there being a hubbub, you could just drive away. And you would just be considered rude for leaving early, but not you guys don't give a shit because you're not coming back.
All right.
If you
What
want, that's
could go
actually
wrong?
what Carl says run off into the forest and
Nothing
run
will
away.
go wrong. So go exactly as planned.
Anything else?
Exactly as planned, we say, having no plan.
You guys can, before we move on, you guys can plan if you want.
It's kind of hard to plan without knowing. So like, the party
we
goes on
are-
outside. The inside of the house shouldn't be that well.
There's
guarded,
a
is that
ballroom.
the
Do
case?
you ask for a map?
I would love a map. Do you have
Oh.
a map of the
Oh, we have a
estate?
layout.
I can give you
Floor
one briefly.
plan.
For the bottom floor, you do. The upper floor, they were lost. / he didn't want people to know what's going on upstairs for his house, so he paid probably to have them not taken away. But I can give you a look at the bottom floor.
Sex dungeon up there.
Horrible experiments.
Sex attic.
Or
Horrible
like,
sex
once
experiments.
again, he's a reclusive adventure guy that wants
Necromancy.
to have big parties, and he's like
Probably
Mm,
making like sex robots.
does
up there.
weird stuff. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah, sure.
His
I
sex
am
robot
adventure
dungeon.
bots.
You won't let it go.
So I would have, if I had thought about the fact that you guys would want this, which you would, I would have made
A map.
one that was like covered, so try not to look too much. Not that you can see anything on these maps, but here is a layout of the first floor.
Let's zoom out really far.
The front entrance at the bottom, you walk in, there's a ballroom where a lot of the parties going to be having going on.
Mhm.
Hallway straight back. You see it, or is it not covered, right?
No, it's good.
No, it's
Okay. Hallway straight back to the garden, and then you can kind of see kitchen, dining room, some kind of office, and some kind of living room. That's the layout.
Okay.
So take a screenshot if you want, or picture with your phone before I remove this.
I wish I could do either of those.
And how many floors was it?
2 floors. So there's a floor above this, which is probably his like personal living area.
Okay, I got it.
Posted in the Discord.
Oh, thank you.
I was
It wasn't working for me. I was trying really hard doing it.
And so he will probably make an appearance at some point in the ballroom. No tell him he'll be there when you get there, but he will eventually show up. And or be meandering around the bottom floor once he makes his appearance.
all right.
Alrighty.
Should probably plan some way to pull him away from the crowd.
Yep, you guys plan out, and you guys tell me when you're ready to move there. Malkith is
So-
there if you have questions, more questions that come up, or anything else, but he'll just sit back and kind of watch you guys work. Probably pretty interested in how you guys work, because he gets to see the side he does, and now he gets to see what you guys do. Very exciting.
It's so exciting.
All right.
So he's
You were
interested
gonna
in.
you were gonna speak your Gally. Go ahead.
Yeah. So he's interested in what? Strong women.
Yeah. What are you trying to say, Gally? Huh?
Yeah, I think both Gally and Ryland will be like looking between Lystra and Yolor.
You would be she would have been faithful to her husband.
No,
Lystra's
that might cause a scene.
Lystra's like, I can try to look more appealing, I suppose.
No, I'll do it. Don't worry about it.
You're married. Are you really gonna have to draw more attention to yourself?
I mean, how do I make this sound not mean?
I also have
Just
a spell
dead
that-
faced looking at Yolor.
His glowing eyes turn into small hearts.
He turns a dial on the side of his head. They just click like different settings.
I have little emotes in my eyes.
Yeah. No, because a guy like this is probably a lonely guy.
I also have a spell
Mhm.
that can probably charm him. Worst case scenario.
That's true. So I could probably easily just intrigue him generally, get him
once we're-
alone into a room.
Once we're through the door, no one's gonna know we're married.
Pretty
Fine.
much, yeah.
If she wants to do it, less work for me.
We could always have a backup plan.
Are you calling me a backup plan?
Yes.
Do you want to be the main plan?
Absolutely not. The less work I have to do, the better.
All right then. Then don't offer yourself as a backup plan.
I offered myself as the main plan.
Would you like to be the main plan?
No.
Okay, we are
All
back
right.
at square one.
I'm glad this was established.
I'm glad we made a
Thing is
circle
like,
in
wow,
this
this is
room.
interesting how this process works.
I'm glad we made a circle in our conversation.
Malkuth.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I'm pretty good at reading people. So, I guess if I'm not going
It
to
sounds
distract,
you
then
want
I
to be the
will-
main plan.
No, I'm talking about another thing that I can do, so we all have a role.
Okay.
Continue.
What do you have in mind?
As I was. I will look, I'll mingle, look around, try to look at what guards he might have and such, and get a read, and see if maybe the key on him might be magical too, if we can just figure out where it is on him.
Mm-hmm.
We want Galley to try to take it, right?
Yeah. Probably the best chance to do that would be probably get him into the library.
Yeah. Guys, it as a business deal.
Guys, it as a business deal. That's what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
I can
Either
keep a
you
close
charm
watch on
him
the
in
door.
there, you being the accountant and you being a merchant. The accountant would be able to kind of give bullshit enough to coax him in there, make it really tantalizing. Galley, you could gesture towards me saying, that's our leader of our mercenary band, and I could be mingling around.
Sure. As the accountant, I could.
So
Could very well.
Oh.
So
And then
you approach him, entice him with a business deal first to see, instead of, and then both of you try to go talk to him privately. See if that works.
yeah.
Yes.
Or if
And I
that
could try to
doesn't pan
distract
out,
some guards.
or if that doesn't pan out, Lystra, you can charm him in there, just under the guise of being a merchant with the accountant, and you're, what am I trying to say?
You know.
Pockets.
No, like,
Understand.
explain also that you're also in a business deal and you're here with us, right?
I think.
As under like,
Or I'm
our-
attending
our-
to try to butter you both up as well.
yeah,
I'm not good at this. This
It could be a
business
separate
merchant
business
stuff.
proposal.
could be a separate business proposal. You get him in there initially. How about this? Let's try it. You get him to the library initially for a separate business or proposal. Doesn't matter if it goes well, whatever. Then Galley, you watch him as they are about to leave the library. You attempt to get him further into the mansion, maybe into his office, under a guise of an official business deal with our quote unquote mercenary band.
Wouldn't it make more sense for you to do that though? Why would he approach without his wife? You go
Because
together.
I'm
I am the
mingling with the
accountant.
crowd. He's the accountant. I'm mingling
I'm
with
just
everybody
confused
else.
'cause my proposed plan is being different than so I'm not checking out the guards, and you guys are trying to get the business deal. It's different.
Okay.
Knowing where the guards are at all times would help.
Okay. I'm
Ryland,
trying to.
what do you think?
Yeah,
Ryland,
right.
yeah.
I'm
I will
just
watch the
confused.
door.
No, yeah, I'm just clarifying because I proposed the deal and you guys said yes, but they're repeating it back and it's different. So I just want to make sure whatever plan we're planning is the right one that I'm thinking of.
What's the plan that you're thinking of?
I thought you would approach him being his type, propose the business deal, and try to get him into the library with your husband to talk over business. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Ryland and I would be outside. I could try to get an eye on the guards and plan. What is it called again? A
Exfil?
is what people call it. Plan A is to try to steal it from him while you're in the library, if that works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And it-
that works.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
All
And
right.
if it doesn't work, I'll set the house on fire.
Let's not do that. Let's not cause a scene like that.
I
We've
was joking.
just
It was an
Let's
option
call
if there
fire
was no
Plan
other way.
F, and we're only on A. So
We'll get the
we-
key from the ashes.
Plan C, perhaps.
Right. That's fine with me as a plan A. Plan B, if I and Galley can't lure him away, I guess
Ryland
you,
mugs him, and then we run.
Lystra, you could try charming him to somewhere private under, a merchant deal of some sort. And then Ryland just, mugs him, I guess. Or you guys mug him.
Ryland,
Yes,
you're the muscle
Mr.
here.
Paladin, you something you want to say?
I don't feel up for that role. I'll watch the door and make sure you're not interrupted. But if there's any threatening to be had of this person in his own home, I I don't feel that I'm up to the task.
We are robbing
His
a man in
own
his
private
own home.
infrastructure. Okay,
We're attending
yeah, I'm fine with that.
we're attending a party under false pretenses to rob a man in his own home, but you're not okay with roughing him up.
That's different than mugging him.
Lister like leans towards Rylan and is like, I forgot, I'm not sure. That's what I think. Here we go. Lister leans towards Rylan and just goes, I was joking about lighting the house on fire.
And we'll turn
That's all she
around and
says,
be like,
she thought that was really important to clarify for Rylan just in case he like thought she was serious, and then she leads back. Like that's the only thing she was concerned right there.
Ryland will turn around and look at Lister with like a, I can't tell if that was the joke or if you really did mean the setting on the house on fire was the joke.
Are you gaslighting me right now?
Was that a joke?
No, I was joking about lighting the house up. It's exactly what I said.
So the plan is, one group tries to get him alone, get the key. If that doesn't work, a different group tries to get him alone and get the key.
That sounds
Yeah.
good. And then the messaging stone for emergencies.
Yeah, I
Yes.
feel like
You guys gotta decide who has each one.
I'm going to say.
Not now, but when you get there, you should know who has which ones.
Yeah, I think we should just decide now and just give the
Yeah.
stones to each other. Rylan, do you want the sending stone, and Gally, do you want the sending stone?
That works for me. I mean, so we don't need like to be able to be skilled in magic items to be able to use it, right? Like,
Nope. This one just works. Magic items will work no matter who has them, as long as you are attuned, which we can assume whoever has them are attuned to these right now.
You just boop the nose and start talking.
I think in 5th edition you can only attune to 3 items at once, so you should all be good, even if you have the stone and your item.
Gotcha.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll keep one to let you know if there's anything that you really need to know about outside of the library when you're in there.
Yeah, and I'll take the other.
Gotcha. All right, I think we're good.
Anything else?
I think we got a
Alright.
plan. What about?
Alright.
Hold on. What's the plan C? Are we just like
I'll
Just
do
go
the
it-
distraction.
like-
Fancy we set the
go-
house on fire.
go like?
That's the
See,
problem. I'm joking, right?
C for fire.
Joke?
I can
The-
I can create a distraction without a fire if need be.
Okay, so
Press
but
X to doubt.
we still want the key. So probably it's just go loud, cause a ruckus, tackle the guy, steal the key, and leave.
Yes.
I suppose.
Get in the carriage in like hot pursuit away.
Yes.
Okay.
You're assuming plan A and B
Malkuth
won't
leans
work.
forward and he says,
I like having my.
I don't mean to interrupt. Now that I've heard your plan, there's one other thing I wanted to offer if you'd like. And he reaches into his briefcase again and pulls out a small, almost like ring-sized box, like it'd be like an engagement ring, and slides it forward.
Oh, for me?
And he says, hearing this, I think this might be useful to you if you would like to take it. And if you're gonna pick it up and open it.
I'll open it.
We're gonna
Inside
get
is
married.
a small kind of like cushion, and on top of that is probably a marble-sized pearl, maybe a little bit bigger, not pearl, marble-sized ball, made of clear glass. And on the inside there is looks like it's kind of like somehow like someone got cotton inside of it. And he
What
says
is
if you throw this on the ground, it will create an area of complete silence for 5-10 minutes if you would like it to.
Ooh, okay.
Maybe not 5-10 minutes. Let me look up the spell. Basically,
I
it's
should've prepared my
beat of
spell, if only
silence.
I have that spell.
Oh,
Do you have that spell prepared?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Let's
Ready to heist.
silence everything.
the crime spell.
So if you throw this, you can throw it down as a reaction, and it'll create a zone of silence. The normal spell lasts for 10 minutes. This will last for a minute before it drops, and it's a 20-foot sphere.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, silence.
So this is basically a guy's opening his mouth to call for guards. You have a shut up for a minute
Pocket sand.
to buy some
Alright.
time.
Gotcha.
And he heard your plan. He's like, sounds like it has a chance, and he's giving this to you to help you pull it off.
I say
Okay.
B team. Plan B team has that one.
And that doesn't need attuning. It's just a one-use consumable item.
Ooh, neat.
Well, Lystra has silence, and Lystra's gonna be talking, and Ryland's gonna be outside the door watching. So I think
Yeah.
we should.
So
have
Ryland
it,
will
Callie.
Ryland can have it.
Oh.
Or Lystra.
Why would I don't?
I think what she's saying is that they'll have someone who can cast silence. So one of you guys,
Yeah.
Gally or Yaller, should have it.
Oh, fair. I have this down.
Yeah, Lord.
Yalor.
Okay. I'll
Yeah.
take it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it makes sense if Yellow has it.
I mean, excuse me, Tanika.
Oh, thank you. What was your name again?
Falcon.
Not Galley. but
This is gonna go
the
well.
Other one?
Oh no.
Falcon.
Falcon.
Think of
Falcon?
the bird.
Oh hell yeah! I'm gonna call you Falky. That's gonna be my nickname for you.
That is not my name.
Falcon isn't your name either. But I'm
In
your
this
wife,
scenario, it
quote
is.
unquote. I can
Oh,
have
go
a nickname
on.
for you.
Then
God, it's like
Your
you've never been married
chemistry is
before.
Just great.
This is gonna go very well.
Ah.
I believe in us.
Are you ready?
I think we're ready.
yeah.
I'm ready.
All right. So the scene transitions.
Oh, I thought that was the character.
What?
Okay, that Lystra adjusts her appearance slightly and then just says it's magic.
Oh, what does Lister look like now?
Well, after hearing a little bit, she's made herself taller and gone with paler skin and black hair.
Oh,
Ooh.
All right.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah.
So you guys pull up in your carriage to the little. It's not on this map that you'll see in a second, but you will do the pull off. Get out. There's a guard there that kind of helps the ladies out very chivalrously, and Rylan doesn't get too much of a look. And you guys can walk the short walk through a forested area to see this ahead of you. Let me reveal it.
I'll lean into Yalor while we're doing this.
Hmm.
How do married couples act?
Now's the time to decide that.
I'm gonna say, just
Should I be carrying your dress tail?
no, Jesus, no. Just act as though pretend we're great friends.
Ryland, it's at this time that I wish I had a drink.
All right.
Do you know
Ah,
what
tell me
friends
about it.
are? Galore. Galley.
Yes.
Can't even get his real name right, unless it's his fake name.
I'm assuming like we're whispering to each other. Just like, vote of confidence assured. All right.
Yeah. I will treat you like a great friend.
So we're all up outside. Ignore the fact that they have weapons brandished. These are just the models I have. But outside is a gentleman in kind of a standard, like what you'd expect a guard has. He's got some chainmail beneath a tabard that you can see the crest of probably what this guy is. And you guys can put your tokens on the path if you'd like.
Where's my token?
Yoink.
Token.
I'll do yours.
Thank you.
I was talking to Lystra.
Oh,
I'll do yours too if you want me to.
I don't know how to pull out my token, so yes, please.
I don't give it to the married couple. I don't give it to the married-
I'll pull them out. You guys can decide where they go.
I already knew.
Ultimately,
Perfect.
do you have control, Yalor?
I will walk with my
No, I do not.
my hand on your shoulder, not around your back, but just on
There you
your
go.
on the closer shoulder.
He's perfect.
Man, it's what every woman wanted. Wow.
So we roll up, and this guy up front walks up and says, "Can I see your invitations?" He's looking pretty much just at Galley because that's super interesting that there's this robot here.
Yes,
Dear,
sir. Here,
hand our invitations over.
of course, dear. I will produce the invitation.
So he
Uh-huh.
takes them from you three, then or at least takes two from Galley. Lister, do you have your own, or does Galley also have yours as the associate?
No, she would do her own.
All right, and then he reaches for Ryland for your invitation as well.
And
don't
Ryland
have
will
one.
Say, yeah, Ryland will say, "I'm the bodyguard of the." Give me 1 second. Scavengers.
He
And
looks at the back of it under his palm.
I will be accompanying them today to ensure their safety and a pleasant evening.
Okay, so everybody says, "Well, the guards inside, so I mean, I can attend with them, but I'd prefer if you keep any weapons you got outside. We got it covered." He looks at Yaller too, and ma'am, you don't need armor in here for any reason. Looking at the gauntlets,
They're purely ceremonial. Don't they Honestly, nothing about them. Just ceremonial.
You can yell or roll deception, and Rylan, what are you gonna say when he's like, you can come in, we're not gonna make an issue of it, but keep your weapons out here.
Dirk.
And you can see there's a couple, like a sword, maybe a club, and a shield, and I don't know, a crossbow sitting by him. Like a couple other bodyguards went in and listened to him.
Dirk Van Gint will take away off his like longsword and shield and pass it to him and be, I trust the ability of your guardsmanship here, but I will make sure that they are in and not bothered today.
Great, he takes them from you, just kind of like tosses them haphazardly into the group of other ones that are there. Like, clang, 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 clang.
We'll treat
What'd you
these with
roll?
the utmost care.
Roll a 9. He says, "That's great, man, but you're not. I mean, if someone could take him from you. Someone could cause an issue. I gotta get him from you."
Would try to. She just clears her throat. She's like, "Excuse me, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, but they're here. There's some rather they're upcoming, well-known merchants. It's important for them to bring some of their,
Be mercenaries.
I thought we said merchants.
You're
No,
a merchant.
you're a
They're
merchant.
mercenaries.
Yeah.
Oh, I wrote that wrong in my notes. Then can I?
You said mercenaries. Yes, on.
Yeah, okay, because I wrote merchants for both of us, and that was the connection. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
It's all right.
Be like-
You're gonna supply them basically as the story, like, and you want to get in their good graces, so you got them
So
invitations to this
Syliefel
party.
is like, excuse me, I'm sorry to interject here, but they're upcoming mercenaries, and I was really hoping to speak to Mr. Thane alongside these two individuals, and those gauntlets are actually worth quite a lot and are a great talking point for myself. So would you please just let her bring them? I'd really appreciate it.
Roll persuasion. That you're kind of pleading with them more than you are just straight up lying.
Big
Wow.
money, big money.
It's good enough.
No.
He looks like he's not gonna put up a fight. They're on her belt. He'll buy the mercenary thing, so he'll be like, "All right, go ahead."
Thank you so much. She gives him a gold coin. That would be a lot of money,
Takes-
wouldn't it?
He takes it. Yeah, he takes it, and he's looking at it like, "Ooh, good shit." I'm glad.
Good day.
Yeah, he actually roll a charisma check as you give him the gold coin.
Ooh.
Wait, what's my charisma? 21.
Oh.
Yeah, as he takes it, he looks at it, and it's a gold. Like, this is probably more than he's making this entire week.
Oh,
Or maybe it's like this is like doubling his salary for the week. So he looks at it, and Rylan, you see, he catches your eye, and he like looks at the sword and shield and kind of tilts his head towards him, like
Okay.
maybe he's hoping on the way out he can get another gold or something.
Ron's like, yeah, my stuff.
Rylan will nod to him and pick up his sword and shield.
All right. So you guys head inside.
Yeah. Music stopped.
So you walk in. Yeah, I know. I did the repeat thing. Didn't do it.
I will gesture for my wife to go first.
My wife.
You guys walk inside into a beautiful bar room. It's got fishbone wood floors, pillars. It looks like it's designed to look impressive, right? So this guy is like his second floor house. There's no second floor above the ballroom. It's like a two-story ballroom. Candelabras, chandeliers. I'm off to the right. You can see those 3 tokens. That's the band. So a halfling, a gnome, and an elf are over there playing the beautiful music you're hearing somehow with only 3 of them.
Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh, magic.
You can see
Bards.
2, yeah, just musicians.
I mean, in the literal sense.
You can see 2 guards across the way towards that door that's going to go inside to the hallway. And you can see a door to the left as well with a guard standing next to it. I mean, as you are watching it, the door opens up and this red servant carrying a tray of food and drinks walks out. So that's obviously some kind of servant passageway.
Okay.
Right.
Who else is that? Is this all we see in there?
Nope, it's also, there's probably like a dozen, 2 dozen rich-looking people of various persuasions in here.
Okay.
There are people dressed up like they are just like government/noble/rich people. And then there's a scattering of people that are obviously like that second line of invitations, like they look like they run a business, they look like they might be like mercenaries. There's a couple guys with bodyguards that aren't having weapons, they're looking at Rylan, like, how'd you pull that off? How'd you get in here with your weapons? But a good couple dozen. So for if anything happened in here, probably be counted as difficult terrain as you like head and shoulder past people. But I'm not going to fill it with tokens.
Gotcha.
No sign of your guy quite yet.
Okay.
As you're watching around. So you enter in. There's a guy walking around with drinks and food. What do you guys do?
I will
Can I
wave
sorry,
down the
you go ahead.
gentleman. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'll wave down the gentleman in red.
Yeah, he walks over holding the food. 1 second.
Is it a plate of shrimp?
And he actually, as he gets close to you, he stumbles into a few of the shrimp cocktails, actually fall off and
Oh,
shatter on
yeah.
the floor, and he mutters under the dress, "Fuck."
I will attempt to help him.
How do you help him?
I'll just
He's got
pick
like
up
2
some-
trays, and he's like, "Ugh."
Would I be fast enough to try to catch one of those trays so it doesn't spill as much?
Yeah, roll a dexterity check.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so he reaches out and you stumbled and a couple of the shrimp cocktails fall. You grab them, a couple shrimp fall out of them because they did not fall straight down, but you managed to make sure that the beautiful glass, cocktail-looking glasses they're in don't shatter on the ground.
All
So he
right.
looks at you and mutters, "Thanks, appreciate that."
Wow. So
That's
strong.
He's
yeah,
a good
he's
husband.
he's a great husband.
That's my
And he
husband.
takes him back on. And he like carefully balances it. This guy looks like he works out a little bit too. So he's strong enough to carry these trays, but obviously not the most graceful beast.
Gotcha.
I'll just turn. Kind of good dear. Would you like anything?
Give me
just
2
gesture
shrimp
to the tray.
cocktails, please. I wanted some scramps.
Very refined.
I'll take one in each hand. Hold them both for her.
You kind of call him
Thank
over
you,
1
dear.
second.
Do you want us to like move? Oh, okay.
You call him Marvin. You guys can move where you are, and I'll move him. How far do you guys walk into this room?
I would say I would try and make.
You can just move it. We're not in movement right now, so just put your guys where you
Okay.
want to go.
Yeah. I would say we'd probably be about that deep into the room.
So 2 shrimp cocktails. The other thing looks like he's holding like champagne and some glasses on the other one. You guys want a drink? I see Lister has taken up the corner position again.
Champagne.
Lister's like gonna be hovering around where they are, but far enough away where it's not like we're a merry band, He wants to keep them in eyesight if possible.
Yeah.
But not like super close where like someone would glance at them and be like, "Oh,
like how
they're
Roland-
together."
I like how Roland's just kind of wandered off.
Yeah, what's Rylan doing as you enter this room?
Ryland he'll stay close enough to look like he is like bodyguarding specific people.
But not the
he'll
people he
maybe-
came in with.
No, the people he came with. But he'll maybe be like looking at the guards and maybe seeing if like maybe he can make like if any of them look chatty, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, roll
we're not that far in. Yeah,
roll insight
sure.
Ooh.
just to kind of get a sense like
Right.
these guys looking like they're looking to fill the boredom.
Ryland's looking to steal some swag.
This is some mighty fine armor you got there.
Got a 9.
Yeah, you don't add anything to that, right?
Yeah, that's it.
None of them look especially chatty. None of them look especially closed mouth either. They're kind of standing around. The guy by the servant door, the kind of guy's arms crossed, is leaning against the door. The guys by the main door of the building are probably chatting with each other a little bit. Those 2 are probably the ones that will patrol back and forth eventually, but they're content watching this go down. And you can all roll insight, actually, again, including Ryland.
Okay.
Okay. Insight.
Ooh, 17.
Ooh.
Did you roll real dice?
I started, yeah.
No, I've been fiddling with one in my hand.
Okay. So Ryland and Yalor, as you're kind of scoping out this place as you guys kind of cruising, you can notice that primarily the like richer looking people, the people that look like they probably got the first invitations, aren't looking too impressed with what's going on right now.
Gotcha.
Like there's music, but there's like one guy coming out with shrimp and drinks.
Right.
Like they seem unimpressed slash kind of put off by the quality of this party right now.
Hmm.
Is there anybody that Ylor would recognize?
Like from like Tinder or something? Like what are we talking about?
Yeah, no, not from Tinder. No, I'm saying from like her from
Oof.
can't pronounce the
From where
place,
she's from?
but- Yeah.
No, this is mostly local people that can make it here for a party that was announced, you know, maybe a couple days ago or a week ago.
Okay. Alrighty.
How many guards are out?
So there's two at the main entrance, two at the entrance going inside, one outside the door that's kind of like check-in, and then one by the servant entrance where this guy at the cocktails came out. Probably there to make sure, like, hey, that's not part of the house. That's the servant stuff they do.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna.
Rylan,
Sorry.
no, go ahead. Ask your question.
I was gonna say Ylor kind of leans into Gally and just like, you know, for a ritzy place, this place kind of isn't popping as though it should be. Everybody kind of looks
Okay.
bored.
Is it not? This is very lively from what I'm used to.
Oh, fuck, you're right. I look over at Lystra.
Let's remind you, like, you guys know that you can go into the house if you want to. That's not off limits. If and when you guys decide you want to.
I'm gonna like gesture with my now one shrimp cocktail because I've downed the other one.
Just scarfed it down.
I like my
Wrapped it very
scramps,
properly.
but I try to do it as dignified as
Roll
possible.
constitution for shrimp poisoning now.
Oof.
I'm gonna gesture, and I'm gonna say I'm gonna thank the servant that brought over this.
And there's no
shrimp.
tokens. Like if you guys want to talk to anybody, feel free. You don't have to, but they exist. They exist in this area, even though you don't see them on the map.
I'm going to.
You just walked on top of this poor man.
I'm not meaning
Step
to
right
do
over
that.
him.
I'm like sidestepping.
He's moving around like he's giving shrimp to other people. He
I'm
gets to see
going
if Lystra wants some shrimp.
I'm gonna gesture to the hallway. I'm gonna start heading that way. And as I
This is
pass,
amazing.
I'm gonna nod to the guards,
Eventually
kind
he
of
goes
like
in. Yeah.
kind of like raising my shrimp cocktail and like offering one of the guard members like, you want one? As I pass,
Which one do you offer it to?
the one on
left or the right?
my right.
Yeah, he takes it. He looks at it and he's like, "Hey, I'm not gonna pass up some free shrimp.
Yeah, very rude.
Yeah, this is not the stuff we're used to. You know what I mean?"
And then I look to the guy on my left, like, you want the last one?
He just shakes his head. No.
No, all right.
Guy on the right seems a little more like.
So, yeah, they're like,
He's
"Hey,
a
you want
little younger too.
you want the last one?
The guy on the right,
Yeah.
he takes whatever shrimp you offer him, and he just scarfs him down. They're like they're best thing he's ever tasted.
Gotcha.
Butter,
It's like, all right, buddy, can you handle this glass for me? Thank you. And I just keep
butter
on
up the
moving.
guards.
No, he takes it.
Like, and I move into the hallway.
The rest of you follow, do something different. What do you do?
I will follow him.
I'll follow for now as well.
Lystra will not immediately follow, and she'll like try to just chat with this random guard, even though she doesn't want to.
Which one? The one that was
The one on the left,
responsive?
not the cocktailed one. The other one.
Not the cocktail.
Let me do a few
Not the
reveals
shrimp
here.
enjoyer.
I like how Shrimp Guy was just walking around so much.
All right, so in the
Yeah.
hallway, you can see like this.
Okay.
Ooh.
Meow.
Yep, you can see, I'll get to you in a second, Lystra, but as you walk
No
in the
problem.
hallway, you can see down the hallway, you got 2 open doors on the right side, you got 1 closed door on the left. You got 2 sets of stairs going up, both have ropes kind of across the bottom. They're like hemp ropes, like the kind that Lystra had, so it's not like velvet ropes, but they're like just tied off to basically say, like, don't go up there, it's off
I'd rather you
limits.
not go up there. Gotcha.
There's 1 or 2 people kind of meandering out in the garden as you enter here. Some of the nobles like, hey, what's going on up back? And that's what you see so far. Lystra, the guard looks up at you. He sees you're approaching him, and he kind of looks at you. He doesn't say anything. What are you gonna say?
She.
Burn. That's one fire.
She's like,
Ah!
I'm
Shoots
sorry.
a hole through his chest.
I'm sorry to bother you, but I just couldn't help but want to ask the question. I'm looking to perhaps hire guards in the future for my recently booming merchant business, and I just can't help but be a little curious of how much Mr. Thane's paying you.
Roll persuasion.
In her head, she's going, "Okay, I only have to talk for like a minute, and then I'm done." So.
And the timer starts now.
22.
He looks up and he looks to his friend for a second, and he says he's paying us really well. Exactly what we'd expect from this job. Couple gold, 10 gold a night. Guard in his house.
Oh, 10 gold a night, and that's.
Anybody who overhears that would recognize that as like exorbitantly too much for a guard.
She's gonna feign like she doesn't know, and honestly, she probably doesn't know anyway. So she's gonna be like, "Oh, 10 gold a night," and so is that average?
Rylan, you were a guard. You're like, I fucking love 10 gold a night. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Sorry, what did you say, Lystra?
Lystra was like, "Oh, 10 gold a night. So is that considered average for your elite your elite personnel here?"
Guard's like, well, for a man like Mr. Thane, that's nothing. He's rich, right? So like, 10 gold a night ain't anything to him. You just gotta get the richies that actually will give you something, right? He's very awkward. / isn't sure how to respond with your questions.
She's purposely like leaning, like flashing some cleavage as well, a little bit like, "Oh, okay," and
he's looking.
And
this makes him more awkward.
She's just basically making conversation for just like a couple minutes until it's like not super like obvious that she's following this other group.
Yeah,
so.
as you talk to him, roll an insight for me again.
Since we're already inside.
Yep, you guys can. I'll get to you in a second.
14.
Yeah.
14.
Mm-hmm.
As you engage with this person for more than just kind of a passing conversation, one, getting paid too much, you can decide if Lystra know that or not. Seems kind of flustered by questions. They're not too crazy. Like even if you didn't want to give like real answers, like making stuff up, like. And the more you look at him, the more you're like, you don't look like your average guard. Like, he's not the cleanest kind of looking guy. He's maybe got a few more scars you think the guards of this rich house might have. So maybe this guy's seen some combat. Maybe he's a mercenary. Maybe he does something else for a living and he's here for tonight. It's up to you to kind of decide how you interpret that.
Okay. All right. And then that's quite a. Just thinking of. Okay. Yep. Okay.
So walking inside, and you can follow whenever you feel is appropriate, Lystra.
Okay.
As you go past that open door, you would see this beautiful little sitting room. There's some nice paintings on the wall. There's a fireplace over there on the right side. A couple chairs, a piano, another picture you can see top down. They kind of look like little weird boxes. And on the bottom right are a couple of bookcases.
I bet there's a secret passage behind those bookcases.
Yeah, I forgot to mention when I showed you the whole picture, ignore that little thing behind the bookcases.
Oh, I didn't even pay attention.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just thinking
saw
Scooby-Doo.
rooms.
That's that room.
Okay.
Do you say out loud that you bet that there's a hidden
No,
passage?
I was thinking that. That was an
Okay.
internal thought.
Taylor just declares it. Wow, there must be some hidden passages here.
This place looks passage-worthy.
On the left side, there's a door. It's closed.
Okay.
That's the only door on the left side that you see.
Can I knock
wanna,
on that door on the left?
I was
You
gonna
can
say,
knock
could
on
I?
it.
Oh, go ahead.
You knock on it. Nothing. No response.
Zalora's gonna like look around, like see if there's a guard in this area. Just like,
Nope.
is it okay? No, no
Nope.
guard.
The guards that Lystra is talking to, the one of those two will come back here at some point.
Oh, okay.
But you don't know the timing of that.
I mean, I look at Galley. I'm just like, well, the rope's not guarding this door, so I guess I can open it.
It's locked.
Oh shit. Yalor thinks in your head, I could punch this door down. I could.
Is the door open?
No, it's locked.
No, it's a locked door.
Locked door.
It's got a lock and it's got a keyhole. Like it's a door that can be unlocked, but it's locked right now.
Are we that curious? Should we not?
Oh, and I forgot to mention this hallway just so you guys know, because top down it's hard to see. So right as you go inside, those two wooden things are coat racks. Below those two lamps are two chests on some tables that might be like the key boxes if a visitor comes, or like for the guy who owns this place to like leave stuff he would grab on the way out. There's a elk head on the side, or a deer head on the left side right there, mounted on the wall. Those are the things you see in this hallway.
Mm.
Is there anything? Do any of the coats stick out, like as like?
Nope. Only coats on the rag look like they're probably from the people that are here right now.
I'm gonna check this box, see if it opens.
It opens.
Anything inside?
Shoot.
Roll perception.
You got it.
Oh, no,
Something
roll-
that gonna
roll
teach
in-
you.
Roll investigation if you're gonna search.
Gotcha.
Nice.
Ooh.
Yep. So there's some kind of personal items in there, like imagine what a fantasy version of like your keys would be in that, like things you might take out with you that are small. But as you feel around in there, you feel a depression on the bottom of the box. And if you move it away, you can take a look down, and it looks like there's a cutout at the bottom of the box that's in the shape. Make a religion check
Ooh, religion. I know what that is.
with advantage.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh.
14.
It's obviously not detailed because it's a cutout, but it's roughly in the right shape as Ryland's symbol. So it's a symbol of Arathis that's been kind of like carved out, like a symbol like him might go in it. It's not, his wouldn't fit. It's not the right size, but that's what you find out in there.
Okay. I'll gesture for Dirk to, or point this out.
Yeah.
Try to-
So I see it, right?
If he points it out, you can look in there, and if you move the stuff out of the side, you can see it. Yeah, it looks about right. It's got the right outline of Arathis' symbol.
Sure. Then I'll be like, that's the symbol of Arathis. It looks like maybe something would fit there, but nothing that I know of, at least.
Not yours.
Yeah.
Maybe without the gems on it, mate. No.
If we pour enough sand into it now.
And Lister, as you finish your conversation, the guy, kind of as a way to like excuse himself, looks like he's about to go turn and take a walk.
Out in the hallway.
Yeah, you could probably scoot past him first if you wanted to.
She's. Yeah, she'll be like, ladies first. No, she wouldn't. Know that.
Sorry.
She just like, she's like, oh, I'm gonna go in here too. What a great idea.
So if you start moving as him, he would stop, and you could follow him in. As you walk in, you see them looking into an open chest on the side.
Do I notice her move in?
Yep, you notice a door open.
I will close the chest.
I'll give it to you. So as you wall in, if you guys just kind of hang out, he doesn't get angry at you. He just kind of looks at you as you walk past, and he slowly meanders his way down the hall, and then out into the garden, out of sight.
Ooh, garden.
Lister would like.
And as he walks past these rooms, he like looks in, not investigating really much, and then he walks out.
Once he walks out,
But he didn't investigate the one that's locked.
No, he didn't even glance that way.
Lister tries to get Ryland's attention.
Okay, you get Rollins' attention however you want.
Just be like, come over here, big boy. She's like, there's
I'll walk
something.
over.
She's like, there's something off about the guards. They look more experienced than what I've seen before.
And can I do like an insight check to see if I've noticed anything myself? Or would I just know that?
No.
And she'd be like, no. And she also goes, Ryland, also, is 10 gold a night a lot of money?
And
Yeah.
I'd be like, 10 for bodyguarding? Like,
He's
Yeah.
about to drop his house and get a job
Yeah.
here instead.
there's no way he's paying them 10 unless that's where he spent all the money that should have gone into the party, which
Or
don't think-
infrastructure.
Oh, is
yeah.
She's like, oh, is
Infrastructure.
this a bad party? I suppose there's not that much food. She's like, yeah, no,
Yes,
he
and-
told me they're getting paid 10 gold a night.
There's no way. Either Thane has told them to say that to make himself seem richer, or he's obscuring the truth for some other reason. But there's no way he's making 10 gold a night here.
Perhaps.
Yelor
Maybe something
and
to
Gally,
keep
what are
in
you guys
mind.
doing while they're talking?
I'm kind of gesturing to like go. We're gonna head out and explore the garden.
Continue,
Before you
you
guys
two.
head out,
Oh,
can
I
I
was
like?
looking.
Right,
Oh,
then
are
jumps
you
across-
done talking? Are you done talking to Lystra?
Are you done
Sorry,
talking?
wait.
By dork.
Are we still talking? I have to bodyguard these people.
I
No.
was just asking what they're doing. You guys
No,
continue.
Ryland is like, oh, they're moving. I should go. And Listra's like, yeah, go. Do your little guard thing. Go ahead.
Right.
All right. So,
And-
what do you, Lystra? What do you do when he leaves? And Rylan, what do you do? Is they're heading out.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up to them and be like, sorry, I gotta look at the names. Mr. and Mrs. Savager, if you don't mind, I won't hover anymore, and I'll stay in the same room. If you need me, you can just call me, and I'll give them like
If you need me, call me.
a whisper, like I'm gonna see if I can find out anything, you know.
You go in that room.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Listra's gonna explore because
So as you go to the door into the room for a second, please. Yeah, right outside the door. As you walk in, there is a gentleman standing by the fireplace. His back is turned to you, but he might fit the appearance of the man you're here to meet. And he was not there when Yolora and Gally were looking in there.
that's creepy.
But you don't know that.
Yeah, we
so.
don't know that. Yeah.
I know, but it's still creepy.
And you guys go outside to the garden.
Yeah, I'm I'm heading outside
Yep.
to like.
You can go outside.
I was staring at the deer, but yeah.
Oh, roll a nature check if you're looking at the deer.
Ooh, nature. Okay.
I don't even notice Gally just stopping to look at the deer.
It's a nice deer.
Nice deer.
Looks well stuffed.
Mm-hmm.
So, Rylan, what are you doing before I go to Lystra and her reaction to Mr. Man?
If there's any guards out here, I'm gonna try to talk to them, but I can
Yeah,
do
there's the
that
guard
after.
that Lystra talked to. So, Lystra, what do you do when you walk into the room and there's a gentleman here? That might be the mark.
She. Is this a bookcase or a picture?
Where? Ping it. That's a picture.
And is over here also.
Yeah, anything that looks like those, reverse boxes are pictures.
So she goes this way. And then,
When he sees you, he turns and looks at you, and is like, "Oh, I didn't know anyone was coming in."
yeah, she looks at the picture and then.
And it's
she,
definitely him when he faces you. Like the description's spot on.
okay, she turns around. She's like, oh, I saw that the room was open. I assumed that it was okay to come in.
Oh, it's. I was about to go make myself known to the guests. Are you enjoying the party?
Yes, I've been having some fun conversations.
Oh,
and
Good,
meeting
outstanding.
plenty of
Yes,
people.
I'll leave you be.
Oh, well, actually, could I ask you a question?
Yes, dear Miss. Do I know you? I know you. It's Evangeline, right? Evangeline.
Oh, no, but I could see where you would make that mistake. It's Haley Hindergrass.
Yes, yes, Tindergrass.
Yes,
Yes.
I came here with what was their last name again?
Scavenger.
Scavenger.
Scavenger?
With the T. Scavenger.
Scavenger. I came here with the Scavengers. We were hoping to perhaps get a little moment of your time, whenever you can afford it, to propose.
Oh, there's a moment now. I suppose we can.
Oh, well, I believe they. Did I see them when they went out to the garden? Yeah, I did.
Yeah, probably.
They were out in the garden. Could I introduce you?
Well, later. I'll catch you later. I need to greet my. I've not greeted my guests yet.
Well, they were
That's
your
important.
guests. Well, of course. I was presumptuous.
A nice shrub.
I'm
But
sorry.
he's gonna like sidle his way out of here. Like he looks very uncomfortable with this interaction for some reason.
That's when Lister tackles him. No.
Are you gonna before he walks out? Are you gonna do anything?
Intrusive thoughts.
Can I roll insight?
Yeah.
No.
What are you? Yes, you can. So if you guys ask to roll insight, you need to tell me what are you
She's rolling
trying to discern?
insight to just see does he look nervous or is he sweating? Is he nervous? Is he just being
Yeah.
awkward? A 22.
Good.
Ooh.
He looks very awkward for a man like you're in his house with a party that he expects having happen.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't know you.
Mhm.
Purely, he doesn't know your name. Obviously, either he didn't look at his invitation list, he doesn't remember it, he doesn't give a crap knowing someone else sent it to him. And as he walks out, you notice it's kind of like you might see people do this sometimes, but like as he goes around the couch, like he's very careful, like to like lean so like he doesn't touch the couch, make sure he doesn't accidentally hit the piano, like inching around the door.
Can I bump
make
into
sure.
him?
Make a
Rude.
make an attack roll against him.
Attack
Oh,
roll.
wow.
You're not attacking, but like you're trying to touch him. So
Yeah, I'm just like gonna
make a
bump
roll
his
against
shoulder,
him.
like he's moving to exit, and I pick up on it, and so like I'm going like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm trying to leave too.
Yeah. Let's roll attack against him.
With
Roll up, slap his butt.
So it'd be your base attack bonus, either dex or strength. Dex, since you're trying to nudge him and not
What's
like
the-
bowl him over.
so just do d20.
So
plus
d20
one.
plus dex.
An 18.
Ooh.
Yeah, you bump into him.
Mhm.
Roll perception or investigation.
I'm gonna roll perception for no particular reason.
Oh.
You don't need to roll high. Okay.
16.
So he is a thin man, like he said, kind of inventor thin, like the kind of guy that probably forgets to eat sometimes when he's at work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's got the goatee and stuff. You bump into something before you bump into him, just like maybe an inch or two. Like he's actually bigger than he looks.
Oh, okay.
And he gives you a look as you like bump into him, and he's like,
I fake it.
he gives you a look like,
Did I notice?
did you fucking notice something? Like
I have her.
he's a little concerned.
I have her laugh. She goes, "Oh, sorry, you go first. I was just excited to go to the garden."
Sure, and give me 1 second, 1 moment. That's DM, not him.
1 moment shuts the door. Ah, shit. This is where I die.
And end scene.
You know, the
Alright.
party might be shabby, but these musicians.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He looks at you,
Mm-hmm.
and unless you have a reaction, he very openly casts a spell. And I want you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no.
Oh.
What?
Are you able to be charmed? You don't have a racial ability?
I don't think so. Pretty sure I can be charmed. I don't have anything written down, so. Wisdom saving throw. Let me look.
Yep.
I could add my proficiency bonus, right? If it's one of my special saving throws.
Yes.
22.
Wow.
Okay.
Damn.
So he casts a spell on you. You don't know what it is, but you feel something kind of like mingle with your mind, and he tells you to follow me. And then he looks to see if the spell took hold, as though he expects you to do what he says.
I move to follow him.
All right, so he walks
But I might
this
not
way.
Oh wait, he wants to bring me deeper?
Yeah, he wants to bring you deeper into the room.
I don't have a messaging spell, do I?
Nope.
And Rylan has the Rocky Talkie.
Yeah, I'll follow him. Is he going
Okay.
like through a door? I'm gonna follow him.
Nope, he's gonna come down here,
Mm-hmm.
and he is going to open up the bookshelf to reveal a passage
I
behind
knew
it.
it! Scooby-Doo ass,
And-
looking ass.
Tell you to follow him in.
Oh. Like, oh, I don't
Like
know.
it's still the same command. He said, "Follow me," and this lasts for. You got to follow the instruction. If it passed, you didn't. You can do whatever you want,
Mhm.
but he's expecting you to keep following him into this passage behind the way.
Not the mystery dungeon.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Do you follow him into his creepy dungeon?
Let me,
The
I'm
bookshelf of
I'm
intrigue.
looking through my stuff.
You could leave
Um,
something.
Do I have a spell that gets rid of
Would
awkward
he,
situations?
if I threw my fuzzy dice, would he see it?
He's walking with his head looking back at you because he's like, I need to get this lady to follow me out of here. So he would see you act in a different way, and he would tell, but he's probably not going to be able to stop you.
Pocket ferret.
Do it.
No, I don't. I
What are
don't
you
know what I'm
doing?
gonna do. I don't know anything. Like, I don't think this is I don't think I should follow this scary man.
I mean, then
Into
most
the secret hole.
most
I
adults
made
would tell
two
you
plans
you
and they
should
both
not.
went so not right.
Well, wasn't it you who said we don't split the party?
I'm gonna try to charm him.
Okay. What is it?
Ooh.
You attempt to charm a humanoid. You can see with
Yeah,
your
what's
range.
the save?
Wisdom saving throw.
What is your saving throw?
Wait. Against my spell, right? My spell DC? 14.
He fails. That's what happens.
Oh! I'm gonna be like, wait, let me introduce you to my friends.
So read for the sake of people. What does charm do? Now that
Okay,
it's
so-
worked.
Charm. It's charmed by you until the spell ends or until you and your companions do anything harmful to it. The charmed creature regards you as a friendly acquaintance. When the spell ends, the creature knows it was charmed by you.
And how long does the spell last?
An hour.
Okay.
Ooh.
So he stops. He looks back, and you see he looks at you, and he smiles in a very friendly, more natural way than you saw him talking to you beforehand,
Mm-hmm.
as though he just like realized that, hey, my friend's here.
Hey!
He's like, are you gonna follow me? We're gonna go downstairs.
Oh yeah, but can I just, my friends are gonna leave soon. Can I just quick introduce you to them and then I'll come right back.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Who are your friends? Sorry, I just put. Yes, of course. Who are your friends?
The scavengers. They want to talk to you about a business deal, but
Oh, whatever. If you want me to talk to them about business, I will talk to them about business.
really,
But I mean, we
wonderful.
got I'll have to follow your lead.
Of course,
you know.
of course. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Don't
I
worry.
don't know. I don't know anything about what this guy does for real.
Don't worry about it. Follow me, and then I would take him out to the garden.
All right, so he's gonna follow you outside. While this is going on, you three, you're outside. You're outside in the garden. You stay back here for a second, this because this is happening while you were charming this fine gentleman. What do you guys? You said Rylan, you want to talk to the guard?
Yeah, I would like
So
to talk to.
he's hanging out as you walk out. He looks like he's about ready to go back, like he's just doing a quick patrol. But what do you say to him?
Ryland will like give him a nod, kind of like we're both guards, and he will say,
Gives you a nod too. He likes to look cut of your jib.
mhm.
How do you do, fellow guard?
Yeah. He'll say, another boring party, am I right?
He's like, yeah, just a bunch of stiffs standing around being rich, right?
Yeah, I mean, at least we get paid to watch them do nothing. Should be a pretty quiet night.
Yeah. You're
Isn't
here.
all-
You're here with those. Was the guy up front drinking? Was he asleep? Why do you have your sword with you?
Oh,
He's not like, I'm gonna fucking take it from you, but he's like, it's the
How'd
guy
you
out
manage
front.
that?
It's the guy out front being bad at his job.
I'll be like, I totally respected what you guys were doing, and I gave him my weapons, but he said, you know what? You look like a trustworthy guy, and you can just keep them on in. I'm just protecting these people. I don't expect to unsheath anything today.
Oh, hot damn. How much did you give him?
All right, 75 silver.
Yalore's gonna come over.
I'll take the same if you want to keep him. That seems fair.
Extortion!
Ooh.
He was
Can I
supposed to be
roll?
your bro.
Can I roll perception to hear this?
Oh, yeah,
You can just hear it. You're not that far away.
Okay.
Your Lord
I'm
probably
far.
not, but you can probably just overhear this.
I can probably just see a commotion going on with
I will- I'll approach the guard.
He doesn't pay too much. I mean, you're a warforged. It gives you a look, but there's silver on the line, so he's like, okay. But he looks at you,
Sir,
Ryland. Okay, what?
did I hear correct? Are you accepting bribes? Or should I say that louder?
Oh no, Gally.
I'm accepting payment to let this guy break the rules.
I'll look to Ryland.
I'll nod and I'll sigh and I'll be like, I won't consider it a bribe, but from
By the way, 75 silver is 7.5 gold.
Yeah.
I fucked up.
I think
fucked up
it's
so
usually
bad.
it's usually a 10 to 10 to 10
Oh,
ratio.
you thought it was.
I thought 100
Oh.
silver was 100 gold. That's my bad.
It's okay.
It's
Do
okay.
you want to correct that, or is Rylan just gonna didn't think he was gonna extort it, so he was just making up a number?
I definitely meant to say less than the amount that we gave them. But
think we
you know
gave them
what?
a
It's
gold.
funny. Why not? Dang it. That's a bummer.
You can Gal, you can roll intimidation if you want to see if this guy's gonna call it quits.
No, here. This is what I'll do.
I'll kill this man.
I will reach into my pack,
Do I see this
pull out my
happening?
gun. No,
You see them talking.
I will
Do
reach
I
my
do
pack.
I see Gally pull out a gun?
I'm not pulling my gun out. I pull out 8 gold in a
Oh.
stack.
Okay.
I will put it. I
He
will
looks
give it
different.
towards the man,
Gleamy, so he takes it.
and I will put my hand
Lord.
on
She's just like, what is
Ryland's shoulder as I walk him away, and I will say, "Dirk, that is coming out of your pay."
I'll look at him and go, I understand, Mr. Scavenger. And
So-
I'll be like, God.
So he
dang
takes it, and he leaves. He passes Lister. You guys can start heading out.
Okay.
Your Lord
going
just
to
looks
admire
at both
this
of them and just be
potted
like, just look, what just happened? We've been
Stare
here
at
5 minutes.
I'm gonna stare at this potted plant.
So he comes out with you.
Nice shrub.
Let's throw a roll perception.
I was looking for my actual dice again. I'm like, oh wait.
Oh man, I can't believe I just wasted 8 gold. Feels so
He
bad.
didn't. Gal gave him 1 gold, and he took it.
No, I get
Oh,
an 8.
okay.
Oh, you gave him 8. Oh yeah, he took
Yeah.
it for sure.
Not
Oh,
natural.
he's rich.
Okay, the guard patrolling sees you walking past with Jezeric, and he walks in, and he's just sitting on the inside of the door looking out, a little bit quizzical about why this guy's following you, but he's not doing anything about it right now.
Okay.
The same
you
garbage
see him.
just paid off.
Yeah, he was walking back as they walked out of the study, and he's like, "Why are you going that way?" And he came to see what's going on.
Lystra
Gotcha.
goes to Yalor with him.
Hi.
So you see him walk up with your target, looking like he's excited to meet you. He holds out his hand,
Your Lord.
and he says, "Go ahead." And he says, "Jezeric, say nice to meet you." And as he says his name, he gives you a big wink with one eye.
Your Lord, like, thinks that in her head, by the way. She doesn't actually do, like, the...
It's not a like sexy wink. It's like a I'm totally Jezeric Thane wink.
no.
like, he wants to be the big... I gotcha.
And Lystra is
No,
like,
more like he's like, you know that I'm not actually him.
Yeah.
and Lystra leans in and goes, my good friend, Mr. Thane, winks as well. Was thinking would like to show us something, right, Thane? Thaney, can I call you Thaney Waney?
Oh, you want to see it?
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna
You
turn
wanna
my
see
head
that
very
thing?
All of my
slowly, like
friends
what
would
the hell is
love
going
to, but
on?
I've
we
been
should
working on
probably
it.
keep it. We should probably keep it quiet, though. I mean, we don't want,
You guys also notice now that you're kind of like been in proximity to this guy, especially Lystra, like he is reeking of like perfume or cologne or something. Something very, very floral and very too much.
Hmm.
So why don't we go? It'll be
Yeah, yes, yes, come on.
wonderful. Yeah. Lister's like using like it's not even in her normal register. She's like this fake like.
Okay,
You
I'm
wanna
gonna, yeah, I'll start following him around, and I'll gesture to
Yeah, no,
my
I'm-
husband and my bodyguard to follow me.
He walks in, the guard's standing there. He's like, "Sir, we're doing the toast. Do you want to come with?" And he's like, "Yes, just go right ahead. My friends here. I need to show them what I've been working on." And he is like, he gives him a look like, "You're a fucking creep," and then he walks away.
Lister
And you see him unlock this door and go in here, shut and lock it.
Okay, Lystra whispers to Rylan, so she whispers so that hopefully Charmed Man doesn't hear it. And she's just quickly like, "This is a farce. That's not Thane, and these aren't really his guards. Something's up. This isn't a real party."
Yeah, Ryland will nod and be like, yeah, something is very unusual here.
I think they might have.
So you
Okay.
go ahead, go ahead. As you're walking, keep saying.
She whispers to Rylan and even Golly if he's in. Well, maybe not Golly. Maybe Rylan.
Fuck golly.
No, because she doesn't know Golly like knows to be like quiet and not be like, hold on a minute. You know what I mean? Like he isn't really showing.
You mean he's a
subtlety.
fake? No.
She's just like, no, I think something happened to the real Thane. Like, they either maybe they killed him or they did something, but this is a setup. This is fake.
He'll nod and be like, we'll have to see where this goes.
Yeah,
Either way, we still need that key.
yeah. And she's like, well, if you get a chance, you know, pass it on, basically, because she doesn't want to be like, now, okay, I'm gonna go whisper over to Yarn.
Yeah, right.
As we're walking, just like
Nodders.
whisper it on.
Playing a game of telephone through the
Yeah,
line of
basically
people.
telephone.
I'm just. Dear, where are we going?
Our good friend Thane is showing us a new project, it would seem.
All right, so he walks over to the
Wink,
bookshelf
wink.
as you guys talk. Opens it up. Once again, it hasn't fully closed, so he's keeping it open a little bit, and you guys can walk into this back room if you would like.
Yolor does a quick glance behind, like eyes wide, like she knew it.
I'll stop Yolor before she goes into the doorway.
Oh.
Into the doom tunnel.
Yeah, yeah, and I'll just quickly relay whispered what Lystra told me.
What did she say?
That ain't Thane. That's someone pretending to be Thane, and something has definitely happened with Thane.
This is a
Okay.
setup.
Can I do a quick perception check into the tunnel to see if there's any. Like, what's it looking like down here?
So this is just a straight, like, very narrow, basically enough room for one person, single file.
Oh.
It's dark, but there's enough light from, like, cracks in the wall, and you can see the lantern shining through to show this is a straight shot to a stairwell going down.
Okay.
And unless you guys stop,
How
and he looks
far?
back, he's walking,
How
so you guys
far
follow.
I'll take points.
is-
What's that? How far is what?
How far ahead is he? Is he like
He's-
right in
He's
front of
he's
me?
walking, and if you guys stop, he pauses to look at you like, "Come on, come on."
Out of character, has anyone seen the key on him? Like, do we know if the key is on him?
We haven't.
No
He's
one's
hammering.
checked.
Could I do a perception check on
Yeah,
him?
like, can we look at him?
Yes, you can all do a perception check.
Yay.
We have so many eyes.
Is that 20 your perception, or is that from a different roll?
17.
Ooh.
Oh, there we
nat
go.
20.
Natural
Second one of the
20.
night.
None of you see the key on his person, at least on the outside. You can't look under his clothes yet.
I gotta
But,
stop ruining my natural 20s on things that give me no benefit.
I mean,
In
you
his
look
chest,
like
we gotta
you're
work it
pretty sure
out.
for sure, like it is not on his person. You guys
What-
are just missing
what
it
else-
visibly.
What else do I notice with that 17?
What are you looking for?
Just kind of like I was kind of like looking at him to see if I could see the key and anything like on his person, on like around him, any like kind of sizing him up as though if I were to, you know, maybe slam his head into the wall. That
Make
sort of
make an Arcana check.
thing. Arcana.
Ooh.
Oh god.
Abracadabra.
Oh well.
Nope, you just see Jedrick Thane as he was described to you. Thin, very well trimmed goatee and mustache, long sleeves, long pants, gloves on his hands. Doesn't seem armed.
Here's
Nothing.
level 230.
What would you like to do?
This? Can I
Yep.
cast Detect Evil and Good?
Ooh.
Okay.
For the do you want me to read the spell to you?
Yep, for everyone listening, yeah.
Yeah, so Detect Evil and Good, for the duration, it's a concentration spell for up to 10 minutes, and I would know if there is an aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of me, as well as of where that creature is located, and I will also know if an object within 30 feet of me has been magically consecrated or desecrated, and it can penetrate walls up to a certain thickness.
It can penetrate walls.
Up to a certain thickness.
Yeah. So you cast this. What does it look like when you cast the spell? Detect good and evil. Is there any visible you could choose? Is there any visible? There's verbal and somatic, so you gotta say something when you do it.
Oh gosh, okay. I'll grasp
He's
my
not,
necklace.
he's not gonna respond. I mean, not that you know that, but he's not gonna give. As long as you don't attack him, he's not gonna give it crap.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll grab my necklace
Spooky be
with
gone.
the charm on it, the wooden charm, and I'll. What is something that I didn't prepare for this, honestly, out of character.
Just whatever do you want.
Yeah, I'll be like, Erathis, let me see into this.
Give me sight beyond sight.
Yeah. Give me sight beyond sight. I like that. Thank you.
All right, you whisper, you clutch the holy symbol, and as she always has, even as you have potentially had some doubts or not, her magic fills you, and whether or not your eyes glow and like that, your senses expand, and you detect undead about 15 feet directly beneath your feet.
Golly's
Oh.
like, yeah,
And
cool.
that is where we're gonna end for tonight.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yay!
What a
Yay.
session.
Yeah, good times.
Yeah.
That was fun. I was prepared for Cardin to slam him against the wall and me being like, no, the
I
charm
mean,
spell.
it's didn't happen.
I was thinking about just putting on one of the gloves and just slamming him into the wall.
Just like the charm spell.
So I will leave the map like it is. It's a rule pick up next time.
Awesome. Well,
Nice.
thank
Yeah.
all of you.
Any questions for today? Anything else you want to talk, or are we just gonna wrap up?
I think we can. I mean, we can. People. I mean, I don't
I'm
know
good.
if anybody has questions. If you have questions, you want to ask them now, chat. Go ahead. Otherwise, I did also put a channel up in my Discord. If you guys have like
Yeah, I
comments,
did the channel. I don't have chat open right now. So.
yeah, like if you have comments that you want to make, even if it's like, wow, Yalor is super cool, or if you have questions for Aelfrik
I
as
love
a
that when she
DM,
caved the guy's face in.
or any of us.
I
and
wish
stuff,
Yellow would
it's just
punch
like a way
me.
to just like so we can chat a little bit, in between these sessions and stuff. Yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. I had a really fun time. Thank you so much, Aelfrik, for DMing our
Of
very
course.
first session.
Yeah. Seriously,
Yeah.
thanks, Aelfrik.
Good
How are
show.
we
It was
all
a lot of
enjoying
fun.
D&D
I
overall?
might come back for the next one.
Yeah. Ooh, next one's gonna be fun.
Oh gosh. And then yeah, we will discuss. We're sort of playing like when we're doing these sessions by ear, just because we all have sort of crazy schedules. So it's basically just deciding a good day and continuing from that.
Is this going to be a weekly thing? Probably just a schedule.
It'll
Yeah,
be
we'll figure it out.
yeah, it'll be like there. For example, Thanksgiving week, we definitely will not be doing it Thanksgiving week because for Americanos that's a busy time. But yeah, it's sort of a balance between when we can all get together and then also when Aelfrik is prepared, because as the DM, he's got to do preparation depending on how fast we're doing and stuff like that. So, but I'll put it up on the schedule. So, yeah. Well, thank you guys so much. I'm gonna go into the little offline screen here. I'll launch a raid though.
I have a question for you, Sealy.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah.
Is your chat allowed to ask us like questions about our characters in your D&D section in your server?
Yes, you can ask whatever you want, but it's up to the player characters if they want to reveal. Because there's some stuff you might want to keep secret. It's totally up to you guys. Nobody. You're never obligated to answer a question, but if you would like to, do as you will. And just keep in mind, this is like a short. I'm calling this like a short series campaign. This is like testing the waters, see how much you guys like it, see how much we like it. Who knows? If we really love it, maybe we make it a thing. But this is like a fun like test series. So
Yeah.
yeah. All right, hold tight.
Good times.
I'm gonna launch a raid. It'll just be through the offline screen. Okay. Thank you all so much. I had a really great time, and we'll see you guys around until next session.
Bye.
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 Bye, everyone.